because we're expecting a lot of positional players. So give us at least a few minutes before jumping to the projections desk.
Here we are.
We're live.
Day two. We're live. Let's do this.
7 p.m. sharp. Round two's underway. Starting off strong. No audio problems tonight. No video problems tonight. We're going to start off strong. We're going to continue strong. Browns got 2 picks in the front 4. Anand and Dury here from Green Bay last night. You made the trek. I mean, tight 24 hours you got.
Yeah, we got 45 minutes of sleep last night. So we're running on adrenaline and vibes and Travion Henderson, 33 overall.
Oh. Whoa. Okay. You heard it from the horse's mouth first.
Well, how far? So we want to talk about what? We want to talk about Shedeur Sanders. How far does he fall? Where's Trevion going? Where's Judkins going? Where's Caleb Johnson going? What is the easiest pick right now? Caleb Johnson to the Bears.
Caleb Johnson to the Bears personally has been the one I've had the most problem with because I love it. I love the idea of a Caleb Johnson pairing with the DeAndre Swift in that offense and being the David Montgomery for Ben Johnson, right? Everybody else, it feels like, has been like, why don't they take Genty or why don't they take Henderson and get these guys that are pass catchers like DeAndre Swift, right? Why not keep DeAndre Swift for another year and then bring in the rookie and Caleb Johnson, who's 225 pounds, we know can get downhill like David Montgomery did. So I absolutely would love the Bears to take Caleb Johnson. I'll pick 39 or 41. I'm not sure he's the first running back off the board, though, tonight.
Oh, it's going to be Judkins.
Henderson.
It's going to be Henderson.
Henderson. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I think.
Well, I don't know. See, the thing is, the NFL draft analysts thought it was going to be Henderson in the first round. So I'm wondering.
People thought, like, in the last week, I know this, last minute news, but there was like people that mocked Henderson up to 10. They're like, well, the Bears kind of like Henderson. I was like, well, that was never going to make sense. And then there was a heavily late push to the Broncos at 20.
Right.
That didn't happen.
I mean, they've had a day to sit on it, right? Everybody's had a day to figure out what they will give up to the Browns to move up to 201. We've seen it happen before. We're wondering, will it be the Browns that even make it? Or will they trade out again like they did last night?
Have there been any trades since last night? Have there been any trades of second-round picks at all?
No trades to this point, but there was a report in the last 10 minutes from Albert Breer that said 2 teams that have at least tested the waters on trading up in the second round are the Saints and the Seahawks. The Seahawks, of course, have 2 second-round picks, pick 50 and 52 overall, which is the 18th and 20th selection in the round. The Saints' next selection is 40. The Saints notoriously have traded up 20 times in the last 20 years under Mickey Loomis, and they traded down 0 times. Those were all first-round selections, by the way, but we're at pick 40, so it's sort of in the same conversation. Bears have 2 picks, Browns have 2 picks, Seahawks have 2 picks.
How many wide receivers go second round?
2. Yeah, here's the deal. And Alex is over here off camera, cowardly not on camera saying no. But it's edge and D-line. We're talking about – I'm going through this mock, and I did a round 2 mock. I got to the end of it. In the last 10 picks, I was like, "Ooh, there's no fantasy conversation here from 56 to 64. It's D-line, O-line, edge, corner, O-line, D-line, and then the whole top half is also tackle, D, tackle, edge."
Are we just going to get like Jack Besh and Jaden Higgins, and that's it?
The 2 receivers I have coming off the board in round 2 is Luther Burden to the Titans and Jaden Higgins to the Patriots.
So Luther Burden, he's going to go this round.
I think
You're
one of the
sure
first 10 picks. He's going to be the
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there are more tight ends that go than wide receivers in round 2.
I think I got 2. I think I got Mason Taylor to the Jets and Elijah Arroyo to the Chargers.
I think we can see a third one sneak in there. I don't know who it's going to be. Ferguson.
Yeah. This is nice.
I think I really want to see at least 3 receivers go in this round. That's one of my sort of aspirations for this particular round. Let's get both Iowa State guys drafted.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Draft capital. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Of course, we got to get your man Luther Burden drafted, and maybe one more. But the problem is, like when we were doing our mock, and I was asking you about Alec Manor, you were like, "Nah, man, you thinking he might actually fall out of day 2?"
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like he. Everybody wants to directly tie him to Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson dealt with some freak injuries at Stanford. Michael Wilson's a really good contested catch receiver. Alec Manor feels like I think he's again. My definition for this entire class is just receivers. Anyway, is that it's all 2s, all just chock full of wide receiver 2s for teams. And Manor in the right team can be a 2, right? It's like Michael Wilson has been the last 2 years in Arizona, right? He's never going to be suppressed, or I should say, held into that number 1 spot because he can't really do it. Now, again, the thing that everyone does in college is they're like, well, he went against Colorado that one Saturday night that was game up until 2 o'clock in the morning, and he put 300 yards on Travis Hunter. It's like, well, if he can do it against Travis Hunter, he can do it against anybody. The difference is I don't think he can.
Well, if we get another one, will it be a Trey Harris?
Maybe. But the thing
It's
is,
gonna be Besh, dude. It's gonna be Jack Besh. I'm telling you.
This is when I love Jalen Royals, the wide receiver from Utah State. The guy put 8 games this last year, was prolific against Boise State, UNLV, and all the teams that were at the high end that he played against in the Mountain Whack out there. And he's like the Anthony Miller, which I absolutely love, the Ant Miller from Memphis. But Savion Williams, another one, 6'3", 225 pounds, great athlete, not a pure wide receiver in the faintest. Guy that I think projects better as a running back, but the NFL loves him. Right? Cordero Patterson was drafted with the same traits in Tennessee, more special teams traits, but more special teams production. But it sounds like the NFL loves Savion as well. I just think that this class, if you just look at the names we just listed off: Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Jalen Royals, Savion Williams, Trey Harris, Jack Besh was a name that we heard today. Jake Besh.
Saying, man.
We heard Jack Besh conversations in the first 10 picks. We were listening to a podcast on the ride.
This is what I'm saying, man. Is he gonna displace some of these wide receivers we like a little bit more? That's one of my concerns. Yes, but you're right. Cordero Patterson went and picked 32 overall.
Yeah.
So if they could just take a guy because explosiveness and football-y skills, special team, weapon, get the ball in his hands guy, if they can draft him at 32, they can draft him at 64.
That's fair.
I mean, there was some late smoke a couple of days ago about him maybe even sneaking into round 1. So round 2 would not be a shocker.
I think it would be kind of cool, though, for us to get a bunch of running backs that we like. We again, Caleb Johnson. We're thirsting for these guys to go to great landing spots. It'd be nice to have the second half of this draft coverage be all about the receivers we like landing in exciting places in the third round. I think that would be cool. I want to get some of my favorite receivers drafted in the second round, but then it would be nice that Manor would get a bunch of these guys, Jalen Royals, get them drafted, maybe even a Torrey Horton, get these guys drafted in the third round and happen on the right teams where they're going to get opportunity in year 1. That's one of the things we're going to be looking out for today, as well as the number of tight ends. Mason Taylor is going to go off the board very quickly. We know that. Arroyo, I'm very excited to see where he lands. How many running backs go in the second round versus the third round?
Ooh. I'll go 3 running backs here in the second.
Just the 3 chalk running backs.
Yeah, just
chalk. Close out the big 5 and then move on to the third round.
I was talking to Alex about it, and it was kind of down to the end of the second round while I was doing that mock. It was like, man, we could consider Scatterby to the Bills or something. I was like, that's not happening. Dylan Sampson, yeah, probably not. And you're like, RJ Harvey, yeah, probably. Those I just think third round when you put that conversation. Third round is a complete awesome. Give me any number. Like, the sportsbook said 6.5. Okay. Sportsbook said 3.5. Okay. 9. Okay. And I would sure, because there's that many running backs in this class that I think can play football and give you starting weeks. The pick is in, by the way, for the Browns, and it is not a quarterback nor a cornerback. It is instead a super athletic 6'3", 234-pound linebacker, of course, Carson Schweschinger from UCLA.
Schweschinger's fun, right?
It's a good pick. I mean, just continue to stack up the defense. They got Mason Graham in round 1, Schweschinger now. They got a pick coming up here in a couple. My landing spot for Schweschinger was going to be the Buccaneers. Yeah, who we just talked about.
What about the promises that were made to go over the quarterback and try to win? And this is how they're fulfilling the promises that they made.
I still really wonder what's going to happen here because we know the Kirk Cousins stuff. He's just kind of chilling right now. He looks like he's in good shape. He was on Gruden's show the other day. John Gruden, the Tampa Bay coach. Aaron Rodgers. Nobody knows what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. But let's just say that Cleveland has a phenomenal draft. They got 4 picks today, and let's say they got a starting defensive tackle. They got a starting middle linebacker. Let's say they take Quinshon or Travion or Caleb with this next pick. Then they get like 67 and 94. You could legitimately, or you could trade up from 67 as well into like the 40s. And you get another starter. And all of a sudden, this team just added 4 starters, and maybe it's more appealing to an Aaron Rodgers.
That too, and then you consider someone like a Jalen Milroe, who we've defined as a quarterback, but they could find a way to use him much more like Taysom Hill is used in New Orleans. You find a much more of a role for him that's an athlete as opposed to a quarterback, even though he can do some quarterback things. And that may pay off in terms of trading up from 67 back into the 50s or maybe even into the 40s. And they solve quarterback in that sense to an extent. But they also get another player that'll help that offense out.
Rodgers and Milroe? Rodgers, so you take Rodgers off the field in a situation where you might need quarterback to be a weapon out of the backfield with his legs. And so you shuttle him off on and off the field as needed. It's not the worst idea.
You want him running around out there on 41-year-old?
It's not the worst
Achilles
idea.
repaired legs.
I kind of like it. But so that's their promise to Myles Garrett was, we're going to be competitive. We signed with us, and this is and so what they decided to do is say, hey, we're going to build around the defense, Myles. Hope you like it.
We're going to build you the Avengers, man. You get to be Captain America.
Do you think there's so Albert Breer had a column that came out about 2 hours before the draft kicked off. He basically buried it. The last sentence of this column basically said that wouldn't be shocked if Tyler Shook, the quarterback from Louisville, and Jalen Milroe both were drafted ahead of Shedeur Sanders. What comes to mind when you hear that immediately?
I think it's basically telling you what we have always thought about Shedeur, which is, one, he's a day 2 guy. If you have a day 1 or even a high day 2 grade on Shuck, that's probably higher than some teams' grades on Shedeur Sanders, which we've heard and we've seen. I mean, we're talking with their draft capital now, right? I mean, he slid all the way through round 1. We're into day 2 now. Milroe, again, is a very unique player because you just don't find archetypes like that a lot. We saw it with Anthony Richardson. He went 4 overall. We saw it with Lamar Jackson. He went in the first round. Now, I'm not saying he's the same quarterback as those guys, but he's that level of athlete. You're talking about an incredibly explosive athlete that can play quarterback, and I think that has a lot of value.
The pick is in at pick 34, and the Houston Texans, I like this one because when you do the write-up on a guy from Iowa State, and he wears the same number as a guy from Iowa State that was in the year before, and he transferred him from a smaller school, and he does exactly what that guy did, including winning all Big 12 newcomer award, and drafted by the Houston Texans, Xavier Hutchinson in the 4th round last year. Second round, pick 34 today, the newest Houston Texan, Jaden Higgins.
I knew it. Wow. A little
That's
redundant with
big
Nico
draft
Collins.
That's big draft capital.
Same guy, right?
We have a trade.
Same guy as Nico Collins.
The Seahawks. Okay, we don't have the date details yet, but the Seahawks have traded up pick 35 with the Tennessee Titans to get ahead of the Browns and the Raiders. Potentially get a backup quarterback, John Schneider, who was drafting from pick 50 and 52. 52 was acquired via the Pittsburgh Steelers in the DK Metcalf trade. So they have 2 second-round picks to play with. The first round, they took Gray Zabel. What was that pick? Is this potentially – could you – Matt, this is some high-class sniping. If they just jumped ahead of Cleveland or the Raiders to take whichever quarterback it is, if it's Shador or if it's Shook.
Are we about to see it happen again?
We've heard the Shook connection to the Browns.
Are we about to see it again? You know what happened when they drafted Russell Wilson. They grabbed a pricey free agent, Matt Flynn, Green Bay, after one really great game. Then they bring in Sam Darnold. They ship Geno Smith. Are we going to get another scenario where Seattle drafts a quarterback and their new shiny free agent Floyd never takes the starting snap?
Oh, that's a deep cut. Pick 52. So it's pick 52 and pick 82. So they kept pick 50. So pick 52 and pick 82. 82 is in the third round. What was that? Overall third round. Fourth pick 35. They moved up 17 spots and give up pick 82. And I assume the pick will be coming in here shortly. Higgins, though, the Higgins thing. I'm still stuck on this.
Higgins is interesting. I wish it was Knowles so
wide
bad.
Receiver.
I wish it was Knowles so bad. I
Same.
love that skill match. You have X and Z all taken care of. Now you get 2 X receivers.
Oh, the Seahawks have selected safety from South Carolina, the super freak from the combine, Nick Emanwari.
Oh, he's really good, man. He moved up my big board at the end, looking at all the athleticism numbers. This is a throwback Seattle pick. Seattle used to go with the athletes. This is the Spark guys.
Cam Chancellor?
Yeah, they used to draft the high Spark athletes. They're going back at it. I love it. It's a great pick.
I just wonder where they're going to play him, right? I mean, when you have a guy that's that physically gifted, you can play him anywhere. And a lot of teams get in trouble. Arizona did this with Isaiah Simmons. They got in trouble because they tried to play him everywhere, right? And I think that when you look at someone like Mike McDonald in Seattle,
that's fine. It's fine. If you're going to take a guy like that in the second round, that's perfectly fine. If you want to take Simmons in the top 10, that's a mistake.
That's a fair.
This is the time to take a chance on a guy like that, who could be, Minkah Fitzpatrick, or he could be. We'll see.
Fair. Browns are back on the clock here. What would middle linebacker with the first pick, and you could go running back here. You could go receiver here. You could go back to the offensive line. You go to the other side of the edge to get MG3, Mike Green. You go Myles Garrett, Mason Graham, Mike Green, MG3.
That would be something.
That would be a statement. And it also would say, we have a plan at quarterback. We are not worried about using two. The big thing is just 2 early second-round picks. Is I know there's been a lot of statements to this point of all these different guys going off the board, all these different trade downs and all these different things. But you having 2 early picks and having the straight-up advantage as the Browns and taking none of these quarterbacks would definitely –
It's time to go to the Podfather's big board here in terms of the best players available, and I think it is Mike Green and Will Johnson. Mike Green, Will Johnson, best players available. If they go Mike Green, then that means Jerry Jeudy will be dancing between raindrops. I mean, this Jerry Jeudy avoiding any target competition in the NFL draft. How is he doing this? Good for him. Good for Jerry Jeudy dancing around these raindrops.
Can he pick it? He needs a few raindrops.
This team needed receiver. They go 3 picks with no receivers in the first 35.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah,
that's a big deal. That's a big deal for Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy was scheduled to get competition at the top 3 from Travis Hunter. Sure enough, no Travis Hunter. Second round, no. Next pick in the second round.
Pick is in.
The pick is in.
Running back 3, the athlete that popped on at the combine, running back from Ohio State, stays in state with the Cleveland Browns, and it is Quinshon Judkins.
I knew it. I knew it before Henderson. I knew it.
Wow.
I knew it. Wow.
One of the 2 players in this draft class with 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 1,000-yard rushing seasons in college. Devin Neal and Quinshon Judkins, and one of the big correlators to success in the NFL and breaking another breakout finder, 1,000-yard seasons.
Yes.
Mr. Quinshon did it at 2 different schools, and
He's coming out young.
Gets the
He
Nick
was
Chubb
super
role.
productive. He relegated an awesome player
that's disgusting.
in Trevion Henderson in early downs and in goal line situations. I mean, he's got for him to basically come in and say, "Hey, I understand as a freshman, Henderson put up over 1,200 rushing yards, and all these touchdowns, all this production," and say, "You know what? I think I got this kid. I'm gonna go ahead and take over." That and then to just shred the combine. Did you guys expect to see what you're going to see from Judkins at the combine?
No. Ask him too, because
No.
he's the one that
No.
goes to all the Ohio State
No.
games. And I asked
No.
him, I said, "How fast are you going to run?" He's like, "No, not in the full floor. It's not going to be a freak athlete."
No, we didn't see it. I mean, between the two of them, it appeared to us that the more physically gifted back was Trey Henderson, and what he did at the combine and what he's done, in the circuit since. I think a lot of it was the eyes and ears that were on those two throughout that college football playoff run, right? Because when you're in those big showcase games, people take notice, and you have that big Trey Henderson catch and run against Texas at the end of the first half. Sorry, Alex. But it was Judkins with multiple TDs in the net. And so you're looking at a guy that came in for only 1 year over a guy that was there and stayed for an extra year, by the way, and Henderson that was there for 4 years, and they loved him. And the Browns obviously got up close and personal with both of them. They sent multiple scouts to OSU's pro day. And for them to take Judkins over Henderson surprises even me, because I just didn't see it coming.
Oh, this is a bell cow season incoming from Judkins. If you drafted Judkins in the Origins tournament, the all-rookie tournament, then you're feeling very, very, very good. And the beauty is, even if that tournament that you happen to play in recently closed out, the Chaos tournament just closed out, right? Oh, we had the Chaos was so fun, right? Oh, we had what was Chaos all about again?
Origins. Chaos.
All rookie Origins Chaos. It closed out just minutes before we went live. The tournament closed. The only best ball draft live while the draft is actually happening. Certainly the only rookie-only best ball draft. So we decided to just open up Chaos 2. Chaos 2 is open right now. Use promo code DRAFT to get a $50 deposit match. Code DRAFT, $50 deposit match on Fast Draft. And I'm very interested to see where Judkins goes in the first drafts of Origins Chaos. Will he go 3, 4, 5?
It's a seasonal game.
Will he go, I mean, it's a seasonal game, so it's this year. He would go ahead of Hampton, right?
Has to.
So he has to go ahead of Hampton. Is he the second pick? Is he going to become the consensus second pick?
Him and Tet have to be the.
I think I'd rather have Judkins.
I think so too. But I mean,
if you are getting Judkins, imagine the value that you're locking in now. If you were getting Judkins regularly, which people were at the end of the first round or the back half of the first round.
Plus, it's the Browns. They're going to run the deep ball.
Right. So I think it's probably going to be Cam Ward at 2, but he's now in the conversation. It's certainly going to be Genty as the 101 in almost all these drafts. Then it'll be either Cam Ward or Judkins, and then there'll be a question of Tet or Hampton. Very interesting.
The
The Broncos could trade up for Trevion Henderson. So let's kick it to the couch. Let's talk to the couch. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see what they're thinking. We have a couple fantasy relevant guys. We have Higgins to the Texans. We have Judkins to the Browns. And we'll see what these guys are thinking.
Football.
Great opener there. Realistically, is just talk about what the Browns are doing in general. On the defensive side of the ball, they lost Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah to an injury and leaves him up in the air. So they have another versatile linebacker. I'll have Jason, our wonderful producer here, drop a link to our defensive rookie guide, because that's a clear linebacker that could get snaps right away, especially for our D-Up tournament on Fast Draft. Then again, the Shedeur slide continues, and they get someone like Quinshon Judkins. I know they talked about he's clearly a top 5 pick at this point, especially when we have quarterbacks fall down. I know, like you're a Judkins hater. That's what I gathered.
No, I'm just a Michigan fan. When the pick came in, I just said Quinshon Bumpkins. It is what it is. This is a fantastic landing spot for Quinshon. And I really don't think that, like, as much as I love Nick Chubb, I obviously
it's over.
It's over, yeah. Right? And so yeah, I definitely will be taking some shots on Judkins in our rookie drafts. I would definitely. 104, 105 for me, though. I still think I would take like Matthew Golden before him. I would take Cam Ward before him. I would take Ashton Genty before him.
I'll take Judkins because they're going to bell cow him in a Kevin Stefanski system. But
yeah, no, it's definitely fair. It's up for debate.
Then Jaden Higgins. I actually hate this pick, but
Jaden Higgins, they're stacked right now. They have Nico Collins now. They traded for Christian Kirk and Jaden Higgins. I don't know how fantasy relevant he's going to be this year, but maybe potential next year because Kirk has 1 year left.
Yeah, because I'm just curious about
Hold on, guys. So, quick update. Dolphins have traded up to pick 37 from the Raiders.
Really?
So,
wow.
Dolphins are trading up.
So we'll see. I think really, the biggest thing about the Jaden Higgins pick is that they are kind of moving away from Tank Dell. I understand that he operates in a different side of the field, but they are looking for it to be kind of a
Twin Towers situation.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I just didn't want to say it, but yeah, it's a Twin Towers situation in Houston. Nico Collins is still definitely the alpha there, but we're going to see a ton of especially red zone production from Jaden Higgins because of his height. He's going to come up in clutch. CJ Stroud likes that type of receiver. And there may still be some opportunity for Tank Dell to sneak in and like underneath a little bit. But we're talking like it's, I don't want to call it over, but we're just hoping at this point when it comes to Tank Dell.
Yeah, definitely Tank Dell's done. And like you said, Christian Kirk, he's going to be operating in the slot now.
Yeah.
With Jaden Higgins, I just think he needs a little bit of development because he's very athletic, very good after the catch, doesn't drop a thing. But if you look at or follow Matt Harmon, his reception perception score isn't the greatest. So it looks like you got something.
Yeah. So the Dolphins have selected an offensive lineman, Jonah. I don't want to kill his last name. I think it's pronounced Saviani.
Oh, yeah. Arizona offensive tackle. This is ideal for them. And even if he has to slide inside, I think this would be great for him. They've been running an outside zone scheme with half an offensive line. You need athletic movers. This is great for Devon Achane, and most importantly, Tua, who we've seen take a concussion after concussion. So hopefully this starts to fix a lot of their offensive line woes. And I love that they were aggressive to move up.
Yeah, I'm never going to complain about an offensive line pick. Literally ever. Like, that is like, if you have no opinion at all, you should just take offensive line. And I understand that they traded up here, but that's a clear need for this team. Tua, as Jagger mentioned, is taking hit after hit after hit. Shore that up. That should help him. Should help the rest of the pass catchers. Should help Devon Achane. And maybe even a little sleeper pick with Jalen Wright. Just helping out in general. Raheem Mostert's gone. So we've had a few fantasy picks, of course, now. So I am curious myself what's going on down at the projections desk. So why don't we kick it to them?
Gotcha.
Hey guys, projections desk here. Billy Bradley working on Jaden Higgins and Quinshon Judkins. Billy, kick us off with Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, so Higgins comes in. I mean, this is a guy that's a big body, 6'4". He's got the 94th percentile catch radius. He's got 94th percentile speed score. And there's a lot of room for him to play here inside of this offense. I mean, we're talking about Tank Dell missing a majority, if not all of the season. Christian Kirk's coming into the mix. It's a new body for them to throw to. Outside that, Nico Collins still going to maintain his share, but Jaden Higgins right now, we got him slotted for roughly right now about 13% target share, and that'll be subject to change once we know a little bit more about the timeline of Tank Dell. But we're talking about 75 targets right now on a conservative side with 48 receptions, 627 yards, and that takes us to about 3 scores. Puts him as in about the mid 70s for the wide receiver rankings for Jaden Higgins here on the initial projections.
Yeah, it's certainly encouraging that Jaden Higgins gets this early day 2 draft capital, and there's room for him and space for him in this offense. Christian Kirk was signed as a free agent this offseason, coming off of an injury with the Jaguars. Mostly a slot guy. That's where Christian Kirk has operated most of the time. So it's going to be in 2 wide receiver sets, probably Jaden Higgins and Nico Collins. Collins more of the yards after the catch guy. Jaden Higgins, the contested catch guy. You know, this big body frame is just increasing the radius of CJ Stroud getting the ball out there and letting his guys go get it. So a big get. There's been great value for Jaden Higgins in the fantasy streets. He's oftentimes been drafted outside the top 150 of fantasy drafts. So for him to get this early day 2 draft capital is good for fantasy managers who have been drafting him that late. There's certainly touchdown upside given his frame, and that there's really not other red zone targets for the Texans. Nico Collins, more of the downfield, make guys miss, has been inconsistent with his red zone usage. But another exciting, very exciting pick for fantasy in particular, Quinshon Judkins gets an amazing landing spot with the Cleveland Browns. Billy and I were very bullish on giving Judkins 220, 230 carries and 8% target share. That puts Judkins squarely in the RB2 conversation, already a top 24 back in the projections. We should be very confident in this landing spot. Only Jerome Ford is on this depth chart. So given the early day 2 draft capital, the projected rush share, not much of a depth chart. Sure, Nick Chubb has not re-signed. That's within the range of outcomes. We know Cleveland does like Chubb, but Chubb has dealt with lots of injuries, which is why they allowed Chubb to explore free agency. So expect that Judkins is going to be the leader in this backfield.
Yeah, this is a pretty clear-cut number 1 here for this backfield. Jerome Ford underwhelmed last year, and as Bradley mentioned, there's always a possibility of Chubb coming back to the team and reuniting, and we do have some initial projections for an other running back still slotted on this team, but we do see the lion's share going to Judkins here. Bradley mentioned we're about almost 50% rushing share. It's about 230 rushing attempts, puts him just north of 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns on the ground. Very capable pass catcher as well. So I think that's going to also eat into Jerome Ford's workload here, who showed as a viable pass catcher. But Judkins also showed that strength in college. That gives him 7.5% of the target share, 49 targets in his rookie campaign at 36 receptions, gives him another 275 through the air and another 1 through the air. So as Bradley mentioned, inside the top 24, I have him pretty firmly at 21. Bradley had him at 18. So we are splitting hairs here between the running back rankings.
All it takes is 1 touchdown to go one way, whether it is running back 15 or running back 25. That's how tight these projections are. And we're talking about like Josh Jacobs, Chuba Hubbard, Chase Brown, and Judkins was the cheapest of all of those in terms of the market right now. Expect his market to rise, especially given the clear pathway for majority workload in the Cleveland Browns offense. And Stefanski wants to run the ball. Problem is, over the last couple of years, his quarterback hasn't been very good, which means that they can't run the ball. His running backs have been injured. He can't run effectively. Now he gets his guy out of Ohio State.
Yeah, Judkins also a big body, 221 pounds. He's got the 92nd speed score. He's got a 94th percentile burst score, and he's thrown up 24 bench press during his workout. I mean, this is a guy that is going to come in immediately as the workhorse. And guess what? His best comparable player Profiler has him out to be, is Nick Chubb.
How about that?
Sliding right in.
Stefanski finds his Nick Chubb.
Sliding into the Nick Chubb role.
Ooh.
Kicking it back over to the main desk, boys.
We're talking about who's like 3, who's 4.
Oh, let's
live
talk.
Let's
just
talk.
like
Ohio State
we're
running
live
backs.
mid-argument?
Well, it's just so Matt Kelly heard me and Cody getting into it here and said he's just going to bogart it
Turn the mic on.
and turn the mics on.
Turn a hot mic. That's
Well, it's just who do you take now?
Quinshon Judkins.
Quinshon Judkins now with Cleveland in a complete touch void, or Travion Henderson, who's going to be attached with a quarterback who I think objectively we all believe is a quarterback that's a talent elevator who's going to be good, right? And so we all kind of believe that Ramondre Stevenson stinks to a certain degree, right? Travion comes in there, completely nuclearizes him. And it's interesting because Antonio Gibson brings a similar.
That you mean like destroy, nuclearize, means
Right.
destroy.
Yeah, just completely
Right.
just
Doesn't you but
Right.
not make him go nuclear. He actually will blow up.
Oh
He'll be
yeah, maybe
destroyed.
Disintegrate.
maybe obliterate or disintegrate would be a better thing to say, right? I'm saying that this is a nuclear bomb that just got dropped on this backfield. Simply because what Travion Henderson is the best, is as far as I can tell for the time that I've been doing this, one of the best backs in pass protection. Just his understanding of leverage, like his the way he gets his nose in there, like it's the thing that dude. Mike Vrabel is not going to want you if you're not somebody that's one of these kind of dogs like this. It really, I'm going to be we need to give the projection desk some time to figure it out. But I'll be very interested to see how they dole this stuff out.
I can
Because
tell you what
we
they're
know
going to
that
say.
there's a complete vacuum of all the touches, right, in Cleveland. Quinshon is awesome.
Well, I don't know that to be true. So let's just say it. Okay, it's the 103 in Origins Chaos 2. It was Judkins for about 2 minutes, and now it's got to be him. No, yes, Henderson is now attached to one of the best young quarterbacks in the league. This is now an ascendant offense with Henderson there, and they're going to add receiver depth in this draft as well. Receiver talent, absolutely, they're going to be adding receivers. So this offense is going to be completely renovated this year. With the biggest, by far and away, difference is going to be year 2 Drake May versus year 1 Drake May. And so for that reason, this offense is just going to be a lot more productive.
Are we even
than the
getting a dynasty
Cleveland
conversation or a redraft conversation?
We're having a both conversation.
Okay.
This is this year. Origins is this year. The Origins Chaos 2 is for this year.
I think maybe
oftentimes when you draft for next year or the year after in Dynasty, you just be looking at the year
shouldn't
ahead
be
of
doing
you.
it.
Just
Right.
look at the year ahead. What are you going to – the Browns, I'm not even sure you can say with definitive certainty that Ramondre Stevenson is better than Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford was a very efficient running back last year. He is going to get some touches. Quinshon Judkins is a young rookie. There's going to be some touches that are going to go to Jerome Ford. He is going to be a breather back. What is Ramondre Stevenson's role going to be? Are they going to keep feeding Ramondre Stevenson in the passing game? No, they're not.
Not when they got trade, dude.
No,
He's
they have Henderson. Henderson is going to get the high-value touches in a better offense, which makes him a better option for fantasy football.
What the hell?
Did something happen? Did something happen?
The Bears took a receiver.
Okay, what's the problem?
He's tilted because he said
they have
They have 2 picks.
They have DJ Moore and Roma Dunze and Colston Loveland, and now they have Luther Burden.
Nelly, are you kidding me?
That is.
Oh, wow.
So what about all this 12 personnel talk? What about all this Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland, 12 personnel?
They're going to
They got their
11-12
two guys on the
personnel.
outside.
They're going to 11-12 personnel.
What does that mean?
No, it's 11-12. They have 12 guys on the field instead. They can add a guy. They get a special exemption from the league.
Are they going to petition
Because
the
Caleb Williams is so bad, they get a special exemption.
Okay.
Well, so
I don't, dude.
is this a win for Roshan and Swift so far?
No,
I mean,
they're
they have
going-
another pick here in a
They're
minute. but
drafting Caleb Johnson
Yo,
with 2
dude.
picks.
With,
What,
that
why
would be a
would-
maniacal first top 40. You go Colston, Loveland, Luther, Burton.
They
Caleb
love their
Johnson.
defense. They've drafted very well on defense. I mean, if you want about Ryan Poles, he's drafted very well on defense the last few years.
But they got great Jarrett for agency, but he could
Yeah.
definitely use the edge rusher.
I'm not. Let's not equate Ryan Post to some kind of genius. Whenever he did the whole he did the whole Montez Sweat deal. Whenever he could have just waited for him to leave for free agency without giving him anything for him.
I said he's not a very good general manager, but you have to at least admit he's built a good defense, a nice young defense, playmaking defense, and that's why they're like, okay, we don't need a number 1 corner. We don't need this. We don't need that. We like these guys. You watch Hard Knocks, they like
Yo,
their
you're
defense,
Luther-
and the
you're-
defense is a playmaking,
you're
it's a
Luther
playmaking
Bird.
unit.
Your Luther Burden best ball stuff and Dynasty stuff. I hate to admit it is at least taking a with this.
Well, in Origins, he's not going to
Well,
be.
Loveland has to, too.
Even
Loveland takes a hit with this.
of course, they all take a hit.
Because what do you do? What do you like if you have commit if you have commit who they've re-upped, right? And you have Coastal Loveland on the field at the same time, you necessarily, unless you go to a 0-back set, you're going to have 2 wide receivers on the football field.
Yeah.
You have DJ Moore, you have Roma Dunze. What are you going to do? This to me feels just like a Jaden Reed situation like we have with Green Bay, where every week, man, this guy can be a fantasy hero for you.
What are you talking about?
What
What are
mean?
you talking about? Green Bay did not come into this NFL draft.
No, I'm
with-
talking
with-
about from a fantasy
with
football
players
No,
that were at
from
the
a-
caliber of DJ Moore
Are you talking-
and Roma Dunze.
What I mean is that you get a player like Luther Burton,
Who's dead,
who is an awesome player,
gone,
just like Jaden Reed is an awesome player,
no longer alive in fantasy.
who gets relegated out of routes
Correct.
due to personnel sets.
Bye bye. Even if this is the problem, even if you were going to be right about Burden, you're going to look wrong. This is why it's heartbreaking for Cody, because he had so many haters that he was going to checkmate Luther Burden had he gone to the right landing spot.
Or the Titans, go to the Titans and have him
It was
connect
gonna be
with Cam
great.
Ward
It
right
was
from the
gonna be.
start.
This is why
It
he
was
slammed the table.
Yeah. Hey man, Cody, these you're projecting to the Titans. You're playing these up on her.
What about projection to the Titans?
Oh, you know what I mean? Just the whole Luther Burden to the Titans, right? That would have been good, right?
Oh, of course. Patriots.
Patriots would have been good. We talked about it. Like before the Jaden Higgins thing, Houston would have been good.
McShay is an oracle. Todd McShay is an oracle.
Why?
The New Orleans Saints have selected. The pick is in.
Don't tell me.
New Orleans Saints with pick 40.
Quarterback?
They took Kelvin Banks in the first round,
Don't
and they got
Quarterback?
Talisa Fuaga of Morgan State last year. They got their bookend tackles.
quarterback?
They go quarterback at pick 40. And it's not Shador Sanders. It's Tyler.
Shut up! I'm gonna win fast draft origins.
Wow, nice, dude. Yeah. Oh man, if you're drafting Chuck, man, you're in great shape.
We have had a pseudo fantasy bonanza here in the first 10 picks of the second round. Jaden Higgins to the Houston Texans, Quinshawn Judkins to the Cleveland Browns, Travion Henderson to the New England Patriots,
just get ready to ship that cash, brother.
Luther Burden to the Chicago Bears, Tyler Shook to the Saints, and the Bears are back on the clock right now.
Okay, this is
With
the
the
lock
conversation
of all
we just
lock.
had.
This is Caleb Johnson. I don't even write it down. I'll write it down. I'll write it down in ink. Caleb Johnson.
This could be our sixth fantasy player. in
Wait,
nine
hold on,
selections.
wait. So do we get Tyler? Like, what does this mean for Superflex?
This is a big deal.
With Chuck.
Massive.
This is big. This is very
Matt,
big.
because we know Derek Carr's.
If you've been taking him in the 5th round of these Origins drafts, are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's going 5th round, 4th round. I saw a little bit, maybe late 3rd, but mostly 4th and 5th round. Crazy.
Certainly.
I'll pull up the ADP right now.
I think we both have a shark ton of stuff.
Let me look and see what my Origins exposure to Chuck is.
Yeah, so on Origins, there's a little portfolio button.
Let us know in the comments quick on YouTube before this bear pick comes in if you think it's Caleb Johnson or not. fast draft. That's where I'm going right now. I think that's where Alex and the Podfather are going. I'm going to the first origin.
So for the first origins,
My ownership, or I should say my exposure to the quarterback position, was 13%. I didn't actually have that much, but
I have
6% shook.
what do you think I have?
You need a 6% show?
I only had 6% shook.
Oh, that's because you were going so much Ward.
I have 47.6. All right, so good. Hey, I'm very good at that. I'm very good.
Well, that's true. Did you get fourth place last year in the flex pool? Second place. Second place.
Second and fourth.
Second and
Tyler
fourth.
Shuck was going off
All right.
in the Origins chaos. Tyler Shuck's ADP was player 41. People were drafting him behind Restrepo and Quinn Allen, Isaiah Bond, Mason Taylor,
A starting quarterback.
a starting quarterback. All these guys.
But hey, man, everybody
leverage.
Everybody everybody here who's watching this can come bury me, and then he gets hurt like he always does every single year. Right at the beginning of the season, right?
It's actually amazing how this all worked out because Chaos 1 didn't actually create a lot of chaos. Right? There actually wasn't a lot of chaos in round 1. Just Shedeur Sanders falling out. So those that drafted Shedeur, okay, they were earlier than round 1. Okay, they're underwater. Big deal, right? Then the tournament closes. And the next tournament opens. And so at no point was there people exposed to a lot of Tyler Shuck information, incongruence.
It's why you listen to your player profile. It's why you listen to your roster watch, dude. You got it.
But it's kind of cool that now everyone can play Chaos 2 knowing Shuck is going to be a really good pick. Yep. Whereas everyone that played in Chaos 1 had no idea. It's actually perfect that way.
Look at him. He's hugging the girlfriend. He did it. He did it well.
He did very well.
My goodness, he did well. Hugging the mom.
The Bears.
So you said
congratulations to Tyler Shuck on every level.
Yeah,
right.
Tyler Shuck.
My goodness.
Especially the mom. Great mom. Right, really supportive.
Great mom.
Right?
Yep. Yeah. Very supportive mother.
Very talented.
Yep.
Hey, do you know one thing about all this that I want to say is for Billy Muzio.
Are you fucking with me? What? You don't know how to pronounce his name?
Is it Muzio or
is this
Muzio?
a troll? Are you trolling him?
Is it Muzio or Muzio?
Well, he'll listen.
What is it?
No, throw it to the desk. They've been asking to go. They have projection.
We have a colossal trade. So let's do the trade, and then you can finish pronouncing his name. The Bills have traded up. 41. They gave up 2 seconds. We picked at 56 and 62. When we were doing the mock, we looked at D-line and O-line. They gave up 52 and 62 and 109 in the fourth. They come up to 41, so they came up 15 spots. And they gave up a third rounder, pick 72 and 240. So 56, 62 to come to 41, 72. The Bills are now on the clock at pick 41 in place of the Bears. The Bears just dropped back 15 spots, so they still have 2 more darts.
What is it?
They might miss out on Caleb Johnson.
Is it defensive tackle?
Is it MG, Mike Green?
Here's the thing, man.
They tried with Von Miller, Joey Bosa.
Does Brandon Bean want to go up to the media tonight? And here's the question: you want to get Mike Green? You want sacks? You want all that? Oh, it is
Alexander.
It's Will Johnson.
It's Will Johnson.
It's got to be Will Johnson. I actually had in my mock Will Johnson for the Bills.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Here's the thing: Mike Green has to go at some point, unless what they know about the allegations against him, the 2 separate allegations against him, once at Virginia, once in high school. that there's legs to him. And we know that the NFL security departments look into this and look into this. The farther and farther he falls,
Pick his name. DJ Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
so they go defensive tackle. They needed it. They needed it. So that's where they go. I'm surprised they didn't go
Alexander. No.
or Norman Lott.
Norman Lott. We talked about Norman Lott. There's a lot of edge. I mean, there's a lot of edge rushers too. Like I know they need a partner for Ed Oliver, but Edge could have had legs as well. I know there's mumblings of Vanessa on the way out next year. So
No, man, I'm not
Bills-
sure. Cody, I'm not sure that these security teams in the NFL came up with very positive input. Like,
Yeah.
if we were talking about that guy as a player, he would have been gone in the first 15 picks of the draft.
I think so too. All right.
But I can tell you that according to the Podfather's big board we have displayed here on the live stream, best available right now, Will Johnson. Second best available is Nate Green.
We have your big board
Here, so it's on the ticker.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's the
goodness!
ticker. Yeah.
Dude, look at us.
And
Look
then-
at us.
And I misspelled Shidor Sanders.
Okay.
But
Shitter?
Shidor,
Is it shitter?
yeah, I did. I have the bottom line is,
He's kind of going down the shitter.
unlike others, I still have Shidor Sanders well down the big board. He's not best available yet. We'll let you guys know. We'll let everybody know when Shidor Sanders is best player available. He is not the best player available yet, according to my big board on PlayerProfiler.com. And it is time to
Wait.
send it.
Before we go to the projection desk,
Yeah, the projection.
okay, because I want to hear from
And
him.
from the
But-
Billy Muzio.
Is it no? What is it?
Billy Muzino?
Hey, you go on record. Is it Billy Muzio or Billy Muzio?
Muzio.
I go Billy Muzio. I
Okay,
just go
so
I don't
Billy-
overthink the M like you are.
Okay, so Billy Muzio.
Right.
Let me tell you two things about this guy, okay, that I didn't know before today. One, well, I did know this, but I did not know what in it. Like, I knew he's a good cook. I did not know he's like the most impressive cook I've ever met.
He's an incredible cook.
everything he cooks. Like, he made
Carne
me.
asada tacos.
He made me
die for.
He made me a burger today. I
Dry
told him,
rub wing.
That's one of the best burgers I've had in my life. Yeah, like the wings he made today are one of the best. And I also want to say that he has this cider or no, this whatever,
Good
this
life.
hard seltzer. Good Life.
The Good Life. That's his brewery.
This is his brewery,
The Good Life.
and it's
You can order it online.
it's amazing. He's told me that you can order online. I'll be ordering some from my house, but it's called Good Life. And the one that I would recommend is this white peach lemonade hard seltzer. It's amazing, but even better, he's great at projections. I can't wait to see what he says about Tyler.
Let's bring these boys in.
It's Muzio, you schmuck. Just kidding. Thanks for all the lovely, kind words over there, other than not being able to pronounce my last name. It's okay. I'm used to it. Playing U Sports my whole life, they pronounced it differently every single time
Muzio.
I was on the field. I mean, the only correct pronunciation, actually, like every Italian and Sicilian's probably rolling in the grave right now, because if you're over the pond, it's Muzio, but no one says that way here in America. We all say Muzio. So Billy Muzio is the name. We're gonna jump right in because there's a lot of positional players here that just hit the Excel sheets. Bradley and I are getting freaks in the sheets over here.
Freaky in the sheets.
And Travion Henderson, this was a tough one because Ramondre Stevenson's still here, although he does have some fumbling issues. Vrabel's not going to handle that here with the new offense. So we do have this as a pretty even 50-50 split for right now. We got a 39% rush share for Henderson versus 38 for Ramondre Stevenson. That's about 190 rushing attempts for Henderson. It gives him about 820 yards. They did improve the offensive line a little bit this year, but we're still expecting it to be below average. It gives him about 6.1 rushing touchdowns on the ground. We do expect him to have a little bit of damage in the air, but also probably splitting some of that time as well, because Stevenson's also very capable in that as well. So 7% for each of them through the air. 39 targets, 29 receptions here for Henderson. It gives him about 206 in the air and another 0.7 reception touchdowns. So when we look at the overall ranking here, we got them pretty close to each other. We got Henderson at 28, and we got Stevenson in that route running back 30. Bradley has him slightly lower than I do, but this is kind of that 1A, 1B, lightning and thunder. think they're going to be having a little bit of a hot hand approach between the two backs on a week-to-week basis. And if we see Ramondre Stevenson fumble, then we might see Travion Henderson just kind of take off with the role.
Look, this is the draft capital we wanted to see for Travion Henderson early day 2. The Patriots, not a great landing spot. The offense has certainly improved. You couldn't get much worse than how you were last year. And Drake May got his protection at the beginning of the first round with Campbell, the offensive lineman. So there's improved protection, improved scheme. Henderson, as Billy mentioned, there's been issues with Ramondre Stevenson fumbling. There were times where Antonio Gibson handled the majority of the work share because Stevenson couldn't handle the ball. And Mike Vrabel's not going to put up with that stuff. Vrabel, if we remember, he leaned very heavily on Derrick Henry. The Titans team shifted to a more mobile team where it was Henderson, it was where it was Tannehill, and it was Henry. And I think that it's going to eventually be Drake May and Travion Henderson with a sprinkling now of Ramondre Stevenson. Yes, they did extend Stevenson last year, but that's a very fragile situation. Henderson does fall outside the top 24 in season-long projections, but there is a pathway for him to be a mid to high-end RB2 if he gets more of the share than we're projecting.
Let's roll on over to the Bears trading there to get Luther Burden. This was just a little messy, to be honest with you. We were talking yesterday just
frustrating
about how crowded this wide receiving core and tight end room is, as well as, very capable pass catchers. We got kind of robbed from everybody a little bit. I mean, DJ Moore saw 1% tick down. Rumadunze saw about 2% tick down. We saw Omi Zacchaeus get, nerfed in half. We saw Duvernay even get down about 1%. We had to adjust the tight end slightly a little bit more, but we were able to get Burden in about 14.5% target share. That gets him about 83.5 targets here for his rookie campaign, 54 receptions. We're looking about 624 receiving yards, and that gives him about 3 in the air, 3.3 to be exact. Bradley and I are pretty on the money on both of these. We're talking about looking at the comparison between the numbers, and I had him as wide receiver 76. What were you, 77, 78?
Oh no, that's much higher. Hold on. Let me refresh. Is that it should be about wide receiver right below Egbuka. So wide receiver 60 for me.
So we're a little bit different in our projections here. We're going back and forth with the numbers, and
it's hard to massage. Like, essentially we had initial projection for Luther Burden and in like an ambiguous landing spot. But when it comes to fitting him in with the Bears, it's clearly telegraphing Keenan Allen is not back. The Colson Loveland pick is still reverberating from last night. We were trying to get Loveland shoved in to this Bears offense, and that was difficult. And then you add a Luther Burden, so you can't have a lot of optimism as for Burden to break out. You already have Rome Odunze as a top 10 pick last year. You have DJ Moore, who is the number 1 wide receiver. You added a first round tight end. You got a second round wide receiver.
Yeah, keeping in mind, there's only 152 available targets in this entire offense. So
it's
you add a
very
round 1
hard.
tight end, like you said,
Yeah.
a round 2 receiver. There's a lot of ways that this pie has got to be cut up. And
Cole Kmet is still there.
I don't know if they're going to pull a Jesus here and be able to feed a village with what they have. But
there's only so many loaves and fishes to go around.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to be able to see it here with the Bears offense.
Do you want to talk about Shuck for a second? Because
Yeah.
he went off the board. New Orleans Saints draft the 3rd quarterback, Tyler Shuck. And if you've been paying any attention at all, Shuck had been chatted up as one of the top quarterbacks in the class. Yes, he is going to be 26 when the season starts, out of Louisville. He put up good speed. He didn't rush a ton in college. His player profiler comp is Davis Mills, which works out. Mills was a day 2 quarterback, and we think about what Mills put forth on the table for the Texans when he was the starter. He was meh. He did the job. He got the job done. And this feels like just a patching. This feels like a patch move outside the top 25 of quarterbacks. We do project that Shuck is going to start the majority of the season with this Derek Carr ambiguous shoulder injury. We're concerned that Derek Carr may not even be on the team. There were rumors from Diana Rossini that he's just trying to force himself out. The Saints had to make a plan at quarterback, and the plan was not Shedeur Sanders. It was Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, and that, as we are projecting him to start, we're still being fairly conservative. We don't want to give him the entire 17 weeks, so we're giving him 13 weeks to start. That gets him just under the 3,000 yard mark. Like Bradley said, late 20s rankings, early 30s in the quarterback rankings. I think we got to see how this shakes out. But if you had drafted Shuck inside of your fast drafts, you're looking pretty good right now.
Well, let me pull it up. I'm pretty sure I took a lot of Shuck. You want to stall for a second? I think Mason Taylor just went off. We haven't put him in the projections yet, but the Jets get a tight end.
Yeah, so it looks like Mason Taylor comes off the board here to the New York Jets out of LSU. We'll start working on those projections. In the meantime, let's kick it over back to the main desk so Bradley and I can get typing down these projections.
Sanders ranked as his number 1 player.
Oh, boy.
We're back, and we need to talk about Dynasty Deluxe.
If you play in Dynasty, you need Dynasty Deluxe, our premium package for Dynasty Leaguers. We rank over 300 players, updated every week, all year long. And there's a win now mode and a rebuild mode with Superflex and tight end premium controls. And a Dynasty League sync where you can say, sync down all of my sleeper teams, all my FFPC teams. And then you can browse around your leagues for who has needs. And then you can use our trade finder to see what kinds of trades are happening in leagues that are similar to the one I want to do. Then you can analyze trades using our trade analyzer, which balances the lifetime value, which includes pick values out to like 2028. All of that plus the rookie guide, $25 value is included. So if you're just in one Dynasty League, Dynasty Deluxe is well worth it. And use your host's promo code, and you can bump up to All In and get $25 off.
Okay, what do you want to talk about now?
Mason Taylor and the glorious job that Rick Spielman and he's the senior personnel guy. Who's the GM now for the Jets? Anyway, Armand Membu in round 1 and Mason Taylor in round 2 is and always was the process. It was the right process not to go Tyler Warren at 7 and then come back and take tackle in round 2, because as you guys are maybe seeing right now, tackle is not great in round 2. Yeah. So they go Armand Membu, close the bookend, and then they come back and get Mason Taylor, who many have as tight end 3.
We got Rahul here with an update. So the Cowboys are going to be selecting Donovan as Raku here. The slide ends, and what a great solid player. Of course, Cody, we did not get any availability with the Jets this year as far as their coaches and GMs, but I'm reading it as Darren Moody. Yep. So as Raku. His fall ends. A guy that everybody had as early as 19 to the Bucks. Undersized, Boston College, just all juiced sort of player. But I think we have other fantasy things that we need to discuss. So back to Mason Taylor, whatever else.
Well, I think we're going to talk about it. It's a tight end, so it's not the funnest thing to talk about, but it is the third tight end off the board. And in this conversation, we see Mason Taylor and Elijah Arroyo. Many love Harold Fannin from Bowling Green, who had 1,400 yards this year and over 100 catches. But Taylor's the third tight end coming off the board to the New York Jets. They have Jeremy Ruckert on the roster. He instantly comes into becoming a starting tight end. And if you look at the receiving room even in New York and with Justin Fields, you can actually, I'll be interested to see here in 5, maybe 6, 7 minutes with the projection desk. Maybe they talked about it. I might have missed that. But Mason Taylor's projection for target share in year 1 with the Jets, because, and again, we still got 5 rounds left. They could take a receiver or 2, but it's like Alan Lazard, Malachi Corley outside of Garrett Wilson.
Well, I mean, Matt, what do you think? Jason Taylor's son.
Yeah.
His mother is
Zach Thomas.
Is Zach Thomas's sister.
I thought you said it was Zach Thomas.
I was trying to finish his sentence because
Talk
this guy,
ab-
wait, this guy,
talk
no,
about-
this
talk
guy has
about-
Wait, are you saying this guy has an AFC East pedigree?
Talk about NFL blood. Oh gosh, talk about NFL bloodlines.
Yeah, he's got an AFC East pedigree.
It's just and it all comes full circle.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's great. I mean, who do they have? I mean, the ultimate sort of sucker play every year.
Dude, he grew up hating the Jets. Hating the Jets.
Well, that's now they're paying millions of dollars
Yeah.
for him to not hate them.
I'm not sure he's going to hate him anymore. He's going to hate those
This
state and city income taxes, I'm sure.
Well, will he be the most productive tight end in this class?
in year one.
He's going to
Well,
to
no,
a place-
it
they
just-
didn't
it
draft
just-
another
no.
receiver yet. They
No.
just have Garrett Wilson.
we have
Big deal. Conklin. Like
No.
every year, everyone's like, "Oh, Conklin, he's athletic. Conklin,
No.
he's going to get a bunch of targets," and he does. Conklin does give you that 9.5 fantasy
He's
points
not
per
going to be the
game
most
every year.
productive.
But he is always that guy that the best ballers are looking at late, and he never quite delivers. Now they have, I mean, their
Aren't there still
third best option after Brees Hall, and if Brees Hall gets traded, then he's their second best option.
Aren't there still a couple of spots left for an Elijah Arroyo that could maybe be better than Mason Taylor to the Jets? Maybe Elijah Arroyo to the Chargers.
Well, because now the Jets they could draft a third round receiver. That's very possible. Okay, so they draft a third round receiver. But is that guy? Are you really worried about that guy being a big target earner? Not really.
That's the thing. Is
So
like
now
what-
it's you just run the numbers, and there just isn't anybody behind Wilson.
I don't-
and someone has to catch those passes.
I'm not sure the Jets are going to do that when they have got these kind of third round. I forgot where Malachi Corley went, but it felt like he was he third.
But
Like, they
Loveland
kinda
is
have-
in target hell.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
Tyler Warren is doomed until the team finally moves on for Anthony Richardson. So
We got Rahul here. So we have
JT
so we have JTT going to the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
So JTT, what's his? How do you say his last name?
Tuimoloau.
How?
I don't know. Tuimoloau.
Tuimoloau.
aloha.
A guy who towards the very like coming into the draft, a guy who was getting first round steam. JTT. He could play edge. He could play off ball. Super awesome. Just I know people hate it when I talk like this on these streams.
Well, can we just go back to the tight end position because now you're talking about a defender not many people care about. So
Let me just say this about JTT. He's going to be great in the community.
is he?
Yes.
I liked him. I had him
Like-
high. I had
like-
him high up on
like-
the big board. I had him going
Dude,
first round of my mock.
dude,
I like.
he's gonna be a guy that he's gonna be a guy that comes in and is like one of these dudes who's like everybody loves him.
It was a good pick.
Yeah.
It was a great.
Yeah.
Some
Okay.
teams, most of these teams are doing really good. But now
Back to
we're
fantasy.
now we're in this weird world where Arroyo is in play to be the tight end one from this rookie class.
What?
And Mason Taylor. He and Mason Taylor could be the top two highest producers in fantasy from this class in year one. That's the world we're in.
over Colson Loveland.
Colson Loveland's not going to score any points.
Yo, dude, Colson Loveland.
Didn't
is
Colson
awesome.
Loveland go to the Bears? Didn't they just
I love your
draft
generalizations.
Luther Burden?
I love the generalizations of just like
Dude.
Jerome Ford's gonna get touches. Ramondre Stevenson's not gonna touch the football.
What do you mean? No. What I'm saying is it's not that big of a difference. This idea that Henderson's going to a committee, but Judkins is going to get all the work. That's not how it's going to shake out. That was my point. It's going to be they're going to share touches in both backfields, and you might be pleasantly surprised with the touch share that Henderson gets, and it's you may.
Yeah.
Especially in the first few
No,
weeks
I-
of the
I got-
season,
I get
be
that,
frustrated
but-
by the touch share
I
that
was just-
Judkins
I-
gets.
I get
That's
that.
very
No, I-
and those that draft Loveland and Warren are going to be incredibly frustrated by the lack of targets and the lack of usage. And meanwhile, you had a Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor is a good tight end prospect. Yeah, he's not the most athletic, but you could also argue that Arroyo is the equal of those two guys that were drafted in round one as a receiver.
Let's not forget that the expectation for the Loveland and Warren stuff is to try to get to that Bowers bar, which is 1,000 yards, which is very rare at the tight end position. And the expectation for Taylor and Arroyo coming in is not that. So, yeah, they're going to come down, but they're still much better tight end prospects. They're still going to garner and earn those targets.
We got to talk to the projection desk about this because their situations are so abysmal. They've gone to target hell, both of them. Is worst case scenario. You can't ask for a worse situation.
We got another tight end off the board before Elijah Arroyo. The Los Angeles Rams have drafted Terrence Ferguson.
Oh my God. T. Ferg goes ahead. T. Ferg.
He's now in play to be the number 1 tight end.
T. Ferguson goes ahead of Elijah Arroyo. Are you kidding me? And I say Arroyo because that's what he says. He likes his name pronounced, not Arroyo, like the Spanish word for ditch, right? That's
by the way,
T. Ferg.
T. Ferg.
You love it.
We did get a request in the chat about 5 minutes ago for a full-length show of Alex pronunciating names.
Well, Arroyo.
And no, a full-length show of just Alex doing name pronunciations.
Well, I'm not sure that I can. It would be a great show until we get to the Pacific Islanders. That's where I have trouble.
All right, so the Cardinals are on the clock.
Hey, dude, T. Ferg ahead of Elijah Arroyo?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Why not?
I comped him to Josh Oliver, and I feel like I don't like the comp because I feel like it's
I kind of think this is. I love Terrence. I love Terrence Ferguson.
I think he's going to be a great pro.
But dude, if I was an NFL GM,
Arroyo was banged up. He's been banged up,
dude. You're going to take Terrence Ferguson over Elijah Arroyo?
Terrence Ferguson's an athlete. Terrence Ferguson can play football. Sean McVay knows this. Terrence Ferguson is now in play to be the tight end 1 from this class.
Dude, here's the thing about Ferguson. Super tight end 1. That's not going to happen.
No.
But he's super solid.
Yeah.
And
he's in a much better situation than Loveland and Warren, who went to hell. They went to fantasy hell.
Warren especially, right?
Both. Didn't the Bears just draft Burden, or did I miss that?
Hold on, wait. You think Colson? You think that they're going to spend pick 10 on Colson Loveland and he's going to fantasy hell?
Yeah, this is what teams do all the time.
Matt, you haven't watched enough Colson Loveland this year. You haven't. He's a weapon, man.
I know he was a weapon. Like David Njoku was a weapon. Didn't break out until age 27. And that's if I'm picking players that actually broke out from that class. I'm not hitting you with OJ Howard.
Well, to invoke OJ Howard's name is actually a very good. He's
a first-round pick,
right? No. That's actually a very good point that he's making. To invoke the name of an OJ Howard, like that's a great point, right?
So I just want targets, man. Just give me the targets, please.
What I would say about Colson Love, but Colson's he's different than OJ Howard.
But you say that, but I can't project tight ends with the same kind of certainty I can project some of these other positions.
Yeah.
Well, why not?
Because they play 2 positions in one. It's a much more difficult position to play.
That's the thing is Colson Loveland doesn't.
That's why it's actually harder to project quarterback and tight end.
Project Colson Loveland.
Those are complex positions to play.
Colson Loveland as a slot wide receiver.
I thought Burden was their slot wide receiver.
Exactly, and that's why Burden, Loveland, all this stuff. It's weird.
It's not weird. It's hell.
Okay.
Best player available is now off the board. The Arizona Cardinals have selected cornerback Will Johnson. Monty Bossenfort does it again.
Fine.
The boss.
What a great
Walter
pick.
Nolan and
Dude,
Will
what a
Johnson.
great pick.
Bossenfort.
Dude, what a great pick.
Walter and Will.
The best available player on the Podfather's board, on
Just
the Player
take him.
Profiler big board.
Just take him.
Just take him.
What that is awesome.
Why did he fall so far again?
injury.
Yeah, he's got a knee injury question mark, and people
and
questioned his speed.
Did his knee fall off?
No, but it apparently it's one of these kind of it's not like a Tajay Spears, but it is a it's look, and let me like say first off, right? I am an orthopedic surgeon, okay, and I do know so much about this stuff.
I'm about to go see one for my rotator cuff.
No, I'm totally kidding. I
won Top Golf with a torn rotator cuff.
I know nothing about this, but what they're saying is that this injury is one that's kind of degenerative, and
they say that all the time.
Yep.
They always say that.
Who is they?
They said that Tua had a degenerative brain condition. He couldn't take another concussion. Then he took like 3 concussions that season, and he came back and played.
Well,
they say this all the time. These guys have back injuries they can't come back from, and then they're back. They have foot injuries they can't come back from, then they're back.
I think that
Remember, Steph Curry didn't get drafted because he had a degenerative ankle condition, and then he became the
the Timberwolves took Johnny Flynn over him.
NBA MVP.
Okay, it's totally
because he had degenerative ankles.
Totally fine.
Okay, they figure it out, dude.
Maybe we should get Dr. Jesse Morse on the show.
Or Dr. Matthew T. Kelly.
I'd rather have my wife on the show than that guy.
Well, who knows?
Let's kick it to the projection desk. I want to hear their take on the tight end situations that are playing out.
What about the Raiders? You want to wait or no? You want to send it?
Did the Raiders pick?
Their pick is in.
The pick is in
for the Raiders.
Why don't we let the projection desk talk to us about tight ends
right.
and talk to us about why the first round tight ends are not going to score the same number of fantasy points as the second round tight ends? Maybe that's my take. Could be wrong. Probably wrong. But let's ask them and see what they think.
Hey guys, we're here in the projections desk. We've gotten 2 tight ends off the board. Mason Taylor with the New York Jets. We're waiting for a wide receiver. The Jets had a lot of open targets still to be claimed. And we recognize that, yes, tight end can there's been rookie year production for these tight ends. We still had to be conservative with Mason Taylor. We did like his athleticism. We did like that he spiked last year in college, but we were only able to get Mason Taylor up to about a 10% share of the targets, which is not going to move the needle tremendously. We have Mason Taylor as about the tight end 35, about tight end 35. So when it comes to selecting players who might break out in 2025, Taylor's not at that spot quite yet. There's certainly opportunities. There are limiting factors. Justin Fields, we know, doesn't like to throw the ball a ton. That's how the Jets are going to run the ball down people's throats. And so we may look at Mason Taylor getting some blocking in. I don't know if we can get higher than about a 10% share. There's also Stone Smart on the roster, Jeremy Ruckert on the roster. Ruckert seems to have the inside line for majority of snaps, but Mason Taylor may get more of the targets.
We've also seen Justin Fields just kind of lock into one target so far in his young career, which we know that's going to be Garrett Wilson.
That Ohio State connection is going to be strong.
And then we have, Breece Hall, who's going to get his fair share out of the backfield. So I'm not loving the immediate impact right now for Mason Taylor. I think he has every opportunity to definitely step into that number 1 role as in the tight end landscape. And we do expect them to still take another receiver here because there's more opportunities in the receiving core as well for someone else to step forward or for them to
unless
draft
you believe
player.
Alan Lazard and Tyler Johnson are going to step up.
Yeah, or it's
Garrett Wilson and then it's nobody.
So, but besides that, we're not super enamored by the fact that Justin Fields is going to be honing into one target. And although we do spread around the targets as a pie, 10%, 55 targets gives us about just under 400 receiving yards and 2.4 touchdowns. So as Bradley said, he's got him at 35. I get him at tight end 32. We're both in the same ballpark, and we're just not crazy about it. But this is going to be a developmental piece more for Dynasty and probably year 2 here in the rankings. Let's jump on over to the next tight end that was picked here.
Terrence Ferguson, the LA Rams out of Oregon. Billy's land, Billy's home, Oregon.
Yes, that's right. I'm still wrapping up the projections, Bradley. Bradley got his done already. Why don't you
Sure. I have
take the lead right now.
Yeah, we looked at the tight end position for the Rams for last year. Tyler Higbee still coming back from his knee injury, only played a couple games. We have seen Stafford make these tight ends kings. And there have been games where it's been Higbee, where it's been, Colby Parkinson had his moments. The reality is that we may see a handing of the torch here in a couple years, but Terrence Ferguson, I was barely able to get him to 9%. I still think it's Tyler Higbee as the tight end 1 in this room. Ferguson, 48 targets, 33 receptions, 354 receiving yards, between 2 and 3 touchdowns is the projection. And that gets him outside the top 30. He's a little bit lower than Mason Taylor. The opportunity is just not there with 2 consolidated targets, not just Garrett Wilson. This is in the Rams offense. Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams should combine for at least 50% of the targets. That means that the rest of Kyron Williams, Tutu Atwell, Tyler Higbee, there's not a lot more of the pie to go around. And then you add in a Terrence Ferguson here. Jordan Whittington, Love is going to get shot. The truthers are hurting bad for Jordan Whittington.
Yeah, between the two, between Puka and Devontae Adams, Bradley said, I have him projected right now for a total of 54% target share between the two of them. 29% to Puka, 25% to Devontae Adams. And honestly, that 25% might be low for Devontae Adams, to be honest with you.
Yes.
This is going to be a pretty consolidated target tree. Kyron Williams still going to get his at 7%, if not higher, out of the running backs. Higbee, as Bradley mentioned, still getting his about 12%. So Ferguson lands at 8% of mine as well, about 43 targets. That gets him to about 275 yards, and it gets us about 1 score. So that puts him roughly in the tight end 40-ish range.
Yeah, lower than Mason Taylor.
Yeah, lower than Mason Taylor. This is the kind of the Luke Musgrave, Noah Gray range for us. But it's all subject to change once we see a little bit more out of camp. And if he's going to be working in more with the ones, then he might be eating into
Higbee by the end of the season.
Yeah, some of the Higbee starts. And so I think that there's definitely room for him to grow. I liked what he did in Oregon, like to see what he had. And I think that he definitely has room to blossom here inside of his position here for the Rams.
More of a dynasty pick than your redraft pick for Terrence Ferguson. This is probably going to get you into round 3 of your dynasty drafts. That's probably where you're going to get him selected. We're going to kick it back to the couch here in just a second. We want to hear from the couch, see what other picks are coming off the board.
See, you're doing great. All right, we're back on the couch. It's a crazy draft. Yeah. Not only is Shedeur Sanders not the first QB taken, he's barely the first Sanders. I would say that
he's not the first Sanders.
Not the first Sanders.
Yeah, he's not actually. Yeah, that's what it's looking pretty terrible here. Trevion Henderson is great pick right now for fantasy. The question is like RB2 seems more wide open than it ever has been, because you can't say definitively if it's Amari and Hampton anymore. You can't say that it's Hendo when you got Ramondre, who's probably going to take some snaps, but he's kind of turbo mega doo-doo,
Yeah, I'm gonna take Quinshon.
Yeah,
at RB2.
Yeah, I think that's the easy one. You know what? I don't think Shedeur Sanders he's not even the best Nepo baby. Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor's up there. He's the Nepo baby of the year. Congrats to him. I'm curious now as to some of these other receivers like Eli Gay-Manor, Jalen Noel. We got a lot of these guys with talent that consensus a lot of folks like, where teams like the Patriots are looking more and more like they slow play this and get another weapon at the top of the third.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be tons of talent available for them. And I think Jalen Noel would fit fantastically, especially since the other Jalen didn't really work out last year in Polk. I do want to talk about just real quickly, or at some point at least, with Tyler Shuck.
Yes.
Because as a Falcons fan, I'm over the moon with the Saints picking this pick, because I have been in agony this whole time just thinking like, oh my God, if Shedeur Sanders falls into the Saints' lap, it's just going to piss me off. But they get Tyler Shuck, a guy who's 1 year of college and didn't even get 4,000 passing yards.
And he's 7 days older than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it's just like
it's insane.
You're going to have a quarterback in Derek Carr who is potentially missing the rest of the year, and you're just going to put in a rookie. I understand 5 years, but a guy who has all of these injury concerns on top of not even having that great of stats in his final year of college. I just don't understand the pick.
And let's just say it, guys. He's old as fuck, okay? But let's talk about the good things about him. I love his mobility. Him and Ja'Cory Brooks had a really good connection over at Louisville. He's not a statue in the pocket. I love that he has accuracy and a good arm slot at multiple angles all over the field. He can make every throw. It's just he's probably already at his ceiling. So when you say to yourself, is it cool that we got a poor man's Bo Nix? And by poor man's Bo Nix, I mean, like, he's basically in his Uncle Drew years, guys, without even the fucking makeup. Yeah.
He broke his collarbone 2 times in the last 5 years. Yeah. So I guess injury is another concern for Tyler Shuck.
Age will do that to you.
Who dat?
That's what he's asking because he's so old and he has Alzheimer's already. We should have another selection here soon. Who's on the clock right now? Bengals on the clock. Ariante Ursary is another good one for the Texans. There was talk about him making it into the first round. He is a massive bear. Level of competition is something that I'm sure helped drop him down. He didn't blow away anyone at the combine, but the Texans really are trying to fix the offensive line issues. And I'm curious, since they got Ariante Ursary in the first, if they're going to kick they're going to kick who they drafted in the first round. Doing bad at my job.
It's all right. It's just it was another offensive lineman. Yeah. It's just another offensive lineman.
Well, and I mean, is it a guard or a tackle? I want to say it's Donovan Simmons. So I think they did get Donovan. Donovan Jackson, Ohio State, went to the Vikings. Wasn't him because they went O-line twice, right?
Either way, all we can. Oh,
they got to make him Egbuka. I'm wrong. Yeah.
For the Texans, no, they took Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay got Egbuka. But what we can say about the Texans, of course, is getting this offensive line. It's just going to help Stroud, and they already in this round traded up to get Jaden Higgins. They're trading up now to get this pick in the offensive line. Mm-hmm. They are upset about what happened last year for the Texans, and I understand they had the great playoff run, but they are a team that is a Super Bowl contending team when things work out.
Jeremy Tunsil as well.
Yeah, they are putting this offensive line together. They're making CJ Stroud right back up to being a top option. And I'm pretty excited for next year with this Houston Texans team.
Guys, the Bengals pick is in. So they select linebacker Demetrius Knight.
Good for them. Good for them.
Excellent analysis there, as always. I mean, it really they need all the help they can on defense. I know a lot of I was talking to the projections desk outside of here. When you have a good offense and a bad defense, that could spell for fantasy points, and that could mean that in a draft they're going to keep hammering defense. Mike Green falling is pretty astounding. Nick Scorton falling is another one. We got a lot of talent that's still on the board here on defensive side of the ball, including wide receiver. So,
guys, well, we have to give a shout out to South Carolina defense. Mm-hmm. 3 defensive folks were drafted in the last 10. Nick Evan-Murray for safety for Seattle, TJ Sanders, and now
Demetrius Knight.
Yeah, the Gamecocks, they're killing it right now in terms of NFL production. The Seahawks are on the board. It's possible they go offense. We do have to plug Fast Draft. It's been a minute, and we are looking at the Origins Chaos 2 tournament right now. So we're already filled the Chaos tournament. We're on Chaos 2. Bigger prizes, bigger entry, more competition as we're heading into the most important rounds of the draft for the fantasy relevant players. If you have any takes out there, Shedeur Sanders is sliding. So his ADP is sliding in this tournament. So make sure you go sign up right now at Fast Draft, and you can use the promo code DRAFT on the overlay. Or if you're remembering from yesterday, Couch Guy. Promo code Couch Guy, $100 first deposit match on Fast Draft. Go get drafting today. plant your flag on these rookie players.
And Couch Guy's $100 match deposit. We're gonna shut that shit down today because of marketing. So you better get in there, homie. Are we ready to go to commercial? And
Yeah,
then
let's kick it over to the Origins Chaos commercial.
Origins. Chaos.
Why does he have a logo by his name?
What logo?
A draft is beginning right now, but we do have a trade in the NFL. The Broncos are trading back. They're at pick 51. We are waiting for the Seahawks pick to come in. The Seahawks pick is in, but the Broncos, who are picking right after the Seahawks, are indeed trading back, which is weird because we kind of came in thinking that the Broncos were going to trade up for a running back, potentially Trayvon Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, and at this point they've lost out on both.
Yep.
And it seems like Caleb Johnson is potentially not their favorites, flavor of candy. The Panthers have traded up to pick 51. Again, we're still waiting on that Seahawks selection to come through, but there we go. Panthers will be on the clock here shortly. Again, Seahawks pick is not in, but pick is in. The last.
So here I am, guys. I got 18 seconds left on Fast Draft here. Pick the 104. So it goes Genty, Cameron Ward, Omari Hampton. I have to choose between Trayvon Henderson right now and Quinshon Judkins.
This is it. This is what we talked about. This is the moment of truth.
I'm taking.
Who are you taking?
I'm taking Trayvon.
Yes, I knew it.
That's crazy. I just took Quinshon.
As you should.
In the same draft. Well, and you would have taken Trayvon if I was taking Quinshon.
Exactly. That's why it doesn't matter. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Pick 50 is tight end Elijah Arroyo as he buries Noah Fant in Seattle.
Hold on. Elijah Arroyo good luck.
Buries Noah Fant. It is now JSN.
But
it is now
good luck to who? Good luck to who?
Puka Nacua.
No, good luck to Noah
Not
Fant.
Puka
But
Nacua.
honestly,
Cooper Kupp.
Honestly, good luck to anybody that's trying to draft him. Like, I'm not sure that this is going to be.
He's certifiably not the tight end one this year.
This is not the greatest place for him. It's going to be a lower volume offense. They already have slot receivers for days, so he's not going to get a lot of slot snaps. This is not great. I did not just.
Dude, Shedeur Sanders just went at the 111 of this draft.
That's the 109, by the way.
I'm sorry, the 109. People are taking him ahead of.
I think that's a crazy selection.
What are they doing?
It must be that could be an auto pick.
This is the chaos.
Could be a turbo.
This is the chaos. Maybe someone submitted a turbo mode order before the draft picks came in, before the Shuck pick came in. This is, the added element of the game that you can leverage if you're drafting live and you have all the information. That's why it's called chaos.
Yeah.
The Carolina Panthers officially traded up 6 spots with the Broncos. They went from 57 to 51, and then in the third round, the Broncos dropped back 10 spots from 74 to 84. They also flipped 111 and 122, and then 230 and 208. So a completely complex trade just to get up 6 spots here for the Panthers as the Broncos drop back potentially. Potentially they can still. If it's not Caleb, and it's like Sampson or RJ Harvey or something.
They're kicking the can on Caleb, huh?
They're kicking the can on running back. If they're not taking Caleb here, it tells me that Caleb's probably not going to be in the future for the Broncos.
But Caleb had that huge chain. Did you see the chain that he wore?
I did see that.
I couldn't even believe his neck looked so strong to be able to carry that chain.
Dude,
his whole neck and shoulder area. The guy's
Tyler Shuck goes off in the first fast draft app since then at the 2.04.
Maniacal.
Talk about value.
Did that go to you? Was that you?
No, that was somebody else.
Oh, good for them.
Cody's actually back up now.
We're drafting, baby.
Where'd Higgins go? I don't want Higgins. I want Colston Loveland.
What?
The Panthers have selected Nick Scorton, the edge rusher from Texas A&M. He goes here in the second round at the 51st selection to the Carolina Panthers, a team that traded away Brian Burns just a year ago to the New York Giants, a team that attempted to get Milton Williams from the Philadelphia Eagles in free agency, and they were outbid at the last second by the New England Patriots. They now land Nick Scorton, edge rusher from Texas A&M, a guy that they gained 20 to 25 pounds this past year because A&M wanted him to play opposite of Shamar Stewart with Shamar Turner on a perceived to be great defensive line that really didn't have that much production.
It was so funny, man, that Matt asked me beforehand. He's like, golly, they got Shamar Turner, they got Shamar Stewart, they got Nick Scorton. They must have been just getting after the quarterback, just play after play.
I was wondering that. I was like, man, Texas A&M must have been in the backfield constantly.
And they
wasn't the case.
And they weren't. Scorton had a better year at Purdue 2 years ago.
Absolutely, he did.
And I mocked him in round 1 because that was, one guy. I know it was a cock made me take, and I told you that when I did it. But I was right 2 years ago with Felix Anudike-Uzama, the edge rusher, King Felix
out of Kansas State.
From Kansas State, who was a problem.
Yep.
Scorton was a problem at Purdue, and we heard positive things through the pre-draft process during the pro day that Scorton was back down 20 pounds, and that all these agents, or not all these agents, but these the scouts had loved Scorton when they went there to go look at Shamar Stewart, and it was kind of a consolation. So there's that. Another edge rusher, Oluwatimi Oladejo from UCLA. The edge rusher goes to the Tennessee Titans.
The most perfect looking prospect I've ever seen.
Yes.
Whenever you just walk up on him, you meet him, you talk to him, and you say, dude, this guy looks like a statue of an Adonis.
I'm up here in round 3.
Those guys tend to go mid-second round.
And I'm going to go ahead and go.
Cody's up now. Cody's going Quinshon, Colson,
Kyle Williams.
Okay, so I've talked to the projection desk. There's no chance that any of these second-round tight ends will surpass Loveland and Warren in the year 1 projections. That was just,
a fugazi.
It was wishcast.
Desk is here.
Oh, the projection desk now. They want in.
Hey. We did finish Elijah Arroyo, and we also have an update. Tyler Shuck, not to toot my own horn, but here we are. Might as well fast draft. Tyler Shuck, 43% exposure on fast draft. Suck it, people.
Not bad.
Suck it long and hard. Okay. Anyways, let's get to Elijah Arroyo. We project a 9% share, approximately 50 targets, about 35 receptions, about 370 receiving yards, 2.5 receiving touchdowns. That gets him. Gets Arroyo to about 72 points in a half PPR scoring. So that puts him once again outside the top 30 of tight ends. Again, this is a long-term. This is dynasty pick. This is not an immediate impact type of pick.
Yeah, it comes in at tight end 32 inside the projections. Definitely a dynasty play. I mean, this guy's talented though. I mean, he's quick for a tight end. We saw a 4.6440. We saw an 87th percentile speed score. 6'5", 250-pound kid. I mean, this is actually, I actually like the pick here for Seattle, and I think that
the question for whether Arroyo was going to get second round or third round draft capital was his knee. There were questions coming in whether he was fully healthy, and this is confirmation that he's ready to roll.
Yeah, and I would say that this definitely, you looking at the team, this is going to be Noah Fant's going to start losing some of the steam he picked up at the end of the year.
Right.
I mean, they're going to transition into Arroyo.
AJ Barner's not going away.
Yeah, he's not going away, but I definitely think, I mean, as Matt said, none of these day 2 tight ends are going to overcome anybody from day 1 in the tight end position.
Right.
Those day 1 tight end positions are much more secure in terms of target share, team opportunity, not to mention draft capital. But Arroyo, in my opinion, right now, just from a landscape perspective, has probably the best chance to step forward in year 2.
I think so. Certainly you can see Cooper Kupp being moved on from MVS. There's not a lot of space. There is room for a tight end to grow in this offense. So look, this is a long-term play. The Seattle Seahawks need some playmakers, and Elijah Arroyo brings that athleticism where they may be lacking. It may be hard for him to get going at the beginning of the year as well, not only because of being a rookie and playing alongside Noah Fant, but Jackson Smith-Njigba and Cooper Kupp mostly play in the slot.
And this is the team that has the 4th most vacated targets. And there's 191 targets available for grabs in this offense. And yeah, they added Cooper Kupp, and now they just added a day 2 tight end. So those targets are going to gobble up pretty quickly, but there is enough to spread around between all the new faces here inside this offense.
Oh my goodness. This is very exciting. We love it. We love it. So we also love that, Tyler Shuck, 42% exposure. This is the way.
Bradley's over here getting a little excited.
I'm very excited. I am very, very excited about Tyler Shuck. It's great. It's great. But that's why you follow the news desk. If you guys don't know, go to playerprofiler.com/news, and the news desk has you covered. News desk has you covered for all up-to-date news. And you would have known that Tyler Shuck would have been one of the top quarterbacks in the class. There was enough drumbeat leading up to the draft where there were scouts and other people who were saying, assistant GM saying that, Tyler Shuck could be the quarterback 2 off the board. And the fact that someone could come out and say that over Shedeur Sanders, that is something that is worth looking into. That's why you follow the news desk, because we've got the goodness for you. Playerprofiler.com/news. It's one feed of news with videos inserted. Great analysis from our team at the news desk. Shout out to you guys. And we're going to kick it back to the main desk here in a second. Any reactions, any further reactions about the tight ends, especially Elijah Arroyo?
Yeah. Theo Carpentier is gone. We wish him all the best, but he did leave for us a great gift, the 2025 Player Profiler Rookie Guide. That's right. It is here. It is beautiful. It will help you dominate your rookie drafts this year. It features 60-plus player breakdowns, written primarily by Theo Carpentier himself, as well as our proprietary NFL draft grades and strategy and tactics for dominating your rookie draft this year. We have a composite rankings with Theo's rankings, Cody, John Lobb, Jagger May, and Jax Falcone. It's right there on Player Profiler. It's $20. You won't find a better draft kit. You certainly won't find a better draft kit value. So go get it on PlayerProfiler.com.
The Buccaneers made a selection. There's a cornerback, something we thought maybe they were going to do in round 1. Instead, they went to Emeka Egbuka. They go Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback from Notre Dame that was once viewed as a first-round pick.
You kept asking me. You're like, shit. We're doing our second round mock draft today on Rosterwatch today. You're saying, should I put Benjamin Morrison here? Should I put Benjamin Morrison here?
I ended up with the Packers at 54, which is
you ended up being right. Yeah, right here in the
ballpark.
I added Morrison as one of our best available players. On the right on the scroll. It was right on the scroll. It was scrolling a few minutes ago. We'll scroll it again. And now it's no longer correct because Benjamin Morrison's off the board. But anyway, that's what was there.
Is Mike Green still your best available?
Oh, God. Hold on. Whoa, dude.
Mike Green is my best available.
Wait, are we really seeing Mike Green?
I'll be honest, Mike Green would be pretty maniacal in Green Bay.
Here's the thing.
Mike Green and Shedeur.
Here's my take. If honestly, man, right now, if Mike Green hasn't gone by now, based on the player that he is,
he might fall.
It might just be the NFL's out.
Might just be that some teams have him completely off the board because there's too many question marks.
It might just be that they're out. And you talk about a guy.
Do you have him in your first round mock?
Yes.
Me too.
I had him at 15 to the Falcons.
I had him going to the Rams.
I figured Super Bowl winning GM Terry Fontenot would be able to go into the press conference and say, "Look, we've had our security team look into these allegations. They're fine. There's never been any criminal charges filed."
Well, come on.
It seems like now, these security teams have looked into. He's too good a player to fall this far.
It's crazy.
And I think what we're seeing, is that this is for. I'm not. It's all very touchy subject when you talk about these sorts of allegations, but it's like
that's what they're allegations. And here's the deal: the Isaiah Bond thing is kind of in the same conversation. You talk to some people and they say, "Well, dude, he's going to go." You can't let him fall out of the third or fourth round. And then you talk to somebody that actually is in the know, and they're like, he's not getting drafted. And you go, well, I mean, they had 2 weeks, but like the thing is, you don't realize it's like 2 weeks to get all the information about something is not a long time. It's very short. And in a window of the NFL draft, which runs, these teams look at these guys for more than 12 months. Sure. But when it comes down to it, you're literally within 2-3 weeks of the draft. The hay is all but in the barn. There's a couple small squares getting tossed, but it's almost done. and then all of a sudden you have something pop up. The difference is the Mike Green stuff has been out there for a long time.
Yeah,
That's the question mark that I have.
It's multiple allegations from high school and at Virginia. Now with Isaiah Bond, it's different because it just popped up
2 weeks ago.
Popped up right at the very end. And Cody, I think Isaiah Bond is a guy who for Dynasty we're certainly, thinking about.
Of course.
What you had written over on Orange Bloods in the last week or so was that you talked to some, like I think people would like to hear you expand on that as far as what you had heard.
Basically, I just talked to a source because the thing is, we both cover the Texas Longhorns for Orange Bloods. And when you go back a year to Tavondre Sweat, it was a big defensive tackle, 6'4", 362, that was, projected to be late first, early second, right? And he had keep pounding the table. He had a DWI 2.5, 3 weeks before the NFL draft, and the question was this enough time? Is this enough time to get clear and to get positivity rolling towards the draft for him to actually get drafted, or is he going to lose out on a round or 2 rounds? He got through that. So the Isaiah Bond thing is much different because it's much more severe. We'll just put it that way, right? Yep. And so I go out and I reach out to a couple of sources and I said, so, you got 2 weeks. What's the answer here? Is it doesn't matter? Is it, do they have time to clear it, or is it off the board? And he just said off the board, period, off the board. And that's just kind of that's sketchy because of, just purely, I'm speaking personally, and you talk about the Origins competition, the first Origins this year, dude, I had, I think 39% Isaiah Bond. Because I love the value you could get on Isaiah Bond. And he's a freaky athlete. He's a guy who ran 24 miles an hour. He's a guy that you remember from the Iron Bowl when it was Alabama versus Auburn. He catches that 30-yard touchdown.
The big catch in the Iron Bowl. Everybody knows. Even Matt Kelly, who watches only NFL and Harvard.
Big catch in the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, he's the big transfer portal wide receiver from Alabama that goes to Texas, and he's supposed to be the one. And Matthew Golden becomes the one, and Bond doesn't. And it's like, that's the dichotomy you're talking about right now is, yes, we're wondering about Mike Green. Mike Green's situation is similar to Bond's, and this is where we tie this thing together, is that Mike Green has these allegations that have been out there for a minute.
Serious
Isaiah
allegations.
Bonds have been out there for 2.5 weeks. And if we hear that Isaiah Bonds are potentially to say off the board, not getting drafted, Mike Green came out at the combine and kind of took on stuff head forward and was willing to answer questions, but he could still be off of boards.
But I'm not
He's
sure.
not off boards. Come on.
I'm not sure that
you can't tell me he's not off any boards,
dude. How is he? How is the guy that had 18 sacks gone?
He can't be off. He's not off boards.
You can't tell me he's not off boards if he's available at 55th overall.
Okay, we have a pick.
Is it Isaiah Bond? Okay. I don't know anything about Anthony Belton.
He was a great. He was like, the principal, Saved by the Bell, right? Mr. Belton.
The what?
Mr. Belton.
Is that a thing?
No.
Cody? Can you name one character from Saved by the Bell?
Screech.
Okay.
And the blonde guy is. I watched it a few times, and then Mario Lopez.
Yeah.
Right.
He's got all
What's the blonde guy's name?
He's named tons of guys.
I think it's Zach.
Zach. There you go.
Yeah.
And then the hottie. What's the hottie's name? With the great hair.
There were
the brunette with the phenomenal hair. The brunette with the phenomenal hair. Kelly Kapowski.
I think that might be right.
Dude, this guy knows.
Can you name one?
I think you're better than me.
Television.
Can you name one?
You're better than me.
Like,
golly. Like, what are we talking about next? Like, salute your shorts.
We got a wide receiver off the board to the Los Angeles Chargers.
A wide receiver,
and it is not Jalen Knoll. It is Trey Harris.
Trey Harris
from Ole Miss goes to the Los Angeles Chargers.
I'm gonna let Matt Kelly take over here.
Round 2 draft capital for Trey Harris, who over the course of the last month or two has
they inherited Quentin Johnson. Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh did not draft Quentin Johnson. Matt Kelly, do you have thoughts?
Quentin Johnston is dead. He's dead and buried. It's over. It's finally over. We can finally move on.
What a grody. Just a grody. Mike Williams, Quentin Johnson, and Trey Harris.
What do you mean?
Ladd McConkey's gonna freaking.
No, we know Ladd McConkey's going to eat, but this is the clear number
just
2 in this
disgusting,
offense in
just
the next couple of
gross.
years. By the let's say week 12, 13,
Dude,
it's going to be Trey Harris.
It was a limited sample size this year, but what was it, Cody? It's like 5.5,
5.15 yards per out.
yards per out run.
Yeah,
He's good.
Maniacal. He was the first read in all the Jackson Dart offensive.
He's a good
throws.
player.
Just what he was.
He's not that athetic, but like he's a throwback X receiver, a little bit smaller than the X receivers.
Good. Like he's a little bit different from you. He's a little bit different from your throwback X wide receiver, just because how good he is at the top of his routes with his stems. At the top of his routes with his stems,
He's perfect.
He's able I just saw an example right now on
He's a
on
perfect.
TV.
He's one of the more perfect route runners.
He's
a real great compliment to Ladd McConkey. They're going to have to be pick your poison situation.
Yeah.
But you put Ladd McConkey in that, YZ, slot flanker role and let Trey Harris play X. I think it's perfect. This is great. This is great for Ladd McConkey. It's great. It's a great spot. It's a great offense to land. And you want to land in a great offense that doesn't have a true number 2. That's all you could ask for. And you get the second round draft capital. If you're a Trey Harris enthusiast, which a lot of people in fantasy football, especially in the metrics community are, this is incredible news.
Let me ask you this. So now, who do you like more as far as dusty new veterans in the NFL? Between Quentin Johnson, who now has Trey Harris coming in, and Xavier Legette, who now has Ted McMillan coming in.
Wow.
Legette.
I think Legette is a little bit better, but Legette also has Coker to deal with.
Yes.
So I think Coker is going to get more snaps, more routes, more targets at the end of the year than Legette. So I think Legette might exit earlier because, see, Quentin Johnson still can have a role. Quentin Johnston, their plays will draw up for him. They like to get the ball in his hands, and those guys are going to linger around. He'll linger around the roster. He's going to have a couple weeks in DFS, whereas Legette could have no weeks. Legette could be a total 0.
We have a couple of picks that have come in, and the one included a trade. So the Bears came back on the clock, and again, we talked about the potential for a Caleb Johnson here. They need a running back. Ozzie Trapillo, 6'8", 305-pound tackle from Boston College, goes off the clock, goes off the board.
Who I just did my work on today, and I feel like he goes to the Bears.
He goes to the Bears.
So
he joins
so
Braxton Jones and Kieran
Omega-Deje. Number 70 from Boston College.
Correct.
Can he play left?
I think they're going to just try to make him play left.
He's a tiny bit of a waist bender, man. I'm not.
But Kieran Omega-Deje was a third-round pick last year from Yale that they tried. They're trying to make play left tackle as well, and they said that he was going to get more opportunity. We also had another offensive lineman go off with the next pick. The Broncos, who again we talked about. I got a pounding problem.
Hey, dude, we talk about like scouts come in and pound the table. You know the code.
Well, we have mics on the table. If we didn't have mics on the table,
hold your mic. Be a man. No. The Broncos trade down from 57 again. So they traded back down once already. The Broncos trade down again, telling us, hey, man, Caleb Johnson's not the answer for us. They go from 57 to 60. The Lions come up from 60 and get the mullet man from Georgia, the center and guard, Tate Ratledge.
Oh, I love
Hey,
Tate
all
Ratledge.
pound the table for that one.
Yes.
Hey,
So
we got
they
him.
moved up.
They got him.
Think about this, though.
Who got Tate?
The Lions. The Broncos dropped.
Oh, of course, the Lions got Tate. Dude,
Frank Ragnow.
That's just such that dude. That is such a Lions pick.
It's great.
They moved up 3 spots. Listen to
great
this.
pick.
I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but the Lions moved up 3 spots, 60 to 57. It was a 7th for a 4th flip.
Oh,
They wanted them bad, man.
3 picks. They moved up 3 picks and they give up 3 rounds.
Business up front,
a
party
round per draft slot.
Business up
That's-
front,
that's-
party in the back.
that's
dude.
large.
That's the dude. Hey, Tate is the man.
He looks good.
He is all football. And that's what these Lions want, man. That's what Brad Holmes wants. Is what Dan Campbell wants.
And the projection desk wants some airtime.
We do. We want some airtime because we're going to talk about Trey Harris getting added to the LA Chargers. He'll fit in the wide receiver 2 role pretty immediately, right behind Ladd McConkey, alongside Quentin Johnston. McConkey more so operating out of the slot. And then you can see big body Trey Harris win yards after the catch. On the outside, 6'2", 205, good speed, good burst, good strength. This is a dude that's going to fit in very well. We've seen now 2 straight years where Harbaugh has selected a wide receiver in the second round, and we have Trey Harris at back end wide receiver 4. So very much in play and a very interesting spot. The Chargers will tend to get into shootouts. This division is going to get into shootouts, and Trey Harris is going to be a big part of that. Large yards per reception guy that the Chargers are getting.
Yeah, wide receiver 50 right now in the projections, give or take a couple spots. We got him for 15% target share, about 82 targets. That gives him 53 receptions. Bradley touched base on the yards per reception. I mean, this is a guy that averaged 17.2 in 2024 and 18.2 yards per reception in 2023. Big playability here. We got him averaging about 15.8 here in the NFL. That's 836 yards in his rookie campaign. And that's going to give him roughly about 4.3 touchdowns. So we like the landing spot. This is when we're working projections. Like sometimes we got to massage these players into the numbers. We got to steal from everybody on the roster.
We got a massage in the sheets,
to fit them in. And this was one that we already had projected for a large portion of going to draft capital. So, I mean, we initially already had 13.5% of this target share already projected for this slot. He just slides right in. We bump the numbers slightly and we take a look in the peak, and this was an easy number to move in. So we like the landing spot, like the amount of targets that are available. I mean, this is an offense that has 167 available targets in this offense. And of that, we have 88 wide receiver targets alone. 27% of that pie is available just for the wide receiver position.
Yeah, slide in Trey Harris into the sheets. No massage needed. That's right. Trey Harris going to be a very strong fantasy asset right out of the gate. And we could be talking about a top 24 wide receiver here in the next couple of years. He's connected to Justin Herbert. The offense is going to be really good with Harris and Hampton. This is a team that's very dangerous and is equipped to win, not just because of the defense, but also with the offense.
Let's kick it over to the couch, see what they think.
What happens with Caleb Johnson?
All right, Couch, you ready?
That's couch. Jack Besh, baby. I'm hot and bothered. This is an ideal landing spot. Right now, I'm texting it to my fiance, and she's confused. For me, it's sexting.
I think it's actually pronounced besting.
Oh, it is besting. Thank you. I was just talking to Anon here, and I think that, I mean, this really opens up the offense. You got Bowers, Jacoby Myers can play at the Z and in the slot. And Besh is an excellent, versatile player who can win downfield, across the middle, strong blocker because he used to be a tight end. Yeah. So, and then what's really good is Chip Kelly has a creative chess piece now. So love to see it.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited about Besh. I had the opportunity to go down to the Senior Bowl this year, and Besh was definitely one of the more impressive wide receivers, especially in my opinion, just his contested catch ability. He was thrown in those situations time and time again, and as we know, Jalen Milroe is not the greatest quarterback, and that was the quarterback on his Senior Bowl team, and so he was put in those situations time and time again, and he kept coming down with the ball. Really, really rose his draft stock as a result of the Senior Bowl and gets a really good landing spot in Las Vegas without much target competition. I know that we respect Jacoby Myers. He's a good wide receiver. Brock Bowers is going to be the alpha, but Jack Besh is going to get 20% target share. I would honestly assume pretty close to that from a Geno Smith offense, which is, yeah, yards will be there. We're not really worried about wins, but yards will be there. Touchdowns will be there. And I like this landing spot a lot for Besh. I really do.
Another landing spot. I've been the biggest Trey Harris hater for most of the draft cycle. Yeah. But I think this is the ideal landing spot because he's coming in as a 2. He's going to a quarterback with a big arm, and he has a clear role. He's going to be doing what he's good at, which is winning downfield. They'll be able to move him in and out of the slot, as well with Lad McConkey, because a lot of people don't believe that Lad McConkey can play out wide, and he can. So Trey Harris is someone that I was going to be 0 shares, 0 cares. But from this landing spot, I am probably in as long as the entry point is reasonable.
Yeah.
So where would you put him in the fantasy spectrum?
Second round.
Second round?
Yeah.
So Trey Harris or Jack Bash?
Besh.
Besh out of the Harris for sure.
Even
I
with
think
Justin Herbert and Geno Smith?
Honestly, listen, I think what I'm taking away from the Trey Harris pick is Lad McConkey. I think I just want more Lad McConkey.
Yeah.
I really honestly do. I think if anything, this is just opening up the field for a wide receiver like him. I don't think Trey Harris brings the true, I guess, just target magnet ability that Lad McConkey has. He's going to take away some here and there, but really it's McConkey season in Los Angeles still.
Yeah, and the tight ends have dried up as well. That's something else we're talking
Right.
about is a huge need for them. I mean, Harold Fannin is something, but I don't know if this is the type of player that Greg Roman wants to use because he's not a great blocker. Luke Lachey is something. I mean, he really didn't test that much. He was considered the poor man's Loveland. Gunnar Helm, I think, is a Jake Ferguson of Dalton Schultz's. So, Ravens took Mike Green. The rich get richer. A very Ravens pick.
That is.
It was a very Ravens pick. Yeah.
Great Ravens.
So, that you can't keep getting away with this. Can we get Jesse Pinkman on right now?
Yeah. Not my house.
I didn't expect the full blown yell. I'm sorry if we blew out your audio. He's still going. And with that, we're going to cut to commercial. And
Are we?
No, we're not. I'm joking.
We still have. So I just want to say we've got 5 picks left, and we're still in the second round, and Shedeur Sanders is still available.
Shedeur Sanders is available, and it's really the wide receivers that I am interested in, and the teams that need them at the top. Because, like I said, Elick Ayomanor, Jalen Royals in the third round for someone like New England. Jalen Noel would be a very, very good Josh McDaniel Patriot type player. Yeah, so like I think that like if they would take him right at the top of the board, I think right now the Patriots would do a good job turning around the offense. We already know what Mike Vrabel can do to that defense. So I'm really, really excited for the third round, specifically for receivers. Kyle Williams is someone else is there. I'm not as big on him as others, but especially if you need a team that needs a good field stretcher, that's someone we could see go off the top of the board as well. Running backs, Caleb Johnson, still on the board. For everyone who's mad at me early in the season for not ranking Caleb Johnson highly, suck it. All right, that's all I got.
I just want to say there's a lot of running backs left, and obviously we're still maybe a few rounds away from this, but I am curious how the Michigan guys will fare. Khalil Millings and Donovan Edwards. I know that obviously if this was the draft from last year, they'd be pretty up there, and they've fallen some stock, but I think that
I don't think they get drafted.
Me, I know, and
They might be a tomorrow, like
I know this is like
round
I'm just gonna,
6 or 7.
I'm getting ahead of myself here. I understand that,
Guys,
but I am curious.
So currently the picks left are Broncos, Washington, Bears, Chiefs, and Eagles.
There'll be a trade. There will be a trade.
If Sanders needs to go in the second round, somebody has to trade for it.
Would Caleb Johnson fit for the Chiefs? That would be a good landing spot. I mean, he's a decent enough pass blocker. If they're really going like it's a copycat league, that could be their Saquon. And by Saquon, I mean like the Saquon you find half off at Kmart and then you throw it in the trash and then a homeless person finds it.
Chiefs had like
poor Caleb Johnson.
Chiefs have had him and Damian Martinez in the building as well.
I mean, this is a very strong running back class. As we talked about yesterday, I mean, we're expecting like 20 to be drafted. Right, so I mean, we've got
maybe round 3 is where like there's going to be a run of running backs.
Maybe
Tootin is another one.
That's a Virginia Tech. Yeah,
maybe, but I mean, I just
RJ Harvey
with it being as deep as it is, we're just pushing these running backs down and down and down. They're just going to
just more value, right? You don't have to pay them.
We haven't even mentioned Brashard Smith. We haven't mentioned Trevor Etienne. There's a ton of running backs available on this. What about Marcus Yarns from Delaware, a guy who lit up as
that's your guy, dude.
Drills. I love Marcus Yarns out of Delaware. This year's Ryan Flournoy at the running back position. There's a ton of these guys. So I think that there are great landing spots for these running backs available. I love the Chiefs call. They'll definitely be picking a running back at some point. What they used with Kareem Hunt last year, along with Isaiah Pacheco, even coming back from the injury, signals that they want 2 running backs coming in. So I think that is a fantastic landing spot to keep an eye on, especially as we do close out the second round. They will be on the clock at some point. I know they're prone to trades, but I could see one of the running backs, and Caleb Johnson, not a bad call.
I'll start and I'll let you take over from this one.
Scatterbo's still there.
Right, we're up.
Looks like the projections are ready.
Yeah,
Projection desk is ready for Jack Batch.
Oh yeah, Raiders here. This was we're not crazy about the talent, to be honest with you, but the Raiders have a need. So 174 available targets here on the offense here in 2025. And at the wide receiver position alone, it's 68, which account for 23.9% of those. We dive into the numbers here, and Betch automatically slides in between 8.5% and 9% target share. That's going to be 48.5 targets. Immediately slides in about 31 to 32 receptions, 31.5 to be exact. Betch did have, a fairly high yards per reception in college, 16.7 in 2024, 12.5 in back-to-back years in 22 and 2023. We're slotting him in here at 13.5 here for the NFL in year one. Gives him about 425.9 receiving yards, and that gives him about 2.2 touchdowns.
Yes, player profile comp is Josh Palmer, which, Josh Palmer, rookie year, 50 targets. Okay, and the Raiders need a lot in terms of open targets. And right now it's Bowers, it's Myers, it's Trey Tucker. Jack Beck is going to have to earn that wide receiver 2 role. That's not going to be given to him, but the pathway exists. He gets round 2, day 2 draft capital. And so this is a player that, showed out of the Senior Bowl, low breakout age, 22nd percentile breakout age, not great. And college dominator, only 56th percentile, 53rd percentile college target share. So he's not a target earner. Billy, you and I put him in about 8.5%, 9% target share. And that seems about right.
To who?
The pick is in.
We have an alert.
The pick is in.
We have an alert.
The Denver
pick
Broncos have
Are
traded
you
down
kidding me?
twice. Not just once, they've traded down twice.
Are you kidding me?
We heard it. We heard that the NFL
And we love this guy.
and we love this
with
guy.
the biggest quads we've ever seen.
5'11", 205.
I hate to do it because Cody's been pounding the table, but I'm going to pound it right now.
440.
We've been telling you to take him.
No. Oh, over Caleb Johnson?
RJ Harvey.
Oh my God! Our guy, dude. All right. So
Sean Payton's guy.
here's what we've been saying, man.
Sean Payton's Mark Ingram.
Every single day, man, on the Rosterwatch channel. Cody and I are live there every single day on the YouTube.
How much Harvey?
58%.
Like, I think it's
What is it?
it is at least
Oh, God.
it is at least
Second round, RJ Harvey.
I have at least 58%.
Oh, to the Broncos. Remember,
I have
it's gonna be a
I have
Marion
42.9%, RJ Harvey, 47.6%, Tyler Shuck, and 33.3% Jack Besh. Are you kidding me? Dude, here's the
running so pure.
Here's the thing. RJ Harvey is not only a between the tackles
Slasher.
kind of slasher,
slingshot.
Right? One cut and go slingshot. Like he's not only that. Once he gets to the second or third level, you can't catch him.
Dude.
You can't catch him. Your pursuit angles are no good against this guy. What was his 40 time? I don't know.
440.
Yeah. So, dude, this to me,
This is how the draft capital comes
Cody,
to fruition.
Can I just say this? Like, whenever you and I were talking about this every single day, and we said,
And his ADP was 55.
and we're doing these dynasty rookie mock drafts, and we get to the 202, and I'm like, I'm taking RJ Harvey, and you're like, dude, you're gonna be able to get him at the 309. You're gonna be able to get him at the 311. I'm in a dynasty draft right now. The siege from like the old Roto Grinders days, right? You guys all know Siege. But in the same league, we have Scott Barrett, we have Danny Kelly, we have Brett Whitefield. It's a league of killers, right? And I just today took RJ Harvey at the 20. I was picking at the 109 so at the 209, and I was like,
He's the 201 now.
I was thinking maybe he could fall even to the 309. And maybe right here, should I take Jaden Higgins? Should I take Jalen Noel? I'm like, no. I'm sticking with it. I'm taking RJ Harvey because we've done so many of these mocks where it's like, dude, once we get to 201, 202, it feels like you got to take RJ Harvey. That was with us thinking, Cody, that he was going to have 3rd or 4th round draft capital.
Not that he was going to be the 5th running back off the board.
And not that he was going to be RB5 and have 2nd round draft capital and go to the place that has the complete touch void.
The dream scenario.
Dude.
This is
it's a dream.
If you go back to 2017,
if you go back
to 2017 for that running back draft, it was Alvin Kamara that was the consensus 201. It's Sean Payton's offense.
This is a dream come true.
And I know he's not Alvin Kamara, but this is his Ingram. This is his Mark Ingram on Ingram on steroids. That's what this is.
He's much closer to Kamara. He runs a 4.4.
He's not close to Kamara. Kamara was not that fast. He's Mark Ingram on steroids.
He's not any of the guys.
That's his rule. What do you mean? You got to compare it to what Sean Payton once had.
You have to fast Pierre Thomas.
Okay.
Not Mark Ingram.
No, he's a
better receiver than Mark Ingram.
He's his Devontae Freeman or J.K. Dobbins.
He didn't coach either of those guys.
Why are we? This is my ultimate frustration always, is that we have to pick a player the coach used to draft.
Those are our comps. Devonta Freeman, JK are our comps.
Those are our comps.
No, those are the right comps.
Right.
Those are comps. Those aren't Fugaz just because the guy shared a locker room and a
right.
urinal.
No, I get it. But dude, this is massive, dude. This is massive.
This is incredible. This is big.
Projections desk is ready for RJ Harvey.
Yeah, RJ Harvey. Are you telling me
this was a pretty easy one, boy?
You've even talked about it on your show about on the Sonic Truth show,
right?
Where you've said that Cody has this massive exposure to RJ Harvey, all this stuff like this, like it like this is the reason why this all I didn't.
This is the apex.
Look. Even with all that being the case, I did not imagine a situation like this.
Yeah.
The only situation that I thought could have been better was like, the situation that I was thinking of would have been like maybe in the 4th round he goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And they don't take anybody else.
Yep.
Right. Dude, he goes round 2 to the absolute touch void.
I thought the best case was 3rd round.
I mean, that's kind of but we heard the NFL liked him a little bit more than the consensus did. And the consensus is obviously massively ahead on Caleb Johnson.
He had low pass blocking grades.
This is so this means that like we talked about 10 minutes ago, they did not want Caleb Johnson. They wanted RJ Harvey. That's a bold play.
It's a big statement. And if you've been listening to Cody and I on the Rosterwatch channel every single day,
that's been like the feature because the Keep Trade Cut. If you go look at Keep Trade Cut, who I think is a kind of a good consensus layer of where these players are,
it's just
he was like 55th.
It happened.
He was like 55th. So the Commanders also need a running back. Their pick is in. They selected corner Trey Amos.
Okay, Trey Amos.
It's about time he came off the board.
The Bears are on the clock now.
Bears are back on the clock. Before the Bears pick, let's bring in the man from the Dynasty War Zone to talk to us about this RJ Harvey to the Broncos situation. May I present
Memphis Young.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
We got Memphis. Are you kidding me?
So I had been listening to Dov Kleinman had been like the spoiler, and I had been watching, but he is on tilt. He is shut down, and you guys broke the news while I was in the green room that RJ Harvey went to Denver, my number 1 landing spot, and I literally threw up both the arms, and I was like, just hell yeah.
That's incredible.
Dead nuts.
Dude, RJ Harvey's fast. The guy, he does the things we want for fantasy. That's what's important.
And Memphis was right there with us at the combine. We saw it at the Senior Bowl, but man, I was right there with Memphis on the day of these running backs, and we we walked over there. I was like, Memphis, look at this guy's quads, and you know that Memphis Memphis is like a workout warrior, right? And like
he got a gym in his garage, man.
he takes a look at this dude. It's something else, man. Like this whole thing has been a giant boon for everything that we have in our best ball stuff, everything we have in our Dynasty rookie drafts that are pre-NFL draft. Amazing.
I don't want to, like try to be like the one upper, but I've got a 66.7% ownership share of RJ Harvey on Fast.
You found somebody.
There you go.
And it was such good value.
It is not like this was a secret. We talk about it on every podcast almost, talking about RJ Harvey.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy.
And he goes ahead of Caleb Johnson.
When the NFL, it is. We always talk about how, we don't care about the NFL, what they like. We have our process. They are still looking at something that doesn't matter anymore. But somehow, when their process aligns with our process, we feel really good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
I feel great. Memphis feels twice as good as I do because I have 33.3%. He has 66.67%. So.
I want to ask Memphis one question. I want to know, Memphis, you've obviously watched the first 60 picks here. Do you have a favorite fantasy landing spot so far?
I mean, it's got to be Jaden Higgins to the Texans, or I love Travis Hunter to the Jags. I know some people didn't love it. I'm like, the target competition is gone. It's Brian Thomas Jr. and we love it. I think that one was great. And then I like Jaden Higgins. Those are my two favorites before I heard the RJ Harvey news. I'm kind of interested about Colston Loveland, but I think the entire Bears outside of Caleb Williams took a huge hit. I mean, how many targets can they distribute amongst all those guys? But yeah, for me, my big two, Cody, were Hunter and Jaden Higgins.
Interesting.
Good quarterbacks, plenty of targets available. That's kind of what you're looking for. You're looking for opportunity.
No, I think he's right about that. I think that the Higgins, while it's weird that he has X receiver traits going to a team, one of the rare teams in the NFL that actually has a traditional X receiver in Nico Collins, it is just, focus on the vacated targets, focus on the Dell and the Diggs targets that will not be, Dell likely won't even play this year. We know Diggs is gone. So there's a lot there. Right. Well, what Dalton Schultz targets we worried about? There is only one guy that's commanding targets in that offense. So whoever you add is going to slot in as the clear number two, and the clear number two target earner is a valuable position for fantasy football. That's true for Jaden Higgins. That's true for Travis Hunter. So you have to like both of them, whether you like the skill match or the system scheme fit exactly. Right. I don't love the how they're going to, line up these guys at their particular positions. I think that there's a skill match issue, especially in Houston, but targets are targets, man.
Targets are targets. And, I think the thing is with these picks coming in so quickly, and I kind of know that you always forget it until like the night it happens, right? Like last night, I get to the end of that draft last night, like pick 30, and I'm like, yeah, Travis Hunter to the Browns, and it's like my brain doesn't register what actually happens. So the Higgins thing is one that I think will marinate, right? He was the first receiver drafted in round 2.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Yeah,
Michael Pittman, all these different things with the first receivers drafted, and yeah, like you said, in Houston, it seems weird, but it's like Diggs was there a year ago, Tank Dell was there a year ago. We loved them both. I was with Nico Collins. Nico Collins is going to pull that alpha coverage, and Jaden Higgins should theoretically still get 100 targets.
That's right. Hey, Memphis, I'm going to bring in the projection desk, John. I want you to talk to them for a few minutes while we get a drink.
Absolutely. Give me some Bradley Stalder in my life. A little Billy.
Hey, how's it going, Memphis? Good to see you.
Good to see
Billy,
you guys.
Projections desk.
Howdy, Memphis.
Howdy, Billy.
So, this was a pretty easy slide, and Bradley and I, normally we're doing projections. We have a bit of back and forths, but this one was pretty much on the money.
Yeah.
We slid RJ Harvey in.
Lockstep.
There's still some competition. You still have Audric Estimate, you still have Jaleel McLaughlin, you still have Tyler Beatty. But, those guys are just going to be taking portions or crumbs of this backfield. I mean, Harvey slides in pretty consistently at 40% of the rushing share. That gives him about 186.8 rushing attempts, 840 rushing yards, and about 5 touchdowns on the ground. We start off here about 6% target share, or 35 targets. Gives him about 26 receptions, another 173 in the air, and about 1 touchdown just under that in the air. I mean, this is a guy that we love on the stats, though, right, Bradley? This is a guy with 96 percentile 40-yard dash speed, 91st percentile speed score, 88th percentile burst score. Player Profiler's best comparable player is Chase Brown. This guy's not huge, 5.8, but he's got that BMI, as Bradley and I are talking about, 205 pounds. This is a guy that's going to get it done. And we liked him be able to slide in. This was, like I said, an easy projection. Bradley and I in lockstep on this, and we have him at RB31 and RB32 in both our projections.
Yeah, it's just outside the top 24, but there's pathway for him to push aside
exactly.
Audric Estime and Jaleel McLaughlin. McLaughlin was barely able to get into the 20-30% snap share last year and was a major disappointment in terms of what he could have been, what fantasy managers wanted. And the Broncos came out and in day 2, early, round 2, took RJ Harvey as the replacement for Javonte Williams. So Williams now in Dallas. Memphis, I know you were high on RJ Harvey, but he was not getting mocked as a round 2 guy. Was that a surprise for you?
Oh, absolutely. I would have loved the landing spot, even if it had been round 4. But the fact that it's round 2, it just tells you how much Sean Payton wanted this guy. And I know we don't do a whole lot of coach worship here, but we saw it last year with Bo Nix in that it's just a good offense. It's been a good offense for 20 years. It would be like Andy Reid. Andy Reid runs a good offense. The fact that he has Patrick Mahomes just makes it even better. But I like it when this is the guy, and this is be a great spot. I was looking at wanted to see his receptions. He had 2 20-plus reception seasons in college. Catches the ball well enough. We'll see how he is at the NFL level, but he's going to get the opportunity to be at least a featured part of the running game as early as day 1, and your guys' projections back that up. I'll be curious to see where he starts going in rookie drafts from a dynasty perspective.
I mean, we do have him projected behind Amarian Hampton for this year. We do have him behind Quinshon Judkins.
Behind
Travion Henderson, but still ahead of some of the rookies who haven't gone off yet, ahead of Tootin, ahead of Ollie Gordon. Scatabo we'll see where Scatabo lands. That could be interesting, but RJ Harvey gets the landing spot, not only the landing spot, but also the draft capital that you wanted to see. So he's going to be
this is definitely something I want to watch camp, right? Because as we said, 39-40% is a pretty modest rushing share here, given the other other competitors in the backfield. This could easily be 46-48%. And that's going to move him up drastically. I mean, we're probably looking at, RB24, RB23 range, if that's were to happen. So lots of realms of possibilities, and I should say outs if you're a poker player, for him to have more chances of success. And so RJ Harvey, got to like the landing spot, lots of opportunity to be successful. We just want to see it shake out a little bit more in camp.
Yeah, for me personally, I found it odd. Like if you guys are both a little bit of wagering type fellas, you might, throw down a 5 spot here or there. If I'd have told you through 2 rounds of the NFL draft, there were going to be an equal number of tight ends and running backs, what would you have said? You would have easily taken the running back side of that bet proposition, but we have 5 tight ends off the board.
I honestly probably would have guessed, this is a strong running back class, but I might have even said we're probably going to see more wide receivers than tight ends, but here we are.
Right. There's been a lot of bolstering both the short term and long term. I think a lot of teams are looking at the tight end class saying, they bring some athleticism. We want to shore up the offensive line. We need guys to develop behind guys who we have already. That's what we've seen in Seattle. That's what we've seen for the LA Rams. That's what, we even saw in Chicago with round 1, Cole Kmet, an established piece there in Chicago. And then you get Loveland as well. So for most of these tight ends, this is a succession plan. This is guys who can make some immediate impact, but also playing behind veterans as well and alongside them.
I think part of it tells me is that you're going to see a lot more teams get back to running more 12 personnel. They'll run a lot more 2 tight end sets. I think part of the reason why there was only 3 wide receivers in the first round after the last few years, we've seen as many as like 6 or 7. And I think the way that NFL teams want to do, I don't know so much about the Bears, but that makes sense. But how do they get all the wide receivers on the field? I'm fascinated by the tight end position because they didn't necessarily land in ideal positions. But I think if you're drafting the draft spots, I think the Rams are a great spot. They've been wanting a tight end. Let me ask you guys this, because you got the computers pulled up. Who is the most projected tight end for the upcoming season from like a best ball standpoint? Is it Loveland? Was it Loveland?
Yeah, Loveland took the cake. We haven't done just best ball yet. This has been projections for season long, but we had Loveland came in at
34.
Arroyo's
at 32. Mason Taylor's at 30. So they're all bunched together at about that spot. Ty Warren at 20 is higher, but that's mostly because there's not much of the competition. There's just there are established pieces, or there's uncertainty about the Jets, Mason Taylor taking that next step.
Yeah, Warren kind of slides into an immediate target share opportunity, right? And you have a quarterback who has struggled mightily in the NFL. And every time we see that, they lean in on their number one receiver and they lean in on their tight end. And so we're, as bad as Richardson has been, it might not be necessarily a bad thing for Warren.
And also maybe Daniel Jones.
That's what I'm going to tell you as an Indy native. Do not be surprised. Do not be surprised when Daniel Jones starts 10 to 12 games this year. Yep. And do not be surprised if he doesn't start the season. Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen have to win to keep their jobs. And I believe it was Anthony Richardson was statistically the worst quarterback in the league last year from passes of 0 yards to 10 yards from the line of scrimmage. Not good. And every quarterback, has had their statistical best season under Shane Steichen. Now, Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl with Kellen Moore, but he had his best passing stats and fantasy season under Steichen. So did Justin Herbert. So did Gardner Minshew. As a Colts fan and as a fantasy fan, a guy who has a lot of Michael Pittman Jr., a lot of Josh Downs, who is really bullish on Tyler Ward, I'm really hoping that Shane Steichen can do for Daniel Jones what guys have done for Baker, guys have done for Geno, guys have done for Darnold. Can we get that resurrection season that not only creates another bridge quarterback, but raises the value of those pass catchers? I just don't see it in Anthony Richardson. As a Colts fan, I wish I was wrong. But if you do like best ball super flex, I'm definitely taking late flyers on Danny Dimes.
We've got a question in the chat, Memphis. Would you rather have Quinshon Judkins or RJ Harvey? Just immediate reaction. How'd you answer that there, Memphis?
I'm going to lean Harvey because I think he's the better pass catcher and it's a better passing offense. So Sean Payton has always featured, whether it was Mark Ingram, Alvin Kamara, Pierre Thomas. I mean, the list goes on and on. Darren Sproles, if you're old enough to remember Darren Sproles. Sean Payton has a track record of featuring that position in the offense. We play in PPR, a ton of PPR. So I'm going to lean there. I think Judkins can catch passes. I just don't know that will necessarily be his role. I think he'll start off as somewhere like a between the tackles grinder. He earns his opportunity to catch some balls. He will, but I'm going to slight lean to Harvey based on the pass catching.
I'm going to confuse the hell of the listeners and say I'm going to go Judkins here. It's just based on the overall rush share available. And I understand that Judkins may not be as good of a pass catcher, but there's still going to be opportunity to pass catches in this offense. But we're looking at 49% of the rush share pretty easily here inside of this backfield, which is a significant increase. And we were just talking about Harvey to be getting to maybe 46, 47%. We had it projected for around 40. But, I mean, we're looking at a floor right now for Judkins in that 45 to 50 range. And that's going to get him, well over that 225 mark. And so I'd say just out of pure necessity and the available rush share for this offense. I mean, Yeah, that's subject to change. We have another running back maybe that's being drafted here that might mix in, or hey, they might bring back Chubb. But as of right now, day 2, moving on to round 3, Judkins for me takes this competition.
Yeah, we look at the depth chart for Denver, and Estime is not going to go away. He's not going to be a 0. He's certainly not going to, be the load carrier for the Broncos. We still project Harvey to do that, but he's not going to go away. McLaughlin's not going to go away. Like, those guys are still going to pester into the depth chart behind RJ Harvey, but it's only Jerome Ford. And yes, like, Cleveland likes Jerome Ford, but they started moving away from him a little bit more last year. So it's just Ford in that depth chart. So that's why, like, I think we're a little bit more confident in projecting a higher rushing share for Judkins and the Cleveland Browns offense. Do they have a quarterback?
I mean, sir, the family of Kenny Pickett would like a word. The
champion Kenny Pickett.
Exactly. Yeah, put some respect on his name. I mean, we're 3 picks away from another Cleveland pick. We got the Giants, the Chiefs. We know they're not going quarterback. Maybe they go Sanders. I think Sanders at the 2nd round was a good value. If they get him at the 3rd round pick, think about it. You guys remember when Conor McGregor fought Floyd Mayweather?
Yes.
Conor McGregor had nothing to lose, because if he got his ass whipped, he got his ass whipped by arguably the greatest boxer of all time. But if he won, then he beat the greatest boxer of all time. It's the same thing with Cleveland taking a shot on Shedeur Sanders. If he hits and does what people allege that he can do, and you've got him on a 3rd round rookie contract, you're money ahead. But at the cost of a 3rd round pick, if he flames out, you just go out and draft another quarterback next year, and you get the entire 2025 season as the sample. I think it could work out pretty good.
I think it's a great landing spot if they pull the trigger here. I mean, everyone keeps passing, but I think this would be a great spot for him to land here. Pick 3, round 3 to the Browns. He's not got a lot of competition. Yes, you got the elite Joe Flacco that you have.
Super Bowl champion Joe Flacco. They have 2 Super Bowl champion quarterbacks on their team. Bring it to Cleveland,
And
spread it around.
All you have to do out there is throw the ball 50 times a game like Joe Flacco. But
look, real talk, Flacco as the quarterback starter for Cleveland would be very good for fantasy.
For the pass catchers.
Yeah,
not necessarily the running game.
I don't mind. He's a pocket passer, and he will be able to get the ball down the field.
Yeah.
They're better.
My Jerry Jeudy shares would absolutely love it.
Oh, yes. All the way. Well, we'll see. The pick is in for the Giants. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock, and then it's the Browns. The Browns also have another 3rd round pick later on, but how far, if the Browns pass on Shedeur Sanders, how far will Sanders fall?
I'm looking. Maybe the Jets.
You can get the Raiders.
I mean, at this point, the problem that Shedeur's having is not that he's probably not worth a 2nd round pick. It's that you're not just drafting him; you're drafting his dad.
Yep.
And every Saturday after a Colorado game, there's going to be a media member that says, "Hey, what do you think about how blank team is using Shedeur?" And Dion is not going to shy away from sharing his opinion. And if you're a GM and a head coach, you just don't want to deal with that, and you're not going to deal with it.
Team is doing poorly. There's going to be, well, can you get Dion to be our head coach, right?
Oh yeah, that too. I didn't think about it. So, it's like, when you're really talented, you can get away with just about anything. But he's moderately talented. He's above average talented. But again, GMs just aren't ready for it. But we'll see. And if you hit on him, I also mentioned, it doesn't cost you much in draft capital. As cheap as he would be, let's say he comes in and just has a Bo Nix year, which would be a very, very good year for Sanders, right? Then he's on such a cheap rookie deal that makes cutting Deshaun Watson, even though it comes with a cap hit that's going to hit you over the head, you can afford it because you've got a rookie quarterback on a dirt cheap deal. You can take it on the chin the way the Broncos did, then come back the next year and you're back in business. That's the other upside if a Shedeur Sanders hits. So that's where I would lean if I was Andrew Berry. And it seems like we're all in agreement with that.
Yes.
So the pick is in for the Chiefs.
Okay.
The Browns are on the clock, so we will see. The other part is a quiet winner for the New York Giants is Tyrone Tracy. Tyrone Tracy is survived through round 3, Memphis.
And I'm looking to see if the Chiefs have another pick. They do. I think so far, if you're looking for running back winners, the Podfather mentioned Chase Brown, but so far Isaiah Pacheco's winning.
Yep.
So far Tyron Tracy's winning. So far Brian Robinson's winning. Now there's going to be but especially you know, Billy, and you too, Bradley. You guys both run businesses. It's the law of supply and demand. There's a demand for running backs, but there's such a bountiful supply that teams aren't rushing to the podium to feel like they have to get one, because you get to the point to where they're like all in a bucket. And if we don't get Tootin, we'll get Neal, and if we don't get Neal, we'll get Caleb Johnson. If we don't get this guy, we'll get. That's what's pushing down the running backs. It's not their talent. It's just that they're kind of all log jammed right now, and we need to run. Like when you're in your fantasy draft with all your work buddies, and all of a sudden, I mean, you guys do this professionally. It's like you all of a sudden you see a tight end run. We need a running back run, guys.
I mean, there's still some talent out there. You still have Caleb Johnson. You still have Devin Neal. You still have Ollie Gordon. I mean, there's
Damian Martinez, Tootin, Scatabo is out there.
There's some running backs still.
Well, we're going to kick it over to the main desk. Memphis, it's great chatting with you. Projections desk is out.
Memphis, great seeing you, my friend.
Good to
Thanks
see
for stopping by.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. I hope the next year be in a position where I can return to the draft house.
Hey, it'll be drivable next year.
It'll be
drivable next year, Memphis.
We'll be in Pittsburgh.
Oh, the Berg. What is that, like 5.5 hours from where I live? It was not much different than Detroit. By the way, for all the people watching, make sure to like and subscribe and leave comments to drive this thing up. The Podfather, Cody, Alex, all the guys in the house, they go to a tremendous length to make sure that you win your best ball, your fast draft, your dynasty, to make sure that you are prepared. So I thank you guys for having me on, and I'll see you guys on various podcasts next week.
Memphis, if you like RJ Harvey, you should like this fucking show. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you like RJ Harvey? Do you like that Rosterwatch and Player Profiler had RJ Harvey as their RB6, clearly in a tier by himself? Do you like that?
What else can we do for you?
Do you like extracting lots of value from your league mates for months before the NFL draft? Do you like that? Then you should like this show. Subscribe to the channel. Share it with your friends. Do all those things. And thank you for mentioning that, because I always forget, because I'm also producing the show, and I really am not here to pander to an audience to do anything really. But if they do like it, you better like it.
Leave a comment. I'll see you guys.
Memphis, we
love you, brother.
Hey, man,
we love you guys.
Love you, dude.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah, I mean, we will catch up with you soon.
Mike Green got drafted.
He did, and I think the slide had to stop at some point.
Slide had to stop at some point with David Ajabo as well.
It's weird talking about him. It's grisly, kind of weird allegations against him. So it's like it's weird talking about.
It's just an upside play. Can he turn his life around?
What these teams might have thought about him?
Can he be redeemed in some way? I don't know all the details. I don't know what the hell happened. What I know is this guy is a potential redemption story. The Ravens saw risk and reward, and they decided to finally push the button.
And
someone was going to do it.
And boy, could the reward side be big.
18 sacks.
I mean, you if you want to talk about if you want to say it's like, oh, well, scouts care so much about
scouts care about
scouts care this like what about your analytics guys? It's like if you want to talk about just getting to the quarterback and getting home,
nobody did it better than Mike Green last year.
No, nobody did it better than Mike Green.
The thing is, though, knowing how serious the allegations were, I wish I'd left him on my first round mock. I know a lot of us do, obviously, in hindsight. But he does now feel like the quintessential, like mid-second rounder, given everything that we know. I can't wait till next year, man. I'm already thinking about next year's big board. Next year's. Did you do a big board, Alex? Did you submit a top 100?
I did.
I have never submitted a top 100. It's never been part of my process. I've always just done the mock draft competition. So
I submitted a top 100. We've been showing it on the screen
for the first time ever.
Yeah, the Podfather's best available players.
The Podfather dipping his toe into the huddle report.
Do you think that it's Shedeur Sanders at number 1 for my best available?
Well, it's certainly Mel Kiper's number 1.
It's got to be most people.
We don't have.
I had Will Johnson above him. I had a couple players above him. This is my problem is Mike Green was above him, and now all these guys that have been getting drafted, eventually I'm now in the same category as Kiper.
We have, like, as far as what we're watching here and what we're keeping up with is the NFL Network broadcast of the NFL draft, and so we don't.
We got tight end.
So we're not seeing Mel Kiper.
We got a tight end.
Oh, a pick is in.
I wonder what Mel Kiper is Mel Kiper. Can the chat let us know? Like, is Mel Kiper just apoplectic at this point?
Probably.
Pick is in, fellas.
Pick is in. The Cleveland Browns, who have a tight end, took another tight end because they do need a receiving option. And this guy had 1,400 yards last year. Harold Fannin Jr.
Oh, Harold Fannin,
local boy.
Okay.
Why not?
I have no idea what to think about this.
It's terrible.
And I absolutely. Do they still have Harrison Bryant?
Yeah.
This is their Harrison Bryant replacement.
Well, they also added. I think they added a tight end this past offseason. Trey McKitty. Trey McKitty was with the Chargers. Harrison Bryant's not on the Chargers, not on the Browns. Trey McKitty is on the Browns as the backup right now, behind Njoku. But Njoku, again, he's entering year 8.
So,
and you look at Mike Woods. Mike Woods is a starting receiver right now.
This is a Harrison Bryant replacement.
This is a slot play.
Yep, this is a slot play for sure.
Can I share something before we get into Harold Fannin? I want to get into Harold Fannin a little bit. I just want to share something with the audience. Our rookie rankings on Player Profiler. I think it's important to share this.
Are you going to bend the knee on RJ Harvey?
I think it's important. We should share this right now. I want to share this. This was clearly we had Ashton Genty at the RB1, but look who's there. Look who's there. If we scroll down a little bit more, there you can see who is sitting there nestled in the RB6 zone in his own little tier. RJ Harvey. It's been that way all off season, and I just wanted to make sure this was on record, all the way on the record.
Those draft picks are being plugged in there on Player Profiler, and I think there's team names attached to them, right? That's a shout out to our guy John Adams.
John Adams doing great work, grinding the draft, updating the draft section of PlayerProfiler.com.
John Adams with the most interesting diet and the most interesting beard that I've ever seen on a man. He has an interesting style of as far as
gosh, we have a
as far as
Jalen Knoll does not go next.
The
pick is in.
John Adams is so
wide
happy
receiver
this happened.
pick 70, pick 71, pick 70, pick 71, pick 69.
What do we got?
Nice. It's Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State.
Washington to who?
The New England Patriots.
Oh no, dude! Here's the thing, though.
Whoa!
Here's my thing. Kyle Williams through this whole process has been Mr. Dependable. He has been the guy who you through every practice of the Senior Bowl you said this guy is a player who.
Mr. Dependable, Mr. Consistency. That's the Trey Tucker award.
He catches everything.
Yep.
I wonder. Cody and I last year had the big diabolical fallout about what was it? It was about Jalen Polk versus Adonai Mitchell.
Yep.
Both
stunk.
I'm not sure who even won that thing.
Both stunk, to be fair.
Adonai Mitchell was much better. He had just a lot of passes that weren't catchable. He got separation, got open,
but
the balls were not catchable.
Doesn't it feel
no,
like,
I don't think Adonai Mitchell actually stunk.
Doesn't it feel like this Kyle Williams pick is it's a little.
You think this is gonna be fool's gold?
He's in the same tier of a Jalen Polk or something.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not that impressed, but I do need to give a shout out to Chev, Justin Curry, one of our top analysts here. He and I were on the FF Dynasty podcast in the second round of a Superflex mock. He did draft Kyle Williams, and I berated him for it and told him it was suboptimal, that in no world would that be the right move, and I am sorry.
It's an interesting spot, man.
Goes to the Patriots.
It's an interesting
That's
spot
big.
to where we have the Podfather actually.
That's big.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, dude.
That's big. That's an apology.
You're getting soft.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. No, I've always just been honest. And in this particular case, I'm very, very rarely sorry.
Yeah, but you don't take L's.
This is an L. This is
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. You're taking an L?
I'm taking an L. I'm asking for an apology. I'm on bended knee.
Over Kyle Williams?
This is how I honestly
Hold on,
feel.
wait. After all these years, when you take 0 L's, that you've ever taken, you're going to take your first L on Kyle Williams?
Now, in fairness, I was insisting that he draft a running back instead, someone like RJ Harvey. In fairness,
In fairness,
okay. However, it wasn't. In hindsight, now that we know he's on the Patriots, he could be their second option behind Diggs. I mean, this could be incredible. So the land of redundancy. It was absolutely a sound pick at the end of the second round.
To me, it feels really, really weird, and it feels like 45 targets next year.
So the New England feels like the land of redundancy.
You would rather have a running back that hasn't even been drafted yet at the end of the second round than Kyle Williams. That's what you would rather.
Yes.
Okay, then I don't feel bad at all. Chev, you can suck it.
Okay. Thank you. That's immaculate that I know.
Yeah. Get out of here, Chev.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we did miss one pick in between there. The Raiders took a cornerback, Darian Porter from Iowa State.
Okay. Does that even deserve the
Have any
music,
thoughts
or?
on him?
6 foot, 395 pounds.
Is he smooth through his hips?
4.3 40-yard dash.
Did you have him in your top 100?
I did have him in my top 100. Number 60.
Whoa,
number 84.
We got to start doing this. We got to start comparing top 100s. What's his name?
You got to be shitting me.
What's his name?
You got to be. Isaac Tesla, pick 70 to the Detroit Lions.
Isaac Tesla's wait, are we still in the second round?
Third round. Sixth pick in the third round.
Okay, before we
Isaac
talk.
Tesla's a third round pick to the Detroit Lions. We've talked about this.
To the Lions.
We've talked about Isaac Tesla.
Before we get to Isaac Tesla, we're going to get to Isaac Tesla in a moment. I just want to say for the record, I had Darian Porter at player 67, which is almost exactly where he got drafted.
Nice pick.
Where'd you have him?
I had him at 84.
In the first in the first Origins draft, Isaac Tesla was not even available. In the second Origins draft that opened up, they added Isaac Tesla in. Every single draft that I've had in the new Origins draft, I've gotten Isaac Tesla with my final pick.
The Tesla coil. He's the Tesla coil.
His family's maniacal.
They are maniacal.
In what way?
There was 30 of them at the combine.
Yeah, it was
that guy farted on the field and they clapped and screamed and yelled.
Yeah. It was Isaac Tesla's family. It was Jalen Lane's family. Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech.
Scream.
Virginia Tech.
You couldn't hardly focus.
Was this just a big family?
Yeah,
Large.
man. He's just
You couldn't fit in
just
one
a
Tesla.
lot of people. Couldn't fit in a single Tesla, huh?
No.
Well, they could have fit in a Cybertruck if you would put them all in the
Folded them all up.
Yeah, all in the way
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, in the way back, sure.
Yeah.
So where do you think he fits in Detroit?
He fits in that big ass role where Tim Patrick and Josh Reynolds have attempted to play.
Yep.
Right.
That's exactly, dude. And the thing about Tesla, just so sure-handed, so smooth. I'm not sure it's like the best landing spot given the target competition. But from a football standpoint, I think it's beautiful. I love Isaac Tesla, and I love the fact that he's gone this early, and he's a guy that we had ranked so highly.
Really athletic.
No, really,
extremely athletic.
yeah.
He's incredibly athletic. He has athleticism across the board. It's like 90th percentile across the board.
Yeah.
His catch radius is like 98th percentile.
But Matt, you can tell just by watching him.
He was the number 2 athlete at the combine. In this year's class, he was the number 2 athlete.
You could tell, but it's like I don't even need to know. Like that's important to know, but like if you can just watch him doing warm-ups and stuff like that and tell what a creepy, weird athlete this guy is.
Wow.
We got another Texas player off the board. Not Cam Williams, not Quinn Ewers, not Jaden Blue, not Isaiah Bond. Instead, Kelvin Banks gets a teammate on the opposite side of the football. Vernon Broughton, early 3rd round pick to the New Orleans Saints.
Wow.
Ahead of no, Alfred Collins went. I was about to say, holy cow.
Did you have Vernon Broughton in your top 100?
Did not.
I did not either.
I would not have had him in my top 100. I can talk for days about Vernon Broughton.
He was I got note that he was going to be a 4th round pick. He goes with the 7th pick in the 3rd round.
It's interesting to me.
Again, someone who has charted every single play for the Texas Longhorns the last 15 years.
Yep. What I will say is I'm not sure that he was. I don't know where the Saints are going to put him.
What do you mean?
Are you playing the 3 technique?
Brian Broussais is playing 3 technique.
So 5?
Sure.
I think maybe the thing about Vernon Broughton is if you just look at him, dude, his calves his calves are so small.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
His wingspan is really long.
Long wingspan.
Bad pick.
I think ultimately in the NFL,
Bad pick.
I honestly think he's going to get hurt if you play him inside.
I had him outside my top 100. Can we move on?
We can move on.
Yeah,
the Bills are on the clock.
Terrible content.
The Bills are on the clock.
Okay.
We're at pick 72.
No. Like everybody remember what I just said.
All right, we got back-to-back selections in now. The Buffalo Bills go defense. We knew we were going to get a run on D-line, edge, the boring picks nobody wants to hear about, but here we go. Landon Jackson from Arkansas.
There we
go.
The
defensive end goes to the Buffalo Bills, 6'6". I think they list him sometimes on the website like 6'9", 300 pounds because he's a towering Adonis of an edge rusher.
Well, every time, man, Cody, we got to kind of talk with him and meet with him at the SEC Media Days. Got to talk with him at the Combine, and when you
approach him
and when you talk to Landon Jackson, you realize it's like this dude is like he's this hulking figure, and he's got this style to him where
what's the movie with the guy that he looks like?
I don't know, because he's got the stuff with the bald head and
sunken eyes.
Yeah, like no eyebrows and stuff is like
powder.
He's just this. I don't know,
made out of stone.
He looks like
he looks awesome.
He looks like
that sounds great.
He looks like a cartoon.
Yeah, it sounds like a superhero.
And dude, but once you talk to him, he's like sharp as a tack, man. Like so
the skin condition didn't affect his brain.
No. Well, I'm
definitely not.
I'm saying all these
That's what
things.
You're saying
all these things together are things where you just look at him and you're like, he's totally such a memorable guy. And I think when these teams meet with him, you walk into a room with this guy, and
he's 280 pounds. He's 6'6".
His brother is 6'6".
That's what's That's memorable.
You walk into a room with this guy, and you're not going to forget your meeting.
This guy, I was surprised. We had him at player 46 on our big board. I'm surprised he lasted this long.
Yep, I had him at 50. Speaking of players that were high on the big board, Azariah Thomas, cornerback, Florida State, comes off the board to the New York Jets here. The Jets, who in their first 3 selections,
I kind of like that.
One sec, I want to get your thought on it, but I got a question for you about it. So in the first round, they take Armand Membu, the right tackle. Second round, they go tight end with Mason Taylor. Third round, they go Azariah Thomas to cornerback from Florida State. Before the draft, we talked about these situations where you project not just the first round, but the second, third round to see what a team can land. This, to me, off the hoof, and I'll ask you the question, this is the best potential execution. The execution of going Membu, Taylor, Azariah Thomas was excellent. You could have went Warren. You could have came back with Ursary. You could have potentially still gotten Azariah Thomas here. Or you could have taken Jade Barron. Remember that conversation at number 7? And then you go in the second round and you're like, yeah, maybe we'll go Ursary. Okay, but then guess what? You're going to be sitting here, you're going to be taking Gunnar Helm. This is the best situation, wrong or right. Membu, Mason Taylor, Azariah Thomas. This is a home run for the Jets.
Well, A.Z. Thomas, I would have thought from if you would ask me right after the Senior Bowl, I said there's no way he's going to be available past like pick 29 in the NFL draft. But he goes to the combine and runs a 4.5. What did he run? A 4.5 something?
4.58, 6 foot 1.5, 196 pounds.
Which is basically disqualifying
for that high
as far as
draft
outside
capital.
corner. But then I think about it. I'm like, dude, I watched him at the Senior Bowl go against guys who had verified 40 times that are in the 4.4s.
Yeah.
And dominate. You know what I mean? And so he's definitely going to have to play on the boundary. He's never going to play on the field side. But dude,
but again, you got Sauce Gardner there.
I think A.Z. Thomas on the other side. What about DJ Reed?
DJ Reed is now in, I think, Detroit.
So he's gone.
Okay, let's talk about Detroit a little bit more. Isaac Tesla, what do you think he's going to do in year one?
I think the way he pays off his touchdowns. That's kind of my first thought, my first inkling.
So he's like their flanker. He's going to play. He's going to play Z.
Holy
They're going to try to move St. Brown into the slot. What's wrong?
Can I excuse myself? I'm going to shit my pants.
Over Isaac Tesla.
Did something just happen?
Yeah.
What happened?
A receiver went to the Broncos. It's not Jalen Noel.
Jalen Noel's still available. We were worried about this. We were worried.
A receiver went to the Broncos. That's not Jalen.
We were worried this would happen. Oh, a pick is in. Oh no, the pick is in.
It's Pat Bryant from Illinois.
What? No way.
There's always that one, right? Isn't there always that one pick?
What?
Isn't there always that one?
Over Jalen Noel?
Remember the Tyquan Thornton pick?
Oh my god.
We were like, what is that?
God. Is this for real?
Pat Bryant is not terrible.
Yeah, but Pat Bryant's not an early third-round selection. Pat Bryant out of Illinois is not an early third-round selection when you got Jalen Noel still available on the board. Ty Felton and Torrey Horton actually had good pre-draft processes.
So the father of Patrick Bryant Sr. is the athletic director at the Police Athletic League of Jacksonville. Brother Brandon Harris played at USF. From Cody Carpentier here, pros. Intentional route runner with great tempo. Asked to participate in the run game a lot, but lacks aggression, but not ability. Yards after catch, majority on opportunities. 6.9 per perception, 30th in Power 5. Quarterback play was not elite. Found himself adjusting a lot, being overthrown at times. Creates off the line of scrimmage on deep routes. Stacking defenders despite elite speed. Illinois' single-season receiving touchdowns record for 10, and long extremities that make him different. Length, speed, control, contortion ability. As far as his cons, as far as Cody says here on Rosterwatch, significant utilization on one side of the field, on the right side of the field. He was also sometimes out of the slot. Struggles to separate in the middle quadrants, but excels when targeted. Allows the balls into his body. Lacks quick twitch. Has his least productive games against best competition. Oregon, he was 3 for 26-0. Michigan, 4 for 32-0. Penn State, 3 for 37-0. Scored 40% of his receiving touchdowns. And this is one that I put in against Eastern Illinois and Central Michigan.
Okay. He's best comparable to Cordell Hodge.
Who?
Kadero Hodge. So
Cordell Hodge.
Hodge.
Kadero Hodge. He's a Hodge. He's a Hodge clone.
Yeah.
This is not interesting. This is a terrible pick. Marvin Mims to the moon.
This is a horrible pick.
This is really bad. This is really bad. And
4'6", 140.
yeah. I'm interested to see, like, very soon. Once all the draft capital gets loaded.
Is Jalen Noel still on the board?
Yes, Jalen Noel's still on the board.
Okay.
Alec Aomina is still on the board. Doesn't make any sense. Soon,
They
all the
take
draft
Pat
capital.
Bryant.
Soon, all the draft capital is going to be loaded into the system, and we will have breakout ratings for all of these guys. I can assure you that Pat Bryant's breakout rating will not be much higher, regardless of whether he goes 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, or 6th round. But here's a little bit more about the Breakout Finder.
Oh, the Breakout Finder is live. That's right. A lot of breakout models out there, but we started it all. The best and brightest minds coming up with the definitive breakout probabilities for running backs, wide receivers in this rookie class. It's $5 to download the wide receiver breakouts, the running back breakouts, but also proprietary stats available only on the Breakout Finder, including dynamic score for wide receivers, teammate score, level of competition. You can access the full stat database, plus many advanced metrics from Player Profiler, all there, right there on your phone, in the App Store, on Google Play. And that 2025 class is live.
All right, we're back here at the projections desk. It's been a busy round 3.
That's right.
Harold Fannin kicking us off with the Cleveland
Typing
Browns.
like madmen.
Woo! We've been working hard at getting the projections in the sheets.
I mean, we have to go all the way back to Fannin.
Right, 67, right? And this was tough.
Yeah, let's jump into terms. So Browns back to Harold Fannin. So let's pull up the sheets here. Fannin comes in immediately at about 9% target share in this offense, 58.8 targets, 42.9 receptions. It gets him about a 429 reception yards and about 1.9 touchdowns.
Yeah, this is obviously the heir apparent to David Njoku, but also the Browns are in need of playmakers.
Yep.
We mentioned that
Missing
it's
pass catchers.
It's Judy, it's Tillman, and then who else? Like
Njoku.
maybe they take a late third with that late third pick, and maybe they take a wide receiver, but there's still a major gap in the projections based on what like team totals exist and also what we have so far.
So this is where you start to wonder, like, how much are they going to spend on draft capital versus how much are they going to Are they going to go back out and attack free agency?
Right.
You still have Keenan Allen in the free agent market. You still have Amari Cooper in the free agent market. You still have Deontay Johnson, there's at least one more team he can piss off. You have Tyler Boyd in the free agent market. You have Elijah Moore in the free agent market. Sterling Shepard, for what it's worth, he'll play you 2 games maybe before he breaks some bone in his lower extremities. And then you have Greg Dortch, but there's still available
Greg
targets.
Dortch is on the Cardinals.
I missed that one. Thank you. But there's still available targets here on this offense. I mean, we have slotted for 13% still available to the other wide receiver who has not signed yet. And we're still getting Fannin here at 9%.
Fannin comes in outside the top 25 of tight ends, but if Njoku goes down, we've seen Njoku struggle with some injuries over the last couple of years. The reality is he could step in. He was a mega producer at Bowling Green. Yes, target competition very low. He has been characterized as a tweener, not quite the big body blocking tight end that you would hope, but also not quite fast and big enough to win on the outside. So kind of that tweener. That's why we can't have that's why you got this round 3 draft capital, because he does things okay, but not great. And in small competition, yes, he crushed, but will that translate to the NFL? 60 other something picks happened before Fannin.
Yeah, this gets him around tight end 30 range. We're seeing him in the same area as Mason Taylor, Arroyo, Loveland, Juwan Johnson, Tyler Higbee, all these guys, all within fractional or marginal differences in the points. Let's go ahead and jump to the next one. So after Fannin, we went straight to Kyle Williams. Patriots selected him at pick 69 overall. Bradley, how you feeling about this pick?
I'm sorry, who was this?
We're just talking
69,
about
Kyle Williams.
Yes.
Kyle Williams, shout out to Chev. He's been the Kyle Williams truther. There have been some analysts who had been high on Kyle Williams. The Patriots are looking for the player who's going to step up. Right now, you're not going to win if you've got a Demario Douglas who has a short yards per reception. Yes, he can catch the ball, but look, that's not going to work. Keyshawn Booty has had his questions. Jalen Polk did not hit. Javon Baker did not hit. The Patriots are committed to figuring out this wide receiver position. And Stephon Diggs, yes, the report is that he is ahead of schedule, but that's what you want to hear. Ahead of schedule guys are on schedule. Like, it's okay. He's a post-Apex wide receiver coming off an ACL tear. We can't have a lot of confidence, but the Patriots are going to continue to support. That's what we've seen in this draft. They are supporting Drake May with the offensive tackle, with the drafting of Travion Henderson, and now Kyle Williams, a 4.4 speed guy. We'll see if he's got the Rashad Bateman comp, Billy.
Yeah, I want to see. This is what I'm going to be watching heavily through camp. I mean, this is kind of a mess inside this.
It's very
core.
flat.
Yeah, it's very flat. I mean, like Bradley mentioned, you got Diggs, you got Pop Douglas, you got Keyshawn Booty,
Hunter Henry.
You got Hunter Henry still, who's been productive. You still have Mac Hollins. There's a lot of names here, and nothing's really exciting.
No,
but at the same time, like they could go any way with this wide receiver core. So we don't want to get crazy with Kyle Williams. We have him projected right now about 10% target share. 56 targets is what that equates to. 33 receptions. Mm-hmm. That gets him to roughly 471 receiving yards. He's a downfield guy. And that gets us at 2.4 receiving touchdowns. So again, we're getting the day 2 picks, round 3 wide receivers. This is where, it kind of nothing is guaranteed in the zone. And when you look at the NFL and the draft capital that people spend in early round 1 or early round 2 at a wide receiver, it's a little bit easier to plug them into the projections and say he's guaranteed this role. We just can't say that here in this point in the draft with all these other guys around him.
And in our projections, outside the top 90 of wide receivers, nothing is given in this league, of course, but nothing's given in these projections either. Let's move on to the next player, which is Isaac Tesla. Now, if you don't know who Isaac Tesla is, it's okay. We are here to bring you the goodness for
Isaac
Tesla.
This is the guy who made the cars, right?
Look, this is great. This is why the projections desk is the best. Isaac Tesla, a product of Arkansas, 6'4", 217. He was not used very much at Arkansas last year. In fact, his 2023 season, 64 targets, 31 last year in 2024. But a little nugget about Isaac Tesla, he is a product of Hillsdale College. Before he transferred, Hillsdale, Michigan, shout out Hillsdale, Isaac Tesla transferred from Hillsdale to get more exposure in Arkansas. So 69 receiving grade last year, big frame, but his metrics are also.
Yeah, this is a guy that just jumps off the chart. I mean, we're hoping he's not just a workout metrics or a combine warrior, as we like to call him. 40-yard dash at 4.43, 87th percentile.
Yep.
We're talking about 97th percentile speed score, 91st percentile burst score, 87th percentile agility score, 98th percentile catch radius. Bradley touched base on it. 6'4", 214 pounds. This is a big dude. My question is, we've heard a lot of scuttle about the potential of JMO being on the move potentially out of this offense. If that were to happen, we're looking at projections. Let's learn through the projections real quick. 10% target shares that we haven't slotted for. This is with Jameson Williams still on the team. Right, we still have Jahmyr Gibbs, who's going to see his line share at 12.5%, roughly 13% of target share.
Right.
We're going to see Amon-Ra St. Brown between 25 and 26%. Jameson Williams right now with a slight tick down to 18% with the addition of Tesla. Laporta still going to get his between 16 and 18%. So Tesla slides in about 10%, 53 targets, 32 receptions, 438 yards, and about 2 scores. The question is, where would he move in the projections if JMO moves?
He's got to be in the 15, 16% target share. I think that moves into instead of the wide receiver 90s.
98 right now.
He probably moves, keep scrolling up into the Demario Douglas.
Should we play with it? I'm gonna care. Let's erase JMO out of here, and let's just give him 18%.
Yes,
and let's just see where that moved him. So now we got Tesla. That just moved him. This is live on the air. So live on the air, Tesla then would move to. Wide receiver 44. He jumped up 50 spots.
One thing about the Lions too, and this is more of a macro view. Yes, we're getting in the sheets, we're getting in the projection, the numbers, but we also want to bring up Isaac Tesla from an organizational perspective. The Lions hit consistently. This Brad Holmes does his homework. They pick out the guys who are dogs. You think about Amon-Ra St. Brown. You think about Sam Laporta, Aiden Hutchinson. Like, these are the guys that they want to continue to build their team around, and investing this type of draft capital, they have not missed on picks. Jack Campbell in the linebacker. You've got your defensive backs that they've been drafting over the last couple of years. The Lions have not missed their day 1 and day 2 picks since Brad Holmes has taken over. It's been clear that they have hit. So Isaac Tesla, we should have organizational confidence that Tesla can, maybe he has a slow start, but this is a guy who can have a pathway to be a starter in the NFL.
Yeah, last one on the projections desk right here that we have is pick 74 to the Broncos is Pat Bryant out of Illinois. Pat Bryant comes in, metrics aren't crazy. I mean, we're talking about a 4.61 speed. We're only talking about a 73rd percentile burst score. But there is a need at the position. This guy kind of slid in the projections for me. 9.5% of the target share, 56 targets, 32 receptions, about 450 receiving yards, and roughly 2.7 touchdowns. Bradley, how you feeling about it?
He was not even in. I had to add him in my projection. Like, he was not even in the player pool for me. So not a player that I'm super confident. We've seen in Marvin Mims take a long time. We've seen Troy Franklin take a long time. Devon Vele not really hitting. So yes, Denver is trying to address and give more weapons to Bo Nix, but we can't have the confidence that Pat Bryant's going to be something if for fantasy, much less in the real NFL. We're going to kick it over to the couch. Couch time.
Better?
Yep. All right, we're back here on the couch. We've got Anand with us. We got our DEI hire, Jason Allwine, right here in the middle of the couch. Let's sing one for Tank Dell, guys. As we go on, we remember all the times we spent together. He's dead.
He did.
R.I.P. He dead. He dead as hell. But Jalen Noel is the ideal. Arguably, Christian Kirk is dead here because we got an excellent slot player, and you got your Twin Towers. They went and got their offensive tackle. I think they are cooking. The Texans are done being bad. Anand, you had some Shedeur slander you wanted to get out there?
Oh, yeah, you. All 3,000 of you that are watching this right now, congratulations. You will probably be drafted before Shedeur Sanders.
No.
Give yourselves a round of applause. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
No.
Thank you for being a part of this. Jalen Milroe, we're looking at you too, buddy.
Yeah. Arch Manning will get drafted before Shedeur Sanders.
Real question, like, if we have a sports book, right? We've been doing Fast Draft long enough that maybe one day they'll give us a sports book license.
Mm-hmm.
If we opened a Bryce James versus Shedeur Sanders line, where do we kind of fall on that? Who gets drafted first?
It's negative 1,000 on. It's negative 1,000 on Bryce James for sure, man. Negative 1,000.
This is one of the craziest slides that we've seen. We saw Malik Willis a few years ago have this happen to him, and nobody saw this coming, especially not for someone that was talked about a year ago. I tweeted this out. He was even money a year ago when they dropped the odds immediately after the draft in 2024. He was even money to be the first overall pick in the draft, next to guys with names like Quinn Ewers. Sorry, buddy.
Pull one out.
Carson Beck.
Oh,
sorry, fam. There are a lot of things going on here in terms of quarterbacks that we thought would make the leap that didn't. Cam Ward's obviously the one that did.
It sounds like lesson learned here is do not bet on next year's first round pick until this time of year. Those are some horrible names that were expected to be the top.
Yeah, man.
And let's just talk about too, like, I mean, we just keep picking on Shedeur. What's still on the board? Because you got to think, what's still on the board is it for real? Is he going to get drafted today? I don't think so, because when we got the Colts coming up here, they're not taking Shedeur Sanders, or maybe they could. I guess you actually made a point earlier that the Colts could be a team that might take him. The pick is already in. It's not. I don't know. You got something? Did we get the pick in yet? We don't know who it is yet. It could be Shedeur, but the Bengals on the board. They need a running back. The Steelers need a running back. The Packers need a little bit of everything. The Jags, there should be safe. The Texans are another one with the running back. I feel like it could be just a run of skill players. The Patriots traded up. Are they going to get another wide receiver? We don't know. So, I mean, it's really likely that Shedeur Sanders is a 5th-round pick, RIP. And some of these other guys like Bashal Tootin even is on the board. So,
well, I mean, I think the biggest winners, obviously, today, Drake May. I mean,
easily.
New England's offense looks drastically different than it did 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
Houston, same thing, right? We're looking at these young AFC quarterbacks that they're building the Thanos gauntlet for. And obviously, Houston seems to like the Iowa State guys a lot, and I don't blame them. You know, we've seen teams, the Rams, obviously I'm a fan, getting Fisk and Verse together. That seemed to work for them last year. I think they're trying to kind of replicate a little bit of that magic by putting the Thunder twins back together, and we'll see how they do.
Yeah. And let's talk about the Cowboys here, because they're filling needs and they still don't look silly for waiting on a running back. Moreover, right now, Javonte Williams seems like a big winner. Should they bring in someone else in the backfield? For sure. And there's a lot of people that, like I mentioned, that are still on the board here. But getting Siobhan Revel on that defense is huge, because as we know, Diggs sucks, man. He's just not that good. He's not as good as he keeps whining about on Twitter. He is turbo mega donkey doo-doo.
That's a word.
I mean, he's just not good, man. I'm sorry.
First team all tweet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's got the Twitter fingers going for him. So this is huge for them. And like, if you've done startups, even if I doubt, like, even our flex 4, is anyone even drafting Javonte Williams at this point? Because I mean, I'm not saying run out and go get him right now, because we still have a whole day of draft left. But I kind of like his odds going forward.
Here's the question, right? If you're looking for a quarterback, we kind of thought that Shedeur was in his own little spot here. You know, we thought that
now that spot's at home.
That spot is outside, bro. Buddy is in Houston with Jay Prince. It's not pretty. We're about to put out an APB for the Sanders family after this. It ain't pretty. If Shiloh goes first, I mean, you know the internet's gonna have a field day with that. But worse than that might be, what do we do with Milroe? And then you've got that next tier of QBs down. As soon as Sanders goes, where you're looking at a Will Howard, you're looking at a Dylan Gabriel, you're looking at Kyle McCord, all these guys that have traits that you like, but they're not guys that you're banking on long-term being franchise quarterbacks. They're guys that you want to bring in and give 2 years and kind of see if you can develop something. Obviously, we saw it with Dak in Dallas. We've seen a couple other guys, Jalen Hurts among them, that have been in a solid organization for a year or two, gotten to sit, and then really exploded onto the scene. Jordan Love comes to mind, Aaron Rodgers. Do you think that among that group there is one? And if there is one, who do you think it is?
I think Dylan Gabriel's might be a Dolphin. You're talking about an undersized quarterback with a noodle arm. Sign me up, says Mike McDaniel. You know, like that's someone I think gets drafted, and like he knows what his role is. He knows what his job is. He can come in and compete with Zach Wilson for that backup role, which we know is valuable for Miami for some kind of sad reasons, you know? So like you said, Aaron Rodgers is still lurking around there. So
I like the idea of the Rams taking a quarterback, as we kind of talked about a little bit earlier. I think a Will Howard or a Quinn Ewers in that spot could be really good long-term.
Do not say the name Quinn Ewers.
I just think that could be fine. I think any quarterback getting with Sean McVay is going to be fine, especially with a year or two behind Matthew Stafford in that scheme. I think that I'd be excited about whatever quarterback goes there, even if it's 5th, 6th round. No?
If we draft Quinn Ewers, you're about to see a crash out that you've never seen.
Oh my God! I'll make sure to get that on camera.
It's here.
I do agree with your idea, man. Shadur, though, like that's the ideal spot.
Did it happen?
We have a major pick as an announcement.
The Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 83 did not pick a quarterback, but they did take a running back. So RIP to those Jalen Warren running back 1 comments from last, because he's now off the board.
It happened. Caleb Johnson is an RB1.
This is a beautiful landing spot.
It's gorgeous. How did we not see this coming? This was the pick all along. Oh, I know why. Because Pittsburgh didn't have a 2nd-round pick.
Bingo.
So it seemed impossible. They gave it up for DK Metcalf. This seemed impossible. Though it was the best landing spot, they didn't have the pick to make it happen. It didn't matter. The league decided just to – why do they always do this? There are certain franchises that just luck box players, and Pittsburgh is one of the top.
Matt, I've been reliably told by everybody that watched the Mike Tomlin press conference,
Running back 1.
that Jalen Warren is RB1. He's 100% capable of being running back 1.
Oh yeah.
But what happens every fall, right? Jalen Warren's running back. Jalen Warren's going to bite in. Jalen Warren, and what I always say, go up to Latrobe for a day for camp, and I ask all the media guys who's doing the best, and they go, dude, Jalen Warren looks so good, and I go, but who does Mike Tomlin want? And it's always Najee. And now who's he want? You know damn well he's going to want Caleb Johnson in there.
The most.
Oh yeah.
The most.
He wants a pedigree. This is what coach. This is the irrational nature of coaches. And there's a couple players where you're like, okay, but maybe it's good process just to flip him. Remember talk about Jalen McMillan?
Mm-hmm.
The process was just bank the value, bank the lifetime value, and flip that guy for a 2nd-round pick, flip that guy for a rookie pick.
Oh, please. Yes.
Jalen Warren was always that guy too. The undrafted guy, good, not great measurables, solid in every way, but not special. You can't convince me he was special. No one could, because he wasn't, and he never convinced even Mike Tomlin. And now they're going to get a guy who is a special runner of footballs.
This is the time in the NFL draft cycle where they can't lie to us. They can tell us all they want to do about how, oh yeah, I think Jalen Warren could be an RB1. Like I think he can. Like, all right, that's what you say. What do you do? What are you going to do? What do?
They pick Caleb Johnson,
who can put his foot in the ground, who can get upfield, one cut and go, the best outside zone runner in this whole entire class. Like
a 1-for-1 replacement.
This is a major addition. It's not just something where it's like, oh, they picked this guy, like he'll be a compliment to Jalen Warren. It's like that's not what this is.
I feel bad for Kenny Gainwell.
Well, you know Warren will be gone next year, right? Kenny Gainwell could probably latch on for a couple of years.
I think they're going to be on the roster. It's just they're not going to be used very much. And if you were considering moving RJ Harvey ahead of Caleb Johnson, I hope you didn't do that. There's a reason why there's a clear tier break between Johnson and Harvey, even though the league technically prefers Harvey. I can tell you in our rankings, and we'll kick it to the projection desk, but I can tell you that we're most likely going to have Johnson ahead of Harvey. Harvey's also 24 years old, so in Dynasty that also factors in.
Wait, you're going to have Johnson ahead of Harvey?
In Dynasty for sure, just based on age, but we'll kick it to the projection desk for best ball in seasonal leagues.
I'm not sure that's right.
Okay.
I think it's close.
It's very close.
Yes,
It's
that's what
very
I'm saying.
close, but I mean,
Pittsburgh's offensive line has come
technically,
along a
Caleb
long
Johnson
way.
is the better prospect.
Debatable.
I mean, we're talking about running back 5 versus running back 6, and we're talking about one guy that's going to a complete touch vacuum.
It's
to a
10:20 at night. We're analyzing day 3 of the NFL draft.
No, day 2.
Round 3.
Yeah.
We're analyzing day 2, round 3 of the NFL draft. This is what we do. We dig into the minutia.
Yeah.
We split hairs down the middle. This is
I
what
am
we're doing. RB5 versus RB6, RB4 versus RB3. This is what we're doing, Alex.
Right. Well,
So who do you got? You got Harvey or you got Caleb Johnson? Go.
Harvey.
Johnson.
Harvey.
Oh.
I had Harvey 5 to begin with. I'm going to keep him at 5.
Oh.
Let's see what the projection that says. I'll be interested.
We'll see.
It's Harvey, though.
Why don't we kick it to them?
The answer is Harvey.
I think we need to give them some more time. We need to give them a little
Okay.
more time. But so the other running backs in Denver are who? You have
Audrey
Jalen-
Estime,
Jaleel
Jaleel
McLaughlin,
McLaughlin,
Tyler
and
Batty,
Tyler Bidet,
and Blake Watson.
Blake Watson.
Okay. So
Bidet?
Yeah, he actually pronounces his name Bidet, even though it sounds weird, but that's how he pronounces it.
you're,
so that's
you're
how
kidding
I'll
me.
pronounce it. That's
That
how
was
he
a joke.
pronounces
It's not as bad as Gutekunst.
He does.
Does he know it's the toilet?
I'm not sure.
The Chiefs have traded up to 85 with the Patriots.
That's exciting. So, okay. Now, Jaleel McLaughlin's going to get touches, and he's going to get touches in the passing game.
He's not.
Okay. So, and Audric Estime is also going to get some touches between the tackles. Absolutely.
We asked Sean Payton at the combine this year about the running backs on his team, and he basically said all these guys fit into the same bucket.
We asked about who? Blake Watson and
Estime,
Audric Estime, and he put them in the same bucket as
Jaleel McLaughlin
and Tyler Bidet.
and Bidet. He basically said all these guys are in the same sort of bucket. Like we don't really. They're sloshing around in some kind of bait bucket here. You get RJ Harvey in here. That's the guy that's the guy who's the leader of the room.
Who has a better offensive line?
The Broncos don't have a terrible offensive line at all.
So the good offense. Who has a better offense overall?
Okay, so you talk about Bo Nix. So you talk about an ascending offense with a Sean Payton offense with Bo Nix versus a Steelers offense with who?
Who?
Well, they seem to like Mason Rudolph a little bit more than Shedeur Sanders.
They could have had Shedeur again, and they went with a running back.
It's RJ Harvey, dude. I'm sorry, man. It is.
Wow. I'm interested to see what the consensus is on this. But you understand why you would take a guy that's much younger at running back in Dynasty.
Absolutely. RJ Harvey is one of the oldest players in the class. Old breakout. He didn't break out till he was age 20, almost 24.
Right.
So I totally get it. But
we need to remind everybody quickly that Origins is closed. Origins filled. The first one filled, and then we did Origins Chaos. Remember Origins Chaos, everybody?
Origins. Chaos.
That was going to be going on during the NFL draft. Maximum Chaos have live drafting during the draft. That filled, actually. It filled today. Earlier today, it filled. So we went ahead and rolled out Origins Chaos 2. That is live right now. Drafts are happening. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. And I think it's time. The projection desk has.
But here's the thing about Origins. It is that Origins is a redraft game for rookies.
Correct. It's this year, what the rookies will do this year. But guess what, Alex? All the rookies that lost value in Dynasty were the same rookies you wanted to avoid last year. If you avoided guys like Jonathan Brooks last year, you did well in Origins and you did well in Dynasty. So it is very much an analog, even though it's not the exact same scoring structure. It's very – if you're playing on Origins a lot and you're seeing the movement, you're seeing the ADP moves, you're seeing what other players are doing, you're much better prepared
for your dynasty rookie draft than your competitors are.
Oh, absolutely. No,
You agree with that?
no, dude.
How could you deny that?
Well, there's no way that I can deny that. But
Who did you draft? Who are you super exposed to on Origins?
33.3%. And I think I put in what? How many was I put in? I think I put in the max.
Give us names of players.
Okay.
No, you don't have to pull it up. Just tell us. Tell us, who did you like the most? You were drafting the most on Origins. Just tell us.
Harvey Hunter.
Off the cuff.
I have Jarquez Hunter from Oregon, and I think Jarquez Hunter from Auburn in 66%.
Okay, who else?
I have Tyler Shuck at 40.
Good
Let me
night.
just pull it up.
Good night. You have 40% shot.
So I have 61.9%. Jarquez Hunter 47.6%. Tyler Shuck 42.9%. RJ Harvey.
Oh God.
42.9%. Bashal Tootin, who has not gone off the board yet.
We'll see what happens with Tootin.
33.3% Jack Besh. 33.3% Ashton Genty, which I was. How did I get 33.3% Ashton Genty?
Probably because you got the 101 or 102.
Yep.
Well, we promised that we would give every super chat
the fantasy plumber
what they're looking for, answer their questions, and they want to see the shiner. So I think I did flash it when the couch was.
You got to show off the shiner if the super chats ask.
So we've got the shiner right here. This is what it looks like when you crash your bicycle. People, be careful out there. Be careful on those trails. Don't go so hard, and
make sure not to push the button on the left when you should push the button on the right.
Try to stay away from the front brake, especially after your wife tunes up your bike and makes it so that the brakes are super, super tight and you didn't really realize it. This, again, my fault 100%.
Yeah. So not your wife's fault.
No, it's my fault 100%.
But thank you so much for the super chat. If you guys have other super chats, put them in. We will stop everything that we're doing to make sure I get to your super chat.
I wish we had it on video. I would play the video for laughs.
I kind of want to see it.
The video would be great. It's great. I'm sure it'd be crazy fun.
Can we put together like a super chat fund to get you to wear like a GoPro every time you go on a bicycle ride now?
I did. I actually had a couple viral takes.
Yeah, the Treylon Burks one.
No, one was remember they said that Sam Darnold to the Panthers was a people were drafting him in single quarterback leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Darnold on the Panthers. Do you guys remember this? And that they were going to fix him.
Yeah.
And then so I was going down a hill. This is actually the same hill where at the bottom of the hill I crashed this time. But on the TikTok I didn't crash. And I was like, Sam Darnold stinks. And then I was fine. I didn't crash.
Because your brakes were good. Not too good.
I probably just hit the brakes like I normally did and everything was fine, except this time I hit the brakes and they locked up like, a vice on my wheel. Anyway, my fault 100%. No one else's fault but my own. I got to be more careful. And we need to send this to the projection desk. They, I'm sure at this point, have some information for us on one Caleb Johnson.
That's right. We do have the goods for you for Caleb Johnson. Pittsburgh Steelers draft him in the 3rd round, and he fills the hole left by Najee Harris.
Yeah, this is a projection. It just slides into the Najee Harris role. Jalen Warren, although we like him, just is not a guy that's going to carry the ball 224 times a season, I should say. So Caleb Johnson immediately slides into a 42% rush share, 224 rushing attempts. One of the stronger projections for the rookies here that have been drafted so far. 1,009 rushing yards, 5.6 touchdowns. We got him projected for about 5% target share. That's 26 targets, 18.8 receptions, and about 131 receiving yards, another half receiving touchdown. That gets him back to so when we heard the debate at the main desk, they were talking about where are we going to see Harvey? Where are we going to see Caleb Johnson? Well, we had Harvey about RB 32, RB33. Caleb Johnson here, pretty strong projection coming at RB28. Bradley?
Yeah, I have him in RB24. This is the Najee Harris role. You mentioned that Jalen Warren got a lot of positive coach speak just a couple days ago after he signed his RFA deal, 1 year. But this is the bruiser back. Johnson was the guy at Iowa. And if you think about Iowa football for the last couple of years, it was almost a joke. The offense wasn't going and clicking until Caleb Johnson enters the scene as a full-time player, 240 rush attempts, 1,500 rushing yards. The Iowa offense existed because Caleb Johnson was on this team, and he's not even 22 years old.
How did the Steelers do this? Every damn year, they feel like just somebody falls in their lap. They get a player that they can just roll out there from day one. It just seems like every single year this happens.
Yeah, every year they get the player that they want, or he falls to them, and somehow, some way, this is the guy that fits into that role, and they were able to move on from Najee Harris, and this saves them not only the draft capital, but also financially. Instead of investing in Harris, they get Caleb Johnson falling to them in their lap in round 3.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting to see into the projections. We have, back-to-back rookie running back rankings inside of the total running back rankings.
And so tight.
It's so tight. You have Amarian Hampton here at RB27. You have Caleb Johnson at RB28. You have Trayvon Henderson at RB29. And then you have Harvey there at RB32. So all these guys are literally within one touchdown of each other. We got to see what happens through camp. We got to get more news. We got to see how they're being utilized throughout practices, because this tight of a tier, anything can happen, and we need to make sure that we're being very mindful as we start learning more news.
The chat is asking about the efficiency metrics for Johnson. Remember, Najee Harris was not a very efficient runner, but we projected 4.6 yards per carry for Caleb Johnson. So that gets him to just over 1,000 rushing yards. We projected about 5-6% target share. We looked at about a 70% reception rate, which is a fair reception rate for running backs. Usually it's in the low 70s for running backs. So to put it at 70 is trying to be conservative here.
Yeah, yard per reception about 7, which most of these Steelers running backs are averaging between 6.8 and 7 as well.
And then one receiving touchdown. I have it at 0.84, so about 1.
Yeah, that's about a 3% touchdown percentage through the air.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not the most efficient.
It's an RB2. This is
air.
like your typical volume RB2, but the difference is that Caleb Johnson does not have the rushing competition that you would expect.
So the part here that there becomes more of a variable is who do they get at quarterback? I mean,
Yes.
if we see Mason Rudolph rolled out, which I don't think is going to happen, but if we do, we're going to have to adjust some of the rushing share. If it does end up being Aaron Rodgers, then Aaron Rodgers is not a guy who's going to be running down the field. So we can take away 2-3% from the quarterbacks, and we can move it down to the running back tiers. It's going to move him up slightly even more because they're going to lean into the running backs now to run instead of utilizing the quarterback. So a lot of variables still. There's still a lot of draft time left in this year in 2025. So we will be updating as we go. Like I said, things change as we get more data in. These are ever changing. I mean, we've already seen what the Bears have done. They've already thrown our Excel sheet upside down twice. So we have a lot.
We have another pick in as well. It looks like the Green Bay Packers made a selection. Savion Williams. We have not yet put this into the projections yet, but Savion Williams comped to like a Cordell Patterson type of player. Yes, he was going to get like day 2 draft capital. TCU wide receiver, 6'4", 222. He does remind us of Cordell Patterson with his build. Who's the player profiler comp for Savion Williams? Cordell Patterson. So there we go. It was right on. So we would expect the Packers to continue to these are role players. And one of the things that Billy and I talked about yesterday, so if you missed the discussion about Matthew Golden yesterday, the Packers have a plan, and each player is going to play a role in that plan. That's how LaFleur likes to. He is playing chess. He has his different pieces do different things. Christian Watson being out now for this. We expect he's going to be out for the season. They needed a speed guy. They needed a guy who could just blaze past, stretch the field, because Romeo Doubs can't do that. Jaden Reed operates mostly out of the slot. So you're getting guys who can do different things. And unfortunately, Christian Watson going to be out for the year. As a result, they draft Matthew Golden, who is not just, he's better than Christian Watson. If you watch Top 10 Takeaways with Matthew Kelly and myself today, he's better version of Christian Watson, but now they get a Savion Williams, who is just like another chess piece, the Joker almost.
Yeah, we're going to dive into these Excel sheets because we're freaking the sheets. We're going to send it back to the main desk here as we start punching in the numbers here for Savion Williams. We'll come back here shortly once we have that data punched in.
This here too. Oh, baby. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Savion Williams.
The running back from right? Running back from TCU?
Well, do you want to talk about it?
I don't really want to talk negative about a player, but I will. I think Savion is a problem at the college level.
Yep.
I think Savion Williams is an extremely good athlete, 6'3.5", 228 pounds, running 4.48, all those nice things and stuff at TCU. And even a year ago, you and I covering the Texas Longhorns talked about it. If this guy gets in the transfer portal, you go get him.
Yep.
But when you talk about an NFL draft prospect from a route running perspective, from a nuance perspective, and from a dynamism perspective, Savion Williams does not bring enough to the table for me, even though I had him in the top 100 because I'm playing the game. He does not warrant.
They're saying you had him as an early second-round talent.
No time in my life did I say Savion Williams deserved to be a second-round talent.
You did stutter there.
That's just because he spends too much time hanging out with me, and I'm a huge stutterer.
You're a stutterer?
Oh, big time, man. You haven't noticed?
Yeah, crazy.
Savion Williams is a running back.
I'll start paying attention for that.
You've never noticed the fact that I stutter? Okay.
I noticed maybe once or twice.
Okay. The fact of the matter is that Savion here in this spot, to me, says more about what the team thinks about what they have.
Or don't have.
They don't have. I think every NFL team wants Weapon X, and they're looking for it. And if they already have Weapon X, they move on and they never need a second Weapon X. But they always are looking for one Weapon X. And I know this because you hear these Hard Knocks interviews, and that's the reason why a lot of these guys make teams, right? Look at the Bears last year, right? They're taking a guy that they drafted at wide receiver, and then they're converting him to running back so he can make the team because they need Weapon X.
Yeah.
They're always looking to do that. And they're never in the market to sign or draft Weapon X. They have Weapon X. But if you find a team like Green Bay that has all these specialists, they are lacking a Weapon X, and they have all these like super boring running backs behind Jacobs, like
Marshawn Lloyd,
Taylor.
Patrick
Taylor is the classic, like the most nondescript backup running back you've ever heard of.
Who built the same way.
Who could play in the UFL next year.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
They were about as far from having Weapon X as anybody, and they looked at their team and were like, we need a little
juice.
Yeah, a little juice. We need a little shakeup. We need a little mystery box on this offense. So I kind of get it.
It's the Cordero Patterson, Laviska Shenault. This is the kind of player that we're talking about with Savion Williams. And if I can't see a team drafting him as being one of their pure wide receivers.
I just said he's Weapon X. He's not.
Right.
He's not someone that you even need to factor in when you're
Right.
thinking about who's getting touches and who's gonna cannibalize who. Just he's off to the side.
So if we talk to the projection desk, like, does this affect Josh Jacobs?
No, he's off to the side. It affects Josh Jacobs of all the players more than anyone.
Yeah.
All right, we're back here at the projections desk. We have finished off Savion Williams. I think we had a technical difficulty, but Savion, we're projecting just barely a target share, sprinkling in some rushing, mostly a special teamer we're expecting in the first year. So yeah, this is the right draft capital. Remember, Cordero Patterson got first-round draft capital back a decade ago.
CP.
Yeah, so the teams are getting smarter. Like Matt Kelly and I talked about this earlier in the day. If you watch the top 10 takeaways, teams are getting smarter. They're getting guys who are very athletic, who are special teamers, and they're not putting first-round draft capital into these players. Instead, it's late third-round draft capital, Billy.
Yeah, and Savion, we're expecting him to kind of eat into a little bit of Jaden Reed's rushing share because Reed saw, quite a few touches last year. I mean, this is not a lot, but even at 4%, you have to equate for it inside the rushing share.
Right.
So we got him projected for roughly 21 rushing attempts. It's about 133 on the ground, one score, a little over one score. That gives us 15 targets. Again, we're not expecting him to have a lot of target share in this offense. It's going to be about 10 receptions throughout the year, about 139 receiving yards, and that gives us about 1.5 through the air. Bradley hit the nail on the hammer, hit the hammer on the nail. Did I say that right? Yeah, I always mess this up. But yeah, Bradley got it right. That's what I'm trying to say. This is not a guy that we expect to have a huge impact into the receiving game. Like, he's going to be really active on special teams. He's going to be mixed in the backfield, kind of more of a gadget player. But we like the landing spot. It's kind of a mess here inside of Green Bay. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we have a lot of weapons now. We have Jaden Reed, Christian Watson. Now we're expecting probably to miss most, if not all, the season. We have Romeo still here. We have Wick still here. We still have Bo Melton, Heath. We got Golden. They did drafted in round 1. We got double tight ends. They're gonna run 12 personnel between Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave. This is looking like a pretty crowded room right now. I think the Packers got to figure it out.
All right, looks like the main desk is back up and running.
He's a sewage covered Aaron Rodgers, man. Like,
We're back. We are back. The projection desk just is they're taking the wheel whenever they want. They're throwing it back whenever they want. There's no organization to this. They're mad. I'm supposed to be in charge of
Producer X.
I'm supposed to be Producer X. And, sending it to people, transitioning, having a little, I even have a little, look at this. I have a little transitionary bumper here that I use, and I've used it just a handful of times, but I try to use it whenever possible. See that? So I'm supposed, and I've used it a few times, and I'm getting better showing the player pages for Player Profiler. Like we have, I could show like the Savion Williams, for example. We could show that. So I'm trying. I'm putting in effort, as they say, as the kids say. But I think here's the thing.
As the kids
we're
say.
going to be live tomorrow. We're going to be doing rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. And the beauty is, this is my first time driving a show like this on this, and I don't even use StreamYard. I use Ecamm just for the insiders. So I'm learning this software on the fly. We'd actually troubleshot a bunch of mic issues and camera freezing issues yesterday. We troubleshot those on the fly. We also troubleshot a camera focusing issue today on the fly.
Yep.
And again, this is not something that I like to talk about on air. This is not something I want any credit for. Well, okay. And now, again, we are we starting the show. If anyone saw the very beginning of the stream, it was a ham-handed beginning to the stream. Everyone knows that. I am aiming for a perfectly produced stream tomorrow. So everyone should tune in tomorrow afternoon, starting at 11, 12, whatever time it starts tomorrow.
Whatever time we wake up.
Whatever time you wake up, whatever time you feel like tuning in, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, whatever. Tune in. We're going to have every pick, all the analysis for you, and we'll have the player pages up. We'll have the pick is in music. We're going to have the transitions. It's going to be perfect. And trust me, I'm not going to not going to let the projection desk just interrupt us mid-thought.
We're going to
and throw to us when we're not ready. That's it. Trust me, we're going to have a post-production conversation, and we're going to get this dialed. This is a process. So by the time we get to day 3, if this shit isn't perfect, then I'm not good at my job.
Love it. We got a super chat, and I want to figure a way to address this because this happens on shows sometimes when people super chat. They super chat, hey, give me X dollars, I'll do a shot. We got a super chat from Ryan Clark. He says $10. Thank you, Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark, safety.
Clark. I think it's the safety, the guy that hosts the Pivot podcast. You guys doing a shot tonight? If so, Anna needs to join in for a $10.
All right. So shots?
No, because we have a very major event.
Quarterback.
Okay. Hey, we are going to get back to your super chat.
We're going to do a shot for you, but we got a quarterback off the board at 92 to the Seattle Seahawks. Remember the Albert Breer report from this morning? Tyler Shook and Jalen Milroe could go ahead of Shedeur Sanders. It's complete. Jalen Milroe goes to the Seattle Seahawks at pick 92.
My God.
Albert Breer. Somebody whispered in his ear.
Hey, never underestimate the pettiness of the NFL when Shedeur Sanders acts like this through the draft process. Never underestimate
Acts
it.
like what?
Has his dad at the beginning say, I'm going to handpick his team.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Once it became obvious that was not going to be something that was going to happen, then he goes to the combine, has interviews with teams, and seems completely disinterested.
Do you know who's the first person to speculate he could fall out of the first round?
Lance
You?
Me.
Okay.
Me.
You're
because I was just thinking about empathizing.
Dude, Shedeur is gonna.
I was empathizing with every NFL head coach.
He's a dick cinch away from being a 4th round pick.
I was thinking about every NFL coach, thinking about the movie Draft Day, how every NFL coach is involved in the process, right? And that they would fight and they would go down swinging to make sure that they're not juked out of their job by Deion Sanders. That was my worry. I was like, how are they going to get because with the NFL, it's different than other leagues. It's very much like a community-based, organizational-based decision-making process. And how are you going to get everybody on board with this decision? Sometimes, I did have, admittedly, the one team I thought would take him was the Browns because they had a track record of an owner intervening and just
they are up in 2 picks,
overriding everybody. So that was the one scenario I saw was Cleveland trading back in for him. Otherwise, I couldn't see it. I just couldn't see it. I was trying to envision the scenario where he gets drafted and by whom, because he does have a backup quarterback skill set. He's a very good decision maker, right? He's very seasoned. Right. These are all the things that they say about Alex Smith. And I don't care about Alex Smith. I don't care about having him in fantasy. And I didn't care about Shedeur fucking Sanders. And I didn't think NFL teams at the end of the day were really going to care about him. And it turned out they didn't. And certainly coaches didn't want to deal with something on top of all the other range of dynamics they have to deal with every day.
But here's the thing, man. Here we are talking about Shedeur Sanders when it's Jalen Milroe that just went to the Seattle Seahawks.
Which is exactly what happened last night when Cam Ward went to the Titans.
Because as Anand said, and he tweeted last year, the odds market had Sanders as the 101
I get it.
That's why we continue to talk about it.
And if you're watching
because it's interesting how a guy falls from 101 365 days ago
I get
to
it.
out of the freaking draft. Will he even get drafted? Are we going to be having this conversation in the 7th round?
I know. I get it. And
Jalen Milroe just went. And he can't even throw.
Dude, Cody and I today on our way to Ace Hardware to go get an extension cord to set up to get these spotted trout out here to this. We were listening to Mel Kiper.
Is this interesting? Why are we talking about this?
Like a Mel Kiper
8-minute compilation
about when every pick that could have been Shedeur, and he's talking it up. He's like, "It's gonna be Shedeur, it's gonna be," and then it's not. But that's the number one player on Mel Kiper's board.
Number
he was
one.
the number one player
So-
on our board and your board. And Cody, you didn't do a board because you never
it's
do a
not.
board.
He was not the
He
number
was
one
not
player.
number one.
He was not the number one player.
Are you kidding me?
In the last 20 picks, he's been my number one pick on the board. and probably
for
Cody's.
what? No,
Yes.
I'm talking
That's
last
what
night.
I'm saying. In the
I'm
last
talking last
20 picks,
No, yeah.
Matt, I'm talking
because
last
Mike
night.
Green had to go, and a bunch of guys had to go.
Matt, what
And
I
then
mean,
once those other players went, then he was the number one player on my board. Was I constantly talking about he's the best player on my board? I never mentioned it, Alex, because we're not Mel Kiper. He's a hack. Have you seen his big board? It's an embarrassment. We know what we're doing.
Well,
Go to
Shedeur is number one
PlayerProfiler.com.
on
Go
it.
to the NFL draft section. Check the big board. Check the mock drafts. Who's scoring high in these contests? For the first time, you ever tried submitting it to Podfather? Why am I above average? Why am I beating people that have been doing this forever, including yourself? Because we know what we're doing. Okay? We're good at this. I don't know why I'm saying this, but go ahead.
for one, Mel Kiper right now, I'm sure is apoplectic on the.
I might go
ESPN.
back tonight and
just-
rewatch the whole show.
Okay, I remember. No, excuse. Thank you. I remember what we were talking about. Mel Kiper.
The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns.
Is it?
It's a
Shedeur?
quarterback. It's a
Shedeur.
quarterback. It's a quarterback. It's Dylan Gabriel.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God! It's Dylan Gabriel. It's the little tiny little man. Are you kidding?
my God.
Oh my God! It's Dylan Gabriel.
This is amazing.
Updated odds.
Holy shit.
Oh my
Updated
God,
odds.
Mel.
He's going to go 101 in the XFL.
Oh,
draft.
Mel.
Wow.
Oh man.
The Browns? Oh,
Dude,
Dylan Gabriel?
You guys, please in the chat, let us know if Mel Kiper is.
Is Mel Kiper on the stage still?
I am 5'10" and I am taller than Dylan Gabriel. I know because I stood next to
He
him.
is so small, man. When you walk by them, I'm just
They're
like,
not drafting him to play quarterback.
what are they drafting him to
They
play?
got to play him somewhere else.
Wait, what are they? They can't play him anymore. What are they going to play
He's
him at?
5'9". He can't play
What is he?
quarterback.
What is he? Placeholder?
He must be a kicker.
Dude,
Is he athletic? I don't know anything about him.
there's something about Shedeur.
Dylan Gabriel?
Dude,
He's built like
Shedeur
a
Sanders.
like a light
Shedeur
Tua
Sanders
Tagovailoa.
has this whole setup where he's got this thing that says legendary, right? And
Wow.
it's all lit up. It looks beautiful. It looks nice. And he had to give this big speech after last night where he seemed like a really good leader and taking on adversity, saying, you know, hey, this is what's going to happen tonight. No big deal. But hey, tomorrow's our day. All this. Are you telling me Dylan Gabriel, tiny little left-handed Dylan Gabriel, just went ahead of Shedeur Sanders?
The answer to the tweet that our friend Byron Lambert put up from the Rosterwatch account for is it appropriate? He did this about 30 picks ago. When is it appropriate to start feeling bad for Shedeur Sanders? The answer is right now. Pick
Right
90
now.
pick
Now is the
95.
pick.
Now is when you can start feeling bad for him because the hype got so high
Yeah, but
and so real.
was it?
And we're now 6 picks away from. If he doesn't go 98 or 99 to the Raiders, he is going to be a 4th round pick.
But what is the one thing as a parent, right?
Tom
You're
Brady's
a
gonna say
parent.
that.
I'm a parent.
yeah.
We're both parents, right?
Yeah.
What's the one trait that you're constantly every day? I bet you're the same way I am. That you're making sure that you work with your son or daughter in a certain way to make sure that they are immune from this particular problem.
It's just gratitude.
Entitlement.
Right. Well, gratitude, which is the opposite of entitlement. Right.
Right.
So
You want to solve that problem. You want to solve that problem. And this is what happens. He thought that he was entitled to go wherever he wanted to go in the NFL. And to my understanding is throughout the process, especially the interview process, that's how he carried himself.
He didn't compete at the Shrine Bowl. He went there and walked around in pants.
Is he? Well, we can't hold that against him.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like,
because Zay Flowers did the same.
No,
thing,
I know.
right.
But again, he's not. Zay was a 1st round pick.
But no,
you have to be getting advice. You have to be getting advice. Zay went to their. He did practice for one day. You're right.
No, Zay worked out. Zay was there. Byron told me that Zay had an incredible workout
in front of the
in
Patriots,
day one of the Shrine Bowl.
Oh,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Shador did. Shador went there in pants, and he interviewed with the Titans, and that was it. That was the big interview. He got the whole hour with the Titans. And again, I'm not trying to bash at all. I like I said, this is the time where I start to feel bad for the kids.
He got his jersey retired at Colorado, and he's not going to go into even day 2.
No, but this is why you don't.
Are you kidding me?
You can't allow
Brady's
that.
Brady's gonna save him.
You can't allow that to infect your kid, the sense of entitlement, because this is what they set themselves up for. Huge disappointment. It's unnecessary. If you start off without that sense of entitlement, you're not inflicted with this massive, unnecessary sense of disappointment. I feel bad for him because he was somehow led to believe that the world would always just work out for him, and he didn't have to actually put in the effort on the other side from an interpersonal communication standpoint and treating people as equals and all those things.
And
down
you
the
think
road.
about it, it's like, Matt, like whenever you're like 21, you're a grown man, right? But whenever you were 21, if your old man told you something and he told you do this, do that,
you do it.
Yeah,
you do it.
You do it.
It's like what your old man says. At least where I come from. I mean, and so,
and you know, here the other thing. One more thing here. You know, they say the worst hitting coach ever was the worst hitting coach in the history. I think he was a hitting coach maybe for a day and he quit. The worst hitting coach in the history of Major League Baseball. You know his name?
Bobby Bonds.
Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds, because he went up to guys and was like, just hit it like I do.
Oh, it's just like how Jerry Rice, they say he's like the
worst.
Like they tried to make him a coach, and he just can't coach.
He's just like just hit it out.
Just like do the same shit that I did.
Just do this.
Yeah.
Just do the. Can't you just do this? So it actually makes sense to me in a real sort of circuitous way that this all kind of tracks. That if the one guy that couldn't possibly even comprehend a world where every NFL team wouldn't want your services is Deion Sanders.
So let me ask this:
the guy that declined to accept a playbook, declined meetings with teams outside the top 5 in his draft back in what night was it 97?
Yep,
declined.
That's what Deion did. He said, "I'm not going to take. I'm not taking meetings with this team. I'm not going to be there past 5."
And we're talking about multiple leagues. He did this.
Yeah,
we're talking about multiple leagues where he set his own schedule.
Yeah,
and they built the schedule around him. The leagues built the schedule around him so they could fly him from the Braves, right, to the Falcons games.
Let me ask you this. I think
this makes sense. What we're seeing is actually, if you think about it in that prism, makes sense.
18, 19, 20 years later. I think we have some super chats that we might need to answer. We said that we would answer them.
Did we?
We had the shot one. We got one from Ryan Clark. That was $10. He said, "You guys doing a shot tonight? If so, Anand needs to join in."
Okay, Anand will definitely join in the shot. I can tell you that right now. I've been out with Anand before.
We're gonna do a quick shot here. I'll go make a quick shot for
Ryan Clark.
Anand, you can come do this with us.
Okay, so I see some people in the chat saying, you know, Sanders can eat crow and all these things.
Gooner boy, come on, brother.
This is not what I'm talking about. I'm not celebrating this. I don't think this is good. I don't think that Shedeur Sanders deserves this.
Yeah.
I think that he was set up by his father who didn't know any better. Just like Barry Bonds didn't know what he was doing wrong as a hitting coach. I think it's nobody's fault, really. It's just an unfortunate set of circumstances that led us to this point.
So we have a couple of picks here that I think are going to begin to become potential available spots for Shedeur. If he's going to go today, these are the last 2 spots. The Raiders pick at 98 and 99, but a couple of picks that we did not address because of the hubbub around the quarterbacks. We had Jonas Sanker go off 93rd overall, the safety from Virginia, go to the New Orleans Saints. We had Emory Jones, tackle from LSU, who played opposite of Will Campbell. He goes off at 91 to the Ravens. And then Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, center/guard. He played as well with Tate Ratledge from Georgia. He goes off to the New England Patriots at 95. And latest, we have Xavier Watts, who was the second highest best player available.
I can't believe that Xavier Watts lasted this long.
He was the second best player available on my big board at 96. He was 49th player. So my best available now is Shador, Jack Sawyer, and Jeffrey Bossa. I'm not sure if Matt had his best players available, but we do have a couple of picks left. We have the Texans that just traded in with the Vikings. Again,
We have some breaking news.
4 selections.
We have some breaking news from Dan Webster in the chat. Breaking news from Dan Webster in the chat.
This is true. I saw this too.
Shedeur Sanders got prank called today.
He did.
He got prank called, and he said that he was someone pretending to be a GM, and he was going to have to wait a little bit longer, but just to hold on. And he kept holding.
No, that's not true.
It happened.
Real. There's a video.
It's real.
There's a video of it on
It's
Twitter.
real. He just stayed on hold the whole time.
Oh,
Maniacal fucking bullshit.
It's crazy. This is a crazy thing. So if you do what Shedeur Sanders did in college, you get drafted in the top 100 every time without any exception, 100 out of 100 times. The only difference is your dad isn't Deion Sanders. That's the difference. That's the only difference. That's the only thing. That's the only thing you can. That's it.
Are we taking the shots for the guy?
But again, what I want to say this one more time. I don't think this is something that Deion did on purpose. I just think that Deion doesn't understand what life is like for a player who's not the athlete
Who's
he
not
was.
as good as he is.
Right. I just think it's not.
I think he knows that Shiloh's not as good, but like he thinks Shedeur is as good.
It's
right.
This is not even in his frame of reference that he would even think to protect his kid from this kind of disappointment. Is not something he's ever had to deal with in his life. He's never had to deal with this kind of disappointment in his life. So it's not something that he even thought to protect his kid from.
Can I ask a question? Do we think that this is going to potentially force Deion's hand to take an NFL job?
No, because he signed the deal with he signed the new deal with Colorado.
That doesn't mean anything
for 5 years.
I mean, this is a complete Sanders debacle.
This is a hand forcing move.
Let's see the shots for homeboy. Thank you for the super. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, super chat. Thank you.
We even have on in here.
On and get in there. Get in there.
Fuck it.
Yes, we're in. Yes.
Who poured these shots?
Wow. This is quite something. I had a strong feeling that Sanders would fall out of the first round. I didn't see this though. I really didn't. I couldn't have ever imagined this. I had him outside our top 25. Did you have him outside your top 25, the big board?
I had him at 31.
Okay.
So right at the end of the first round. So Jalen Smith goes here to the Texans, and that puts the Raiders with 2 selections back to back. The question is, will Tom Brady and
go back to offense
and save Shedeur Sanders here? 98.
Oh,
he has a known relationship with Shedeur Sanders. Will he save Shedeur from
this is a great pick.
Yes.
This would be a phenomenal pick.
Because here's the thing.
They've got Geno. He's low pressure.
Dude, here's the thing.
He still gets the second, the day 2 capital.
And Shedeur he's a little bit like Geno.
No, Shadeur's a little bit like Brady.
Yes.
Brady had the disappointment. Brady was the one that was waiting and waiting and didn't understand why the NFL didn't appreciate him.
As far as the actual player,
mental fortitude.
Yes.
The one trait.
Yes.
The one trait. I think Shedeur has the mental fortitude. Yeah.
Yes, and guess who had the strong-willed father who some people think held him back during certain aspects of the process?
Who?
Tom Brady's father, famously.
Okay. Well, right.
This is poetic. This is poetic that you have Geno Smith, one of the all-time busts who reinvented himself, who basically touched the void and came back to life.
0 for 1. We're 0 for 1.
Did it happen?
Nope.
God fucking did that.
0 for 1. There's one more pick. 0 for 1. Two picks for the Raiders. Caleb Rogers was the first.
Oh, God. Come on, Brady. Let's do this. Let's make it happen, man.
Hold on, wait. What is even left for him?
For who?
For Shedeur. Like, what is left? Like, there's the one.
In the round.
Yeah,
it's the Raiders, the Niners, the Eagles, and the Vikings.
So nothing. So it
The
needs,
Vikings, in theory,
it needs to be this second Raiders pick.
well, I guess
very
you know
well
what?
could be.
The Niners.
If it's not, that tells us that there's something really weird.
But I also heard multiple accounts that the interview wasn't bad. It was the worst ever.
Yeah.
Like it was not bad.
I don't want to be here.
Not
type of
poor.
stuff. Right.
Not could have been better. Not bottom of the class.
We
That's
heard
the-
that-
This
the
was
entitlement.
this was straight up the worst interview of all time.
but not necessarily whiteboard stuff, but interview stuff, personality stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard very bad, and so it's a job interview. This is a job interview, and there is actually one element that is the formal job interview, and then
You have to remember, it's like what they're doing as far as a quarterback. They're evaluating you to be the CEO of the on-field product of a franchise that's part of a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Mhm.
You are the CEO of the on-field product. You need to have your stuff together.
You need to be Jalen Hurts, baby.
You cannot be flippant. You cannot be somebody who comes into this interview and has anything where you're acting like
listen. I
you're
know
not
everyone
in-
talks
you're not
about,
in
hey,
complete-
Jalen
in
Hurts
complete
wins second
control.
round. They think Jalen Hurts wins second round. That was ridiculous. I think part of the reason he went second round and not even later was the interview.
Because man,
He interviewed really well.
Channelview High School, man. Like, dude, do you realize that my dad is Coach Hurts from Channelview? Do you realize that I've grown up doing this?
Dude,
Do you realize
yeah.
that, just
I do this shit.
Ask me anything. Ask me what
He
ask
is
me anything.
is not Jalen Hurts one of the better CEOs of a team in the league?
Yeah. Whereas,
Of course.
Whereas Shedeur, it felt like
You know what? Why do you know it? Because they can take all these guys from Georgia who are involved in drag racing, and they go to Philadelphia and they win Super Bowls and they don't get in trouble.
Right.
Right. Is that Jalen Hurts or anybody else? It's Jalen Hurts doing that. That's the cultural, the culture leader of the organization. That's part of what they're interviewing for. Like, let's set the tone setter.
It's almost like, man, I'll be interested to see tonight if Shedeur doesn't go, if he has to give that same speech tonight that he gave last night that we saw on X.
Let's bring in the projection desk. I see
Wait,
Bradley's
wait,
reclining.
Wait,
They're scrambling to get ready.
wait.
They're scrambling to get ready.
Listen,
I want to know. We're going to bring them. No, we're not leaving. We're not leaving. We're bringing them in.
Before we go there,
Hey guys.
Oh, now
You want us now?
Oh,
You
yeah,
want us
now.
now? Okay. Okay.
Shedeur
It was
All
so
right,
funny. I
you
saw
know,
you reclining. I was like,
try
let's
to
bring the
stage,
projection
gets
you
up
know,
there,
the technical
and they have the
difficulties,
whole thing set
and
up.
then we're
he's got
brought
this
in.
thing, it's
Okay,
just
we see how it is.
legendary. It's a big, beautiful thing that they have set up for him. And after last night, he stands up there like a good leader, doing his thing, saying like, "Look,
It's a great.
this is this is minor setback. We're tomorrow's our big day. All the rest of it. I wonder if tonight, if he does not get picked, how he's going, what they're going to put out, what their social he has to have a social media team that like these guys are.
He has the social media.
These guys are $1 million NFL athletes.
$1
million NIL athletes now. They have a million things going on, right?
Is it possible that he actually makes more from Colorado in his career than the NFL?
Yes.
Is it like
It's possible. Very possible.
is
By the way, he's not
is
a
he-
Raider. Charles Grant is a Raider.
Charles Grant, finally.
And now what we know is if nobody trades up into round 3, Shedeur Sanders is going to be a day 3 pick.
What do you think, projection desk?
Unbelievable.
You know, the fact that the Raiders passed on Shedeur here twice, and also that the Browns passed on Shedeur 5 times should tell you something.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
I think this has more to do with who his dad is and maybe the drama it brings to the NFL than who he is as a player. I mean, this guy probably deserves to be maybe inside round 1 at the latest, middle of round 2. This is almost like a blackballed or blacklist player before he even hits the NFL, just based on guilty by association.
It's a tough spot. It's a tough spot because
Wait, Billy, am I hearing you correctly? Are you saying this might be the 2025 version of Colin Kaepernick?
I wouldn't say quite that, because Kaepernick was his own accord, but I think that this could be very well due to the fact that his dad has been outspoken. We have seen them. I mean, they're maybe a little flashy, right, and loud at times.
Like with Kaepernick, though, we've seen the NFL put their foot down and say, just for whatever reason, because of the way that our fans are reacting, or for whatever the reason is, or the way our coaches are reacting to these interactions, we're just not going to have you in our league.
Yeah,
we've
but
seen this happen before.
The Kaepernick piece was more about political stance, where the Sanders piece is more about just flashiness and loudness.
Yes, of course. Yeah, they're different. There's different underlying reasons, but they've shown that they will go this far with someone that is clearly worthy of an NFL roster in the past.
Yeah, and I would say, like, if Deion wasn't his dad, probably, and if they weren't as loud as they were, he's probably a back end round 1 pick.
Or a day, still a day 2 pick. Like, many analysts had him as a day 2 selection. Some were pushing him up to. I had him, going to the Steelers at 21, right? But he was never. There were some who had him as a top 5 pick, but majority of analysts had him much lower, and that's what his film was indicating. But if there are off-field things, not even behavioral things. These are like for him. Instead, it's the concern organizationally. Is there going to be clamor from the fans if we don't do well, that not only would Shedeur need to be put in to start, but also should we fire our head coach and hire Deion Sanders? I don't think many teams want to go down that pathway.
I look at this and say, like Bradley mentioned, the Browns passed on him multiple times, and then they bring in Dylan Gabriel. And don't get me wrong, I'm a Ducks fan, but I'd probably prefer Sanders over Gabriel in an NFL team. And then you have the Raiders, who have all the history with him. You have Tom Brady, who has the ability to mentor him. You have Pete Carroll, who can probably be the head coach that's going to be able to handle him and his father. And they pass on him back-to-back picks here at 98 and 99. At this point, I don't know where he goes now.
Okay. I just want to be clear. There's confusion in the chat. He failed the interview process, and a big reason why is Deion. That is the reason why. It wasn't necessarily. We know Deion wasn't in the room, and we know this is on him. This is definitely. It was his face plant in the interview process, which got us here. But my point, and the point that a lot of people are making correctly, is that had he received different guidance, those interviews would have gone very differently.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Projection desk, you guys were amazing. We're gearing up for a big push tomorrow. All the picks, we're covering them live, and you guys are complete beasts. Appreciate you.
Boom.
Later, boys.
Later. A couple of picks left here. We do have a trade up. So pick 100 is on the board right now. Pick 101 was traded. So the Broncos have done a lot of dropping tonight. They're actually jumping back up 11 spots with the Eagles into the back end of round 3. So they're going from 111, which is in round 4, up to 101 tonight. They also get 134, but they give up 130 and 191. So they'll be up here right now because the 49ers just drafted Upton Stout.
Who's that?
Defensive back.
Do you know him?
I do.
Would you have in your top 100?
I did not. He's from Western Kentucky. He's 5'8", 181 pounds.
Wait. Are we past pick 100 anyway?
That was 100 right there.
That was 100, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So
when do we know how our top 100 scored?
tonight or in the morning when they score it and they send us an email.
How do you think you did?
I've been tracking mine, and I believe I have 83. I have 15 misses, so that means I have two in oblivion because there's been 100 picks. I have 83 that I know I hit. I have 15 I know I missed. So that puts me at 98. So I have to go back and double track through everything, but I should be at least at 83. And what won it last year was Todd McShay with an 85.
I had a Charles Grant going at 55, which was huge.
He just went.
Now, I think he could have gone earlier. Did you think he should have gone earlier?
Correct.
Like, I mean, 55 seemed reasonable. I mean, it's kind of funny because I had him one ahead of Carson Schwessinger, and he went at the beginning of the second, and then this guy goes at the end of the third. But this is where it's interesting to talk about NFL evaluators. These guys are about equal.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if I were an NFL team, I'd probably rather have the offensive lineman that has a little more upside from William and Mary than the linebacker. But I also understood that teams will need a guy like Schwessinger, so you have to put him in the 50s. But it's just interesting to see you go back and where our big board is versus where the league is. The league is getting better and better. I talked to Bradley about it in the Top 10 Takeaways show. We did a Top 10 Takeaways video on YouTube. Check it out. It's on our podcast feed, Player Profiler podcast feed, Top 10 Takeaways. The NFL is getting better and better with metrics. They're understanding that athleticism matters more for running backs than wide receivers. It's clear with the way they're drafting wide receivers. And they're getting better and better, but still, if we were GMs, if we were running a front office, we would still have some edge on players from small schools like Charles Grant. That's the final frontier for these teams, is to finally give some of these small school players with incredible upside the draft capital they deserve.
Freaky athleticism too. 6'5", 311 pounds, almost 35-inch arms. It's a guy that was reportedly had a 1.5, 110-yard split, which is absolutely top of the line, elite for an offensive lineman, like otherworldly for an offensive lineman.
That's like Isaiah Bond, right?
For Charles Grant from William and Mary. So he goes there to the Raiders, and I think that the pick for the Raiders, the Vikings are on the clock right now with the final selection in round 3. Savion Jones, the edge rusher from LSU, who was inside the top 100, goes to the Denver Broncos on that trade up at pick 101. Vikings are here with the last selection, but okay. You know what? I was going to do a little recap of the Raiders right there. I'm not going to do that because the Vikings just got their wide receiver 3. And his name is Ty Felton from Maryland. Ty Felton from Maryland, 4.37 40-yard dash, 6 foot 195.
Wait, this is outside the top 100 though.
Yes, 102.
Oh, I had him in my top 100. God damn it.
102.
Oh, me too, dude. That sucks.
102. So Ty Felton from Maryland, senior, 6 foot tall, 186 pounds, 4.37 40-yard dash. We best compared him to like a Khalil Shakir, Ryan Grant type. He goes here 102 at the end of round 3. Again, the Vikings didn't have very many picks. They traded down to accumulate another one. They now have a new wide receiver 3 as a projection here on top of Jalen Naylor. I'll probably hear about that probably tomorrow from the projection desk, but there it is.
Oh, man.
All 102 picks from the first 2 days in the books.
They're all in, man.
And
they're all in.
No Shedeur Sanders. But hey, the Raiders will be up in the 6th pick tomorrow.
The Raiders, they're still very much in play for Shedeur Sanders. Any final thoughts there, Alex?
No, man. I'm done.
Of course he doesn't.
We love all y'all. We appreciate all y'all. Make sure you click that like
man.
button,
Yes.
click subscribe, and join us tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, we finished the show, right? It's all done. It's a wrap.
Any super chats to
We
catch up on?
we added it.
I think we did have one. I think I
there
saw
might
one.
be a super chat. Maybe
Any super chats?
We did the
Catch
shot.
up
We did
on?
everything. After the show was over,
We did one.
jump into the
So
and
we definitely
go
missed
into
a
the
super
actual
chat.
comments of the actual show on YouTube or Facebook. Leave a comment on what your favorite take was, your favorite part of the show, or if you didn't like the show, then the thing you hated about it the most. Either way, up vote, down vote, thumbs up, thumbs down, and then put it in the comments why. And so we can do better. We'll read these comments. As you know, I'm trying to get better and better as a producer, better with the sound effects, which we did, better with the graphics, which we did. We're going to have a better intro we're gonna be better with the transitions. I want to have the perfect show tomorrow. So let me know in the comments. And until then, we're just gonna keep getting better and be good out there.
Hey, I want to take a moment to thank you for tuning in. It's important to me that all of our media be free. This is only possible because of you allowing a true independent sports media enterprise to thrive unlike any other in the business. So please subscribe to the All In Package to continue to make all of this possible, to ensure that all of our stats, information, data, content is available to you, especially you, the people that get the site and get the show.